Intentional. Woo woo. Thank you so much, and apologies, we are starting late. Just in case you're wondering, my name is Millicent Joy Umoro, and I have the utmost pleasure to be working with the most handsome MC I've ever worked with. You can already tell I have a crush on him. He's a young lawyer, not too young, very old.
I'm still
Hey, please introduce yourself. I know they want to know who you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the NBA YLF Lagos Summit 2026. My name is Nimi Edime. I'm sure some of you already know me, and you are set to have an amazing time today at the YLF Summit. Millicent, yeah, back to you.
Well, they have Millicent, so they know they are going to have an amazing time. Yeah, we are. So, this is YLF Summit. Young lawyers, prior to a few years ago, did not have this platform. But the Lagos branch of the MBA decided to put this together. And we had great minds from the YLF to put this together. A round of applause, first of all, for the leadership of the YLF. Thank you. So we decided to put this together. Let's rub minds, let's mentor, and let's see how we can be better lawyers. We have a lot for you today. Do you know what I'm most excited about? Is our guest speaker for the day.
So, Millicent, before we talk about our guest speakers, I just want to read out some amazing stats of today's event. Now, for this event, the planning of this event took about 20 weeks. 20 weeks of planning. Now, in those 20 weeks of planning, about 60 group chats were opened and about 900,000 WhatsApp messages were exchanged. Over 100 hours were spent on the phone, making calls back and forth, Abuja, Lagos, all over the world, just to get this event planned. 1,000 participants, over 1,000 participants registered to listen to over 25 speakers with a cumulative of 500 years worth of experience. Are you not excited about that? Are you not excited about that? Now, out of that 1,000, only 700 participants could make it into this building this very morning. So if you are here, you are privileged. A round of applause for yourselves.
So thank you very much for coming, and congratulations as well to you for being one of the 7,000?
700.
700.
Yeah, and what's still amazing is 700 minus 5, so 695. 5 persons today are going to walk home with a brand new laptop, courtesy of one of our sponsors, Travel Better. Are you excited about that? All right, so if you were among the first 100 to get here before the 9:30 mark, Millicent, what time did you come? What time did you come?
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I'm an MC, so they should keep one for me already.
All right, so we can head straight into the program. And first on our agenda to kickstart today's event is the national anthem and the NBA prayer. And taking the NBA prayer for us, please put your hands together for a member of the NBA Lagos ESCOs, Acharu Adejo, my friend, as she comes to take the NBA prayer. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you, my beautiful lady. I already knew you before you even walked up. But before we kickstart on that, can we please give a round of applause to the leadership of the NBA Lagos for sustaining this initiative? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! No, ladies and gentlemen,
she's going to come up for her speech.
Yeah, we will do that. Because who am I? Who are we? All right, my love, take it away, like you always do.
Yeah, we projected. We all stand. Okay. Please, let's all stand. The NBA prayer. Almighty God, our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors, so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen.
Okay, please remain standing as we take the national anthem. Helping us to take the national anthem, please put your hands together for Blessing Utomi of the YLF ESCOs. All right.
Thank you very much. Shall we remain standing as we take the national anthem? Please, you can proceed.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our one land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Contest gain to hang unto our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
A round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a
Thank
round of
you.
applause as you take your seats.
Thank you so much. You know why I was not singing along? Because I don't know it. And it's okay.
And
We
so
will
many
take-
persons in the audience. I noticed some people
I
cheering
want
out.
to ask somebody if they know it. I know the person I have in mind. Wait, I know what I want to do. Just wait. Hello, madam. Good morning. Yes, you. Please sing the second stanza.
No idea. I can't. I don't know how to sing it.
No, please speak into the mic.
I can't sing.
Let your branch chairperson hear what you're saying.
I can't sing it.
Are you proud of yourself?
Yes, I am.
You should be proud of yourself. You will learn it. You will learn it after this. Please, a round of applause for her.
Tell me who we should go to
She's
next.
very, very bold. No, you know what we are going to do? Let's try to sing it ourselves.
No, wait. That's you and who? What do you mean by that? Hello, ma. Good morning. Well, attempt the first stanza.
Why are you targeting the ladies?
I know the first line.
Okay.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our home, the native land. That's all.
I can really see you people are standing in brotherhood. You people are helping her. Nice one. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to kickstart. We have this event that is going to be very impactful on us. Whilst we are about to introduce our welcome address giver, speaker, ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative that we acknowledge our host. Our key host is none other than the first female ever. Oh, yes, thank you, please. A round of applause, if you may. Oh, our chairperson who we love so much, who has done so much, and first ever. She is an Amazon who has never fallen in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, put them together for our one and only chairperson of the MBA Lagos branch. Let's acknowledge her presence, please. You are sitting down and clapping. I thought you would be standing. I thought you would be standing for your host. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma, for everything you've always done for the young lawyers, particularly the MBA YLF Lagos. I remember during your campaign how you were so Gen Z-ish about the whole thing. I didn't know that when you were going to come, you were going to bombard us with a whole lot of amazing events. Thank you so much, Ma. Now, moving very quickly, how many of you
I
have,
think
how
you
many of you
might
have heard?
want to introduce the leader of the YLF. I think you might want to. Yes, please.
How many of you have heard the word small but mighty? Who has heard small but mighty? You've heard small but mighty. Now, this particular individual, the first time I met him, I think we met online on a group chat, and what I really loved about him was his humor, his wit, and his banter. We went on to work, on a particular project. We weren't successful in that project, but in the future, he came to be the MBA YLF chair, and I've loved him ever since. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the small but very, very mighty. Our Spider-Man is in the building. Please put your hands together for Gideon Edem, the chairperson of the MBA YLF Lagos, as he comes to take the welcome address. Please, Gideon, you have the stage.
Spider-Man.
Let's not do that here. Thank you. Good morning, all. Please permit me to read my address. And if you have the brochure, my address is on. Thank you. All right, my address is on page 20 of the brochure, so I'll just do the reading. Welcome address by Chairman, MBA Young Lawyers Forum, Lagos Branch, Gideon Edem. Good morning, distinguished guests, learned seniors, colleagues, and my dear friends. On the 29th day of July 2025, when I was appointed to serve as chairman of the Young Lawyers Forum of the NBA Lagos branch, I understood that this was more than an appointment, but a call to lead with purpose. In that moment, we began to dream not of leadership that would simply continue the status quo, but one that would be innovative, one that would be bold, and one that would be truly transformative. Yet, even as we dreamt, we remained grounded in the understanding that we were not starting from scratch. We were building on a strong and enduring foundation led by those who came before us. Our task, therefore, was clear: to honor that foundation without being confined by it, to build on it, expand it, and reintegrate what was possible for young lawyers in Lagos. Guided by that vision, we set out to create deliberate, measurable, and meaningful impacts. And that journey led to the courageous launch of the Law Festival, the Career Board initiatives, the Alex Ekweme Essay Competition, and Tech Hackathon, each designed to open pathways, celebrate innovation, and redefine engagement within our profession. I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you. Even more, we understood that beyond professional growth, there was need for community and connection outside formal spaces. Through initiatives like the YLF Unplugged, we created room for relationships to deepen and for the human side of our profession to thrive. On the football field, we found another expression of unity, floating the NBA Young Lawyers football team, which went on to win the NBA Fair Play Award, a reminder that excellence and character go hand in hand. At the core of all we have done is a commitment to development, reflected in the launch of our quarterly professional development masterclass, an initiative designed not just to inform but to transform. By the fourth quarter of this year, we are intentional about directly impacting at least 200 young lawyers, equipping them with the skills, insights, and confidence to thrive in an evolving legal landscape. I extend my sincere gratitude to the leadership of the NBA Lagos branch, ably led by my chairman, Uchenna Ogunede. Please, a round of applause for my chairman. Thank you. For their belief, trust, and constant encouragement. To my exceptional Executive Council Forum, thank you for your commitment, resilience, and for showing up to make this vision a reality. Today, we stand at yet another impacting moment. The summit's tag, Pioneering Paths and Powering Legacy, is the culmination of the dream we have nurtured from the very beginning, a dream to host something that is not just impactful, but global in outlook and relevance. I am deeply proud that what once lived in our imagination is now our reality. I must also acknowledge the quiet but powerful support system behind me, my firm, Aluko Anayebode. Please, a round of applause for my firm, whose belief and standard of excellence has strengthened this journey. This year's theme builds intentionally on our last year's themes, breaking the mold and making impacts. To all our sponsors and partners, Thank you for believing in the vision and for making this moment possible. And to everyone here today, I say welcome to what promises to be a truly enriching and transformative summit. Thank you from Gideon Edem, not Spider-Man this time. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause, please.
Ladies, you can make that better.
For our Spider-Man.
You can make that better. Ever since he became the YLF chair, we've been swamped with so much activity. YLF Festival, Career Body, YLF Unplugged. What else? Sometimes when I even see Gideon in my DM, I know one committee is coming and say, no, I'm not part of that. Please, a round of applause for the YLF chair and for the ESCOs. I know Sopruchi is in the building. I saw Blessing who told me, please sustain the applause, sustain the applause. They've done excellently well. This morning I was just musing. I said, what else can they do? What else can they do? All right.
What else they can do is try to invite me for the event. Hello, I'm hearing a lot, but I was not invited. Hello.
But you are here. You are here for the event.
I might be sacked.
You are going to partake.
I might be sacked.
You're going to partake
already.
in the well of wisdom in which we have for our separate panels. So you are here. So Millicent, please do us the honors of welcoming on stage our next speaker.
Yes. Before we do that, we would like to actually appreciate our panelists, our speakers, who are already seated. Please, a round of applause, please. We're not going to mention names yet, but they know themselves. They are looking at us. They are seeing us. Thank you very much for being here in time. Now, we are going to make mention and welcome an introductory speech by our chief host. Of course, you already know I love her so much. By her, you know who this is. This is the chairperson of the Lagos branch MBA. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, please join me with a clapping ovation. Can we also, if we are not too tired, inculcate a shouting ovation? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me. Make welcome Mrs. Uchenna Ogunedo, our chairperson, to give the introduction. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Millicent. You forgot my surname, Akingbade. Thank you. Good morning, esteemed elders, distinguished colleagues. It's a great morning. Looking around the room today, I'm having nostalgia, deja vu, all combined. Last year, we had a similar event like this, and I think that was the first in a while that the YLF was organizing its summit. And I'm very happy that they did not extinguish the fire. They kept it burning, and we are here today for another edition of the Young Lawyers Summit. I warmly welcome you to the MBA Lagos Branch Young Lawyers Forum 2026 Summit. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. As I look around, I see energy, ambition, and possibility. And that, for me, captures the essence of today. The theme, Pioneering Paths, Powering Legacy, goes beyond a banner. It's a call to action. Each and every one of you here present carries the responsibility not only to find your place within the legal profession, but to build something enduring. I'm deeply encouraged by the resilience and drive I see in our young lawyers. You are not just the future. You are actively shaping the present of the bar through your ideas, your ever so creative ideas, adaptability, and your willingness to challenge the status quo, even though we are not often encouraged to challenge the status quo, but so long as you do it within good measures, that's good. At the branch level, will remain intentional about creating an environment that supports your growth through capacity building, mentorship, and practical development opportunities just like this. I'm so proud that the Young Lawyers Forum set out to organize this event by themselves. Other than sending us their plans for approval, went out to solicit for funds by themselves. The funds that have been used for this event were 100% solicited and raised by the Young Lawyers Forum. So if that is not capacity building, if that is not leadership training, if that is not, trying to build legacy, I wonder what else that would be. So this is not merely a talking point. It is a responsibility, because the strength of the profession tomorrow, even today, depends on how well we prepare. This summit reflects that commitment. It is more than a gathering. It is a space to think critically, to question boldly, to learn deeply, and to stretch yourselves. It is also an opportunity to hear from those ahead of you while recognizing your own potential as leaders. I'm so excited for the panel sessions myself. I know that I'm going to learn a whole lot from those that have been lined up. And I must say, leadership does not begin at a title. It begins now in how you think, in how you act, how you show up. Whether your path lies in litigation, corporate practice, public service, academia, or emerging areas of law, what matters is that you pursue it with clarity, ownership, and purpose. I also commend the leadership of the Planning Committee and members of the Young Lawyers Forum for the evident effort and thoughts behind this program. To our young lawyers, I urge you to be intentional about your growth, grounded in your values and consistent in your efforts. And I'd urge you to give yourselves a round of applause for even showing up today for yourselves. I know that a number of you would have had to take leave from your places of work to attend this program today, but you'll be better off for it, I can guarantee you that. This profession will demand much from you, but it also offers immense rewards if approached with discipline, integrity, and commitment to continuous learning. As an administration, we will continue to stand with you, advocating for better welfare, creating opportunities, and ensuring your voices are heard within the bar. As we proceed today, I encourage you all to fully engage, ask questions, build meaningful connections, and make this more than just an event. Let it be a catalyst for transformation in your professional journey. Once again, you are all very welcome. I wish you a truly engaging and rewarding summit. Thank you very much.
Make that applause better and better. You've just heard from the 001 of the Lagos branch, so please make that applause better. Make it better till she gets to her seat. You can do better, you can do better. Some of you have eaten this morning.
You are stealing my word. When it was Mr. Bisi Makanjola, I would say give it up for the number one man. But now, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the number one woman of the NBA Lagos branch. And just whilst she was speaking, giving her amazing speech, telling us of the history, where we were, where we are going, what we should expect out of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, we had the pleasure of a doctor walked into our midst. He was the chairperson of last year's Law Week conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Dr. Tolu Aderemi. Hope you remember me, sir. Yeah, don't tell me you forgot me, oh. Thank you.
All right, so while our dignitaries keep walking in, since you've already introduced one of our dignitaries to our amazing delegates, which means we have to do the honors for the rest of our dignitaries. So we'll first of all start from the MBA Lagos Excos in the building. I can see Mr. Adekunle Olaofe. Please, a round of applause. He's a co-opted member of the MBA Lagos Excos. I can see my friend, my darling sister, Rita Nwokocha. She's the social secretary that's taking us to 3 countries later this year. A round of applause, please, a round of applause for the social secretary of the MBA Lagos. I can see Madam Ogechi Mokelu, our Ministry of Finance. She's the treasurer of the MBA Lagos branch. All right. Now, moving, we have an amazing power pack first panel. They are all seated. We are not going to call them out now, but we are going to introduce them to you all much more later. Are you all excited for the first panel? Are you excited for the first panel? You guys don't sound excited now. Are you excited for the first panel on this side? Let me go to this side. I think the guys over here. Are you excited for the first panel on this side? Who is on the first panel? Who wants to try? Who knows someone on? Okay. Who's on the first panel?
There's the co-founder of Banwan Igodalo.
Co-founder of Banwan Igodalo. Do you work there? You want to work there?
I already work in a firm.
Okay, all right.
So you're not looking for a job?
If B&I gives you an offer, you say no.
If it's how God will help you. You don't know. See, in case you don't know, let me say my O. I'm already standing in front of my O. You understand?
Thank God I'm even standing in front of the co-founder. So co-founder, sir, your card is in my pocket.
Sir, it's because of the 2 of you I brought my cards today.
No, his own card is in my pocket. I can't give him my card. Who am I? Millicent, let's get back to the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that we already have our speaker, our distinguished speaker for the day. He's already here. When it's time for us to introduce him, we will. Please, a round of applause till you know who he is.
Okay, now moving very quickly. The next individual that is going to be gracing the stage, sorry about that, okay, would be delivering the opening address. And just a side note, in 2018, I was privileged to attend the Class 1 conference in Calabar, and I heard a thunderous voice on stage. I'd already started emceeing events, but I heard a thunderous voice on stage. I was like, this guy is going to give me a run for my money. What am I going to do? And in 2019, we had the pleasure of hosting the Class 1 conference in Kogi State, because I went to Kogi State University. And then with this particular individual, we fostered and formed a blooming friendship. Over the years, we've kept that friendship alive. And in 2026, when I heard he was appointed the chairman of the Summit Planning Committee, I knew that we were in the best hands. Ladies and gentlemen, he's no longer emceeing events, which means I'm safe. But now, he practices in one of the top-tier firms in Nigeria, where he's contributing expertise, he's contributing industry. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear capacity, this particular individual personifies it. Please put your hands together for the chairman of the Summit Planning Committee, Mr. Emediong Essien.
Thank you so much, Nemi. I'm really grateful. Your Excellencies, our keynote speaker, heads of respective law firms here present, our very distinguished guests, and of course, the very articulate chairman of the Nigerian Bar Lagos branch. Thank you so much. All other protocols duly observed. I'll leave it a bit simple and straight to the point, because of course I do not want to bore my guests with an opening address. I'll try as much as possible to again highlight why we are all here, which for me is really important. To the chairman of our branch, our ESCO, the senior members of the bar who came in spite of busy diaries, the speakers who said yes when we asked, the partners who stood with us, and to every young lawyer in this room, thank you. You came. And that is a small thing in Lagos. And that is not just anything. and it's not something we take for granted in a Thursday in Lagos State. I keep my remarks short because, of course, I understand that people came here not to hear me, but of course to hear our distinguished speakers. When the 31-member Summit Planning Committee sat down months ago to choose a theme for this year, we argued a lot for a long time. Someone wanted something about technology. Someone else wanted something about the economy. Two people, I won't say who, wanted a theme so long it would barely fit on the banner. We went round and round just to find a befitting theme that would suit our audience. What broke that deadlock was a question one of us asked. And that was, what do we actually want a young lawyer to walk away on the 30th of April? Not a slogan, not a hashtag. What do we want them to carry? The answer we landed on is the theme you would see behind my back, which is pioneering path and then power and legacy. Let me tell you what those words mean to us, because we did not just pick anything. We didn't choose the theme out of mere wishful thinking. It was a carefully thought process which landed us at what we have today. And so I'll quickly just run you through briefly what those big words mean for us. A pioneer, in the sense we mean, is not a person who waits for a path. A pioneer is a person who walks where the grass is still high and trusts that the ground underneath is firm enough. Look around our profession. The lawyer who first did fintech work in Nigeria was laughed at. The lawyer who first took entertainment law seriously was told it was not real practice. The lawyer who first wrote a serious paper on data protection in this country, when nobody in court had the appetite for it, was treated like a curiosity. Today, their juniors are billing for the work they cleared the bush to start. That is what pioneering looks like when you strip the romance of it. It is lonely on a Tuesday and validated on a Friday. Now, legacy. Legacy is the harder of the two words. And I want to be honest about it. Legacy is not what they say at funerals. Legacy is what your juniors do when you are not in the room. It is whether the brief you trained someone to draft last year still holds up. It is whether the young lawyer in your office who watched how you treated the registrar yesterday will treat the registrar the same way 10 years from now when you are watching. Legacy is quiet. It does not announce itself. It compounds. The reason we put these two ideas side by side is that we need each other. A pioneer without legacy is a flash. A legacy without a pioneer is an inheritance someone else built. The young lawyer who will matter in the profession over the next 20 years is the one who can hold both. Bold enough to walk where there is no path, steady enough to leave a path behind. Why are we talking about this in 2026? Because the practice we are inheriting does not look like the practice our seniors inherited. The clients are different. The instruments are different. The courtroom itself is changing. Virtual hearings, electronic filings in some divisions, AI tools that draft your first paragraph before you have the second cup of coffee. You can't pretend none of these is happening. And many lawyers do. Or you can just sit and learn. Our generation does not have the luxury of pretending. And there is also something I want to say plainly to young lawyers in this hall, because I am one of you, and I'm tired of euphemisms. The bar can be discouraging. Pay is poor in too many places. Mentorship is uneven. Some of you are wondering quietly whether you made the right choice. I see you. I have seen you. I am you, and I've been there. But trust me, we all are getting somewhere. What I want to tell you is this. The answer is not to leave the profession. And it's not to grumble through it either. The answer is to build something inside it that did not exist before you arrived. That is what this forum exists for. That is what today is for. A few words about today specifically. The session we have lined up were not chosen for vibes. Each panel were designed around real questions we hear young lawyers asking. How do I build a practice that would feed me in 15 years? How do I even move associate work to ownership? How do I use the tools in the market without losing the discipline that makes me a lawyer? Stay in your seats. Ask these questions. The shy ones in particular, ask. The senior people on these panels did not just come here to be admired from a distance. They came here to help us and to prefer those solutions. Before I sit down, I'd like to specifically say this. To our branch chairman and executive committee for trusting us with this, To the Summit Planning Committee, the people whose names I will not call from the podium today, but whose phone did not stop ringing for the past 4 months. I see you. So does everyone who came in here and found a chair, a program, a working microphone, a tea that would still come, and actually a hot tea. To our sponsors and partners, thank you so much. I'm aware that we have beautifully colored exhibition booth, highly decorated with different brands. Our Clearline HMO is also there, providing medical solutions and a host of others. We thank all of you. Thank you for putting the money where the future is. To the speakers and panelists, thank you for coming with substance, not just titles. And to the young lawyers in the room, thank you for choosing to be here. You could have been anywhere on a Thursday, possibly sending emails and finding it all attached to go to your supervisors. But did you choose to be here? Thank you. You chose this. One last thing. 20 years from now, someone will stand on a stage like this in a Lagos that look different from the one we drove through this morning. And they will talk about the lawyers who shaped their practice. Some of the names they will call are sitting here in the room today, not because of where you are now, because of what you've decided to do in the next 20 years, starting from Monday morning next week. Let us pioneer. Let us power a legacy worth inheriting. Indeed, I would say, truly, would have said that we've ideally pioneered part and then powered our legacy. It is indeed my honor and singular privilege to welcome every single one to this event. Let's begin. Let's set the ball rolling. A call for sure. Welcome.
Thank you very much. A round of applause once again. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very impactful. So moving on, let's get to the crux of what we're here for. Let's set the ball rolling. I know you have been anticipating what is coming next. I'm going to call on somebody who is going to introduce our keynote speaker, but because I do not have the bandwidth to introduce the keynote speaker, let me tell the keynote speaker I heard right now. Sir, I use Access Bank. It's a savings account 006014. I can write it out for you, just so you know, because I know who you are. I've read about you. I've spent 2 nights reading about you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me when I am being serious to make welcome the secretary of the planning committee to please make welcome and introduce our keynote speaker for today. Please, a round of applause for Esther Aderemi, please. Thank you. Esther Aderemi, we are waiting you. Thank you. I love your dress.
Thank you so much. Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, and panelists. I will stand on all existing protocols. We've come to the crux of this summit, actually, and it is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. I'll be reading the abridged profile of our keynote speaker because he is really a man of substance. So, Bolaji Balogun is the founder and chief executive officer of Chapel Hill Denham, one of Nigeria's leading investment firms, with over 3 decades of experience spanning investment banking, investment management, telecommunications, and strategic investing. Widely regarded as Nigeria's leading deal maker by transaction value, he has played a pivotal role in some of the country's most transformative financial and corporate transactions. Before founding Chapel Hill Denham, Bolaji held senior leadership roles at FCMB Group and was a co-founder and director of Econet Wireless Nigeria, now Airtel Nigeria, the country's first mobile network operator. He led the landmark capital raise and license bid for Econet, culminating in its historic $1.67 billion sale in 2005, Nigeria's largest successfully exited private investment at the time. Through Chapel Hill Denham, he has built market-leading platforms across infrastructure, renewables, real estate, energy, private credit, venture capital, and the creative economy, with a strong focus on sustainable development in Africa. An economics graduate of the London School of Economics, Bolaji also serves in prominent governance roles, including leadership positions with the United Nations Global Compact, Unilever Nigeria, and Endeavor Nigeria. With a rousing ovation, can we give our keynote speaker a round of applause? Welcome, sir.
I'm so excited and energized to be in this hall this morning. And thank you, first and foremost, Bumi Fayokun, for making sure that you ensured that I would get here. When Ms. Fayokun asks you to do something, you have no choice but to turn up. And I'm really pleased that I did so. As I spent a bit of time yesterday thinking about the theme of this morning's summit, and please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I'm not a man of great ceremony. I like to get to the point very, very quickly. I spent quite a bit of time thinking, what would I say to a room full of young lawyers, some of you perhaps early on in your career? And I decided what I was going to do today was to come to sell you what I might describe as a message of hope. But given that we're in a political season, that message must not be misunderstood as campaigning for any particular political coloration. But it must really be recognized as, to what it is. And if I'm young, if I'm African, if I'm Nigerian in particular, I would be very, very excited about what is ahead of you. And if you ask me today if I had one wish, it very simply was that I was 30, and with 35 more years or 40 years ahead of me to run in a professional career, because the incredible opportunity that sits ahead of you is a significant one. And let me just start by trying to situate that and to try to place some context on it. About a year and a half ago, I had the privilege of giving the commencement speech at a U.S. university where I was receiving an honorary doctorate. And my message that morning was a very, very simple one. That if you're being educated in the world today and you don't know anything about Nigeria and Africa, you are being miseducated. And I said that with significant confidence because whether the world likes it or not, the world is becoming increasingly more African. And critical and at the center of that is this country that you sit in, Nigeria. So it's estimated that somewhere between 25 and 30 years from now, a third of the world's population will sit on this continent. What does that mean? 1.4, perhaps 1.5 billion Africans will sit on this continent, and 400 million plus of those people will be Nigerians. And you might wonder how or why. But because we haven't started to do anything about this population, almost certainly it will become a reality. And what do I mean by that? From the time a country begins to address the size and scale of its population explosion, it's probably going to take us somewhere around 30 years to bring it under control. And there is no political party in Nigeria today that would dare come out and try to replicate China's one family, one child. You will almost certainly lose the next election. And what does that mean in simple terms? It means that our 218 million people today almost certainly will continue to grow at around 3% per annum. And we will reach somewhere around 2050 where there will be 400 million of us sitting here. Those 400 million people represent an incredible opportunity on their own. But coupled with that, something that we all haven't paid much attention to, which is the Africa Free Trade Zone. And somewhere around your age, I was in my final year at the LSE, as Europe began to become more significant. We really didn't pay much attention to what the European Union will become. And when you think of this Africa Free Trade Zone, firstly, it represents the biggest compilation of countries in one economic zone, but it also represents the most significant demography that is concentrated in one economic zone. What it is going to create is an incredible preponderance of Africa and everything that is African in the determination and the consequence of the world. And what that means very, very simply is that whether you like it or not, Africa will be and will be served at all tables. It's in all of our hands, particularly in the hands of many of you, how Africa will be presented to the world and how Africa will become a valuable part of that future. We're also going through an incredible period of rapid change. And one of the key things that will come out of that process is one of my key messages today, which is that every single one of us must recognize that this opportunity and this road and this journey that lies ahead of us creates an incredible particular opportunity that we all must be precise about. And that is that we must build for scale. And when I look in Nigeria today, and I look even across our private sector, there is only one entrepreneur who has understood this for a while. And every time you see Alhaji Aliko Dangote do something, what you have always seen is an incredible focus on scale. The rest of us are just beginning to recognize that. If you live and you work and you function in a market of scale, if you don't build for scale, you will not be a part of that future. And what does that mean? That means when we think about even what we call our top-tier firms today, capacity, scale needs to be built even further. And what does that mean? That means we must all learn to work together. The partnerships today, which to a large extent were a function of a process of many firms coming together over the last 15 to 20 years, and people recognizing that you had to build bigger and broader benches, need to be built further, because the opportunities before us require far more capacity and scale. Just yesterday, I was sitting in a particular meeting where one of Nigeria's leading financial institutions, and I will not say which one, which is already quite large, was looking to make a further acquisition in another important sector of the economy. And what it hit me with was that increasingly many participants in Nigeria's private sector understand the scale that is coming ahead of us, and even those who are already quite large are not stopping. The demand is already obvious to each and every one of us. And when you also think about what I describe as Nigeria's real power, Nigeria's powerful underbelly, many of us are not focused on it today. And when people tell us that the GDP of this economy is $300 billion, I always believe that they're smoking something. And whatever it is they're smoking, it's not even good quality. They probably bought it on Bar Beach. And I say so with high conviction because is Dangote Group, as an example, 20% of Nigeria's GDP? Absolutely not. And that's what a GDP number of $300 billion signifies. Our internal view as a firm is that this country's GDP is actually substantially closer to this number of $1 trillion that's been set as an aspiration by our political leaders. And we may already be far closer to that number than we understand. Many of you will work on transactions. And if you pay attention to the numbers, one of the things that I've noticed over the last 24 months is the increasing preponderance of large private businesses in Nigeria, many of whom you've never heard about, delivering revenues of more than $500 million annually. And I can think of tens of these businesses. And what that suggests to you and I, when you also think of what is in Nigeria's informal economy, many of you look and think that Nigeria's largest bank might be one of the 5 large commercial banks that you know. How many of you have ever looked at the numbers of a business like OPay closely? Or the numbers of MoneyPoint closely? Or even the numbers of a PalmPay very closely? And if you did so, I think you'll be quite pleasantly surprised that when you're thinking of Nigeria's largest financial institutions, these institutions serving the informal economy, which people don't focus on and which you don't pay attention to, are perhaps already Nigeria's largest institutions with one exception. I'm certainly convinced that there's probably only 1 or 2 or at best 3 Nigerian banks that are larger than these institutions. And when we sit and we think about who controls the levers in Nigeria's financial system, and I think of Nigeria's financial system as banks, pension businesses, insurance companies, financial technology companies, it is pretty clear to us, capital asset managers, it is pretty clear to us in our business that there is a war going on even in that sector. And those firms are chasing Nigeria's future opportunity. And as lawyers, you should also be smelling that particular direction of travel. If you sit and you ask someone like Fembi, 25 years ago, if we were chasing business in Nigeria, if you weren't working for UAC, you were not doing a lot of significant work in this country. If you weren't working for a Dunlop, you weren't doing significant work in this country. The champions of 25 years ago, how many of them today remain champions if they haven't had to reinvent themselves? And I put it to each and every one of you that the winners of the next 10 to 15 or 20 years are not any of the businesses that you might be seeing today. In fact, one or two of them may only have been founded in the last 5 or 7 years. And therefore, you have to follow that wind and that current. And that is going to be very, very significant to your own individual and professional successes. I put it to you that the future of Nigeria and the future of this continent is being built as we speak. And over the last 3 years, there has not been as consequential a shift in the ownership of this country as we are witnessing. And that shift also means that where you are standing in there can either be very beneficial to you as professionals, or you might get left behind. But as lawyers, you have an incredible part to play. And while your core profession itself may be somewhat under threat, and I say so today because of the increasing prevalence of technology. So if you're a lawyer today in Nigeria and you have no familiarity with AI or AI tools, I think you need to start doing something in your spare time. Because we sit today in investment firms and we can produce the first draft of an SPA pretty quickly, asking Claude or Perplexity or some other AI tool. And if we have the power to do that, think of how many other use cases people are already doing that. So the nature of the work you do, the nature of the work that we do today, will have to be reinvented. And we're all going to have to make ourselves even more relevant to the customers we work for and the clients we work for, and even more critical to every single thing that they do. The opportunity set is an incredible one. And whether we like it or not, this continent will be dominant in the world's equation. And I'll just share with you a simple event, but one with very significant consequences that must begin to tell you how influential investing in this continent can be. 3 months ago, did any of us imagine that there would be a significant war anywhere in the world? We sit in a place today where if Dangote Refinery, that business 60 kilometers from here, doesn't send jet fuel to Southern Europe, aviation would be grounded. Would you believe that? Without that refinery having switched on a year ago, how much do you think we would be paying for petrol in Nigeria today? Maybe 3,000 naira per liter. And how many countries in Africa do you think right now are reliant on that particular infrastructure asset? Any guesses? If you talk to people in the business, in the 45 or nearly 50 days of this war, they are now supplying 34 African countries. Now, that is what is possible, caused by small disruption, right, in the world that you and I live in. And the reason that that business is benefiting from this particular time is the scale it has built and the opportunity it has created. If I were to ask each and every one of you today, what must you do over the next 10 years or thereabouts to become a significant factor in what will certainly be the most consequential shift of influence and direction towards this country and this continent in our lifetimes? And perhaps I can share a little of my own journey. I grew up, like many of you, a young boy in Lagos. I went to primary school on the campus of the University of Lagos. So I was a campus kid. And I lived on the campus of the University of Lagos until I went to school abroad. From an early age, I had one fundamental interest, and that was to be the very best at whatever I did. And the definition of being the very best is not just being the very best by the standards of Akoka, where I grew up, or Lagos, which was where I spent my formative years, or Nigeria. I wanted to be excellent on a global scale. And that's an incredible opportunity that you all have in the profession. It's a recognition that, firstly, the skill sets that you have are easily transferable and usable anywhere. But you don't have to leave Nigeria to be excellent. And this is a key message that I want to send to you. So during COVID, we probably saw the most significant decimation of professional service benches in this country. And people took off for Canada and all sorts of places. And even some of us have them. I have a child who lives in Canada. Yeah? And they may be right. But emigration is something that has always happened in our culture. And if the more senior lawyers seated in the front reflect on their own peers, in the 80s, some took off. In the 90s, others took off. And during COVID, many took off. But when you look at the builders, and I see another senior member of the profession, Aswe, come and sit in front, please. Don't sit at the back. Others took off. Those that stayed, are those that control every facet of Nigeria's levers today. And it's not to say that those that took off were weak or that they were not talented. Some of them were our most talented. My message to you this morning is whether you sit in Lagos or you decide to take off, if you have a mindset that you will be excellent, if you have a mindset that you will be a continuous learner, you have absolutely all the tools that will prepare you for the road that is ahead. The second message is that you must have a continuous self-improvement perspective. And every single day in our firm, I am learning something. And I'm learning it not from senior colleagues who have worked with me for 10, 15, in some cases, 20 years plus. I'm learning from a management development program recruits who literally have just walked in through the door. Some of them perhaps even younger than my own oldest children. They're teaching me new things, but I'm open to it, I'm flexible to it, and I think every single day I believe I'm adding something in that journey. I'll talk to you about resilience, because I think it's perhaps the most important personal attribute that you need to lead and to succeed in Nigeria. You will see many difficult days. And if you're a young lawyer, there will be days when you get home, if you get much sleep at all, and you wonder why you do this. But you are going to have to build serious resilience. And the one particular attribute that I have is incredible resilience. You might look at me, I may not be 285 pounds of muscle, but I will tell you that my threshold, right, for pain, my threshold for anything, because it's all mental, is significantly beyond people in better physical condition that I might be. And Nigeria and Africa requires you to be particularly resilient. You are all leaders. And it's also really, really fundamental that we understand the value of data. And if you're not familiar or comfortable with technology, you must become so. Otherwise, we will be left behind in today's world, not to talk of tomorrow's world. And again, in that respect, as a firm, we're very much at the leading edge of making these changes. So 5 or 6 years ago, we very kindly had the privilege of working on the MTN IPO with a number of the law firms in the room, Alukwano, Yebode, Banwa, and Igodalo. And nobody asked us to do this. But we recognized that if we were going to sell this IPO to a large community of people, we couldn't do it the way that we had done the last large IPOs in Nigeria in 2007 and 2008, where registrars would take 3 months to count all the paper forms that came. So on our own, at our own risk, we went and we built a mobile app. For the first time in Nigeria, a primary offer was done digitally. And let me share with you the remarkable results that we saw. 94% of the people who participated were first-time buyers. So they had never bought a stock before. Just like many of you might only buy a stock for the first time in your life when the Dangote refinery IPO happens sometime later this year. But that wasn't the most revealing thing. 72% of the buyers were women. And it makes you wonder what our men do with their money. Did somebody say they give it to the women? To one woman or many women? But the long and short of it was quite revealing for me. And all it just told us was that if you give Nigerians access, the most incredible things will occur. And we have never looked back since as a firm. And the messaging was a very simple one. We saw buyers from 47 Nigerian cities spread across this country. And what was quite interesting for me was that in places like the north of Nigeria, where bank branches are not so prevalent, and ordinarily it would have been difficult for a man or a woman to get to a bank branch, to get an application form, to participate in an offer. Because they could do it digitally, they were able to participate. And that's an untapped market that we had never understood before. In our firm, we also like to study a lot of data. And in studying data, we figured out something we describe as N250. And it's not exactly 250 Nigerians or individuals. But we realized that actually every time you sell something in this country, there's a concentration of people. And what they are is they're founders, they're leaders in large professional firms, they're Nigerian, sometimes they're Indian, sometimes they're Lebanese who've been here 1, 2, 3 generations, who always invest. And when you look at that stock market, it's not actually owned or controlled by international investors. It's not owned or controlled by our PFAs. The real owners are this group that in our firm we call Nigeria 250. And when you study data, what you do is you build the intelligence to build a strategy around. So if you travel your journey over the next 20 years and you don't study patterns, and from pattern recognition, you figure out what will happen next, almost certainly you will miss a trick. The other important thing is that you have to be long-term greedy. And Nigeria's journey and Africa's journey requires patience. And nothing ever happens in Nigeria or Africa in the time that we think that it will. So if you want to do it quick, you may succeed. But sometimes the best way to do it is to do it well. And doing it well often means a journey of patience, a journey of less self-interest, and a journey of being long-term greedy. And when you're long-term greedy, almost certainly, you are going to reap the results. So, if I might round up my comments very, very briefly. If I'm sitting in this room today, and I'm 27 or I'm 30, and I'm a young lawyer in Nigeria, you must really be excited about what is ahead of us. And what is ahead of us is an incredible decade, 2 decades, 3 decades of transformative change where Africa will become the center of the world. And when the New York Times says that the world is becoming increasingly African, it's not just about our music, not just about our Nollywood, it's not just about jollof rice and our food. It's fundamentally because of this demographic dividend, which is going to deliver a significant economic shift. And if you're going to be a winner in that coming journey, you will win because whether you live in Lagos or you live in Oka or you live in Kontangora or you live in Ijebu-Ode, where I come from, right? You have decided that you will be the very best at what you do, and you will continue to search for excellence. Very, very honored to have had the opportunity to speak to each and every one of you this morning. I want to wish you well. I want to say that I'm particularly jealous of where you are. And if there's one thing that I wish, it's that I'm at this stage of my career rather than where I'm sitting today. And I hope you all live a life of incredible significance. Thank you for asking me to come and speak.
You can make that a standing ovation for our keynote speaker. Please keep the ovation and the applause sustained. Thank you so much, sir. We asked for a keynote address, but you delivered a masterclass, a lecture. There's so much to unpack. Please keep the applause till he gets to his seat. Thank you so much, sir. You may please take your seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are still at the NBA YLF Summit 2026, and you've just had a masterclass. We cannot call that a keynote address. It's a masterclass on the Nigerian economy and how to set the pace for the Nigerian youth. Thank you so much, sir. My biggest takeaway from that masterclass was we need to build for scale. Nigerians, especially Nigerian youth, we like to do things individually. We have this mindset of individualism. We want to do our own thing, but we need to collaborate. We need to foster partnerships, and we need to build for scale. Thank you so much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, we would like to honor our distinguished keynote speaker with an award. This is in recognition of his contribution to the Nigerian economy, and most importantly, to the Nigerian youth present today. Sir, please, we would like to have you on stage one more time. Please, a round of applause as he comes back to the stage. And I have the pleasure of welcoming the chairperson of the YLF, Mr. Gideon Edem. Please, a round of applause for Gideon Edem. So, Gideon, please, you for the awards. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for doing this for us. I want to invite Emedon Esen to just bring the award. And to present this award would be the managing partner of Alukana Yobode, Mrs. Adelu Idowu. There's a round of applause.
Okay. So it's an honor to present this award to you. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to you. I learned a lot and I was schooled myself. So I think we're all privileged to learn from you. And I thank you on behalf of the Youth Forum, the Young Lawyers Youth Forum, and thank you for sharing your wealth of wisdom with this august body of young people who are the future of our great nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, it has just been whispered to me right now that we would love to invite you for many more of our events, and we hope you would oblige us with your presence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have top-tier royalty in our midst while we were having the keynote address, which was designed like a masterclass. We had the co-founding partner of Banwo and Ihodalu walk into the building. Please put your hands together for Mr. Asue Ihodalu. Thank you so much, sir. We are more than privileged to have you in our midst. Thank you so much. Okay, now moving very quickly, we would like to introduce our legacy panel. Someone say legacy. Someone say legacy. We are excited for the insight that this particular panel would be delivering on stage. Earlier on, I said we have all our guests, they have a cumulative of 500 years worth of experience. But this particular panel takes home 300 years worth of experience. 4 senior advocates of Nigeria, founding partners of law firms. You can't have it any better. Please, a round of applause for the legacy panel. All right. Now, doing the honors of welcoming the panelists, the distinguished panelists for our legacy panel, because they've looked at me and they say, Nimi, you're just a fine boy. You can't introduce these distinguished panelists. Please put your hands together as we make welcome on stage Wulanga Lawi. Please, a round of applause. She's a member of the Summit Planning Committee and she's been in my ear all day. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause. Also, Sopruchi Rufus Anene. Sopruchi Rufus Anene, please. And Nwanaobong Ekanem. A round of applause as they welcome the distinguished panelists for our legacy panel. Over to you, Wulanga.
Thank you very much, Nimi. Good morning. I'll be reading the abridged profile of our speakers because if we're to go through everything, we'll remain here till tomorrow. So I have the honor of taking Professor Konya Ajayi, and I'll also take the second one where my colleagues would take on from there. So first, Professor Konya Ajayi. Professor Konya Ajayi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is a Harvard and Cambridge-trained lawyer, scholar, and alumnus of Obafemi Awolowo University. Widely respected for his expertise in high-stakes litigation, arbitration, and complex commercial transactions. He has acted in major arbitral proceedings across the oil and gas, energy, telecoms, and infrastructure sectors, handling disputes valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars, including SCIA and ICC arbitrations, as well as state investment matters. Beyond dispute resolution, he advises extensively on banking, finance, capital markets, mergers and acquisitions, power, infrastructure, privatization, and natural resources. He serves on notable corporate boards, including Dangote Fertilizers and Leadway Holdings, and has contributed significantly to policy reform through leadership roles such as chairman of the Capital Market Master Plan Implementation Committee and consultancy work for the UN Economic Commission for Africa. A professor of banking, law, and prolific author on law, theology, and politics, Professor Ajayi is widely recognized for his strategic insights, cross-border transactional expertise, and influential presence in banking, finance, and energy sector. Please join me to welcome Professor Konya Ajayi. Just to mention that Professor Konya Ajayi will be joining us virtually today. Secondly, I have the honor to also read, another great man, Mr. Femi Olubanwo. Mr. Femi Olubanwo is a highly respected corporate and commercial lawyer and co-founder of Banwo and Ighodalo, one of Nigeria's leading law firms. A University of Lagos graduate and member of the Nigerian Bar since 1982. He has built a distinguished legal career spanning across 3 decades, marked by excellence in corporate finance, investments, mergers and acquisition, restructuring, mining, intellectual property, and technology law. Under his leadership, Banwo and Ighodalo grew into a top-tier full-service firm with national presence, while his work in intellectual property and technology has helped shape global standard legal protection for innovation and creative industries in Nigeria. Internationally recognized by Chambers Global, Who's Who Legal, IFLR 1000, Mr. Olubanwo is also known for his contributions to national policy through service on key reform committees in solid minerals, code development, and capital markets. Beyond law, he's deeply committed to education, philanthropy, and mentoring future generations, reflecting his enduring impact on both the legal profession and national development. Please join me to welcome on stage Mr. Femi Olubanwo.
Please, another round of applause for our distinguished guests. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. The next bio that I will be reading is no other than Miss Olubunmi Fayokun. And I'm particularly privileged to read this because if you've noticed, she's the only female on our legacy panel. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. Ms. Fayokun is the chair of the management board of Aluko and Oyebode. She leads the firm's corporate and commercial, capital markets, and mergers and acquisitions practices. She was called to the Nigerian bar in 1985, and she has evidently built an exceptional career spanning 4 decades. She's widely recognized as a global elite thought leader by Lexology Index and consistently ranked by Chambers Global, Legal 500, and IFLR 1000. Ms. Fayokun is one of Africa's foremost corporate finance lawyers, and in 2022, which for me, this is one of the highlights of her profile, she got inducted into the IFLR 1000 Women Deal Makers Hall of Fame. Please, a round of applause for her. She has played a significant role in shaping Nigeria's capital markets through service on key Securities and Exchange Commission committees and was instrumental in the establishment of NASD PLC. Her leadership extends to corporate governance, including her tenure as independent non-executive director on Coronation Merchant Bank. Please let's welcome Ms. Fayokun to the stage. Thank you very much, Ma. It's a pleasure to have you. So, the next bio I will be reading, I have the wonderful and utmost privilege because I am an associate at GLIS. So I will be reading the bio of Professor Gbolahan Elias SAN. Gbolahan Elias SAN is the founding partner at GLIS, a leading Nigerian business law firm, and a member of Multi-Law Global Network. A senior advocate of Nigeria since 2005, the Lawyer of the Year Nigeria as the 2026 IFL Africa Awards. Please, a round of applause. A part-time professor at Babcock University. Gbolahan Elias is a practitioner with unusually wide-ranging interests, and I can corroborate this personally. He is the architect behind some of Nigeria's seminal mergers and acquisitions, complex foreign currency financings, pioneering infrastructure deals, and more. Gbolahan Elias is the former chancellor of Lagos State University. He is a litigator and international arbitrator. He is also an Oxford alum, and just as an FYI, he got a first-class degree for both his first level and the LLM. He also has a doctorate from Oxford University as well. He is a fellow of the Chartered, thank you for that. He is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation and the Energy Institute UK. He is also a member of CIARB UK. Please, Mr. Gbolahan Elias will be joining us online. And so thank you very much. We welcome you, Prof.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on all existing protocols, my name is Soporichi Rufus Anene, and I'll be reading the bios of the remaining 2 panelists for this very interesting panel. The first person I will be calling out his biography is Mr. Ayodeji Omotosho, SAN. The Learned Silk is widely acknowledged as a leading commercial litigator and negotiator with over 3 decades of experience, resolving complex corporate and commercial disputes for some of Nigeria's leading indigenous and multinational companies. He's the founding partner and head of the litigation and dispute resolution practice at CLP Legal, a full-service commercial law firm with offices in Lagos, Abuja, and Uyo. He provides strategic leadership to the firm's litigation team and is renowned for delivering commercially astute and result-driven solutions across high-stake disputes. Beyond his dispute resolution work, he has contributed to the justice sector reform as a member of the Lagos State Government Committee on First Level Justice Sector Delivery and the Judiciary Relations Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos Branch. Mr. Omotosho holds an LLM and an LLB from the University of Bristol, a BL from the Nigerian Law School, and a BS in Economics from the University of Hull. He is a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, the MBA section on business law, and the International Bar Association. A round of applause for the Leonard Silk, Ayodeji Omotosho SAN. We're happy to have you here, sir. Thank you. Moving on to the next panelist, Mr. Mohamed Dele Belgore, SAN. The Leonard Silk is a distinguished and commercial lawyer and founding partner of Sofunde, Osakwe, Ogundipe, and Belgore, with nearly 4 decades of experience at the forefront of high-value commercial transactions, dispute resolution, and financial regulatory practice in Nigeria. Since his call to bar in 1985, I don't think I was born then. He has advised multinational corporations, financial institutions, make way for the person who will be steering this ship. I'm going to be reading the bio of the moderator for this. I'm going to be reading the bio of the moderator for this panel, Mr. Reginald Udom. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Mr. Reginald Udom, with over 23 years of experience advising on complex finance, energy, and infrastructure transactions, he brings a wealth of practical insight, deep expertise, and a strong track record in institutional growth. He is consistently recognized in Who is Who Legal as a leading lawyer in his field, and has also served as co-managing partner. He also serves as co-managing partner of his firm. In 2025, he was named Managing Partner of the Year. Clock it. Thank you very much. His career reflects a strong blend of technical excellence, leadership, and a deep understanding of how institutions are built and sustained over time. No better person to moderate this panel. A round of applause as we welcome Mr. Reginald Udom to take it up from here. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished seniors, learned colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I must say that I was forced by Gideon and his people to come and moderate this session. I'm a bit overwhelmed talking to all the senior advocates and my bosses on the team here today, but I will try my best. So it's actually a great thing to be here today, talking about the legacy. I mean, if you talk about the history of modern legal practice in Nigeria today, the individuals on the panel, their names will come up. And I think one thing to think about is that this is not the first time, or their firms are not the only great firms we've had in this country. A couple of decades ago, when I was in law school, when we were planning to enter into legal practice in Nigeria, we all knew some great firms that we all admired and we all wanted to work in. Some of those firms are no longer here today. And so some of the things they've done differently is that they didn't just set up family firms that were just there for them. They set up institutions that would outlive them. And so we're here today to basically ask them questions about how they did it and why they did it. And without further ado, I will just delve into it. And since Mr. Banwo is sitting right beside me, I will start with you, sir. So, sir, you're a co-founder of Banwo and Ighodalo, one of the top-tier firms in the market today. When you and your brother and your friend, Mr. Asu Ighodalo, decided to set up this firm, was there a niche, was there a need in the market you were trying to fill? And how did that shape your vision of forming the firm that you formed that has endured over time?
Thank you. Thank you. Let me first of all say how privileged I feel to be invited to come and speak with this distinguished audience. As Bolaji said earlier on in his presentation, you know, sometimes you wish you went back and then have 30 years before me. And I would say it seems as if there's so many opportunities ahead. Now, every era has its opportunities, has its opportunities and gaps and all that, you know. And I think when we came in, what we saw was not so much a niche in terms of subject matter or anything like that. I mean, there were already many firms in existence. But when Aswe and I started speaking together, we were friends of sort. But when we then started talking, I think this would have been maybe late 89, it soon became clear to us that both of us wanted a partnership, but we recognized the need for partnerships. There were already firms in existence that were partnerships, so-called, okay? But they were really eponymous firms, Mr. So and Co, and he would say he has partners and all, but we wanted something different. We wanted a partnership that would not be dominated by any one person. We wanted an ever-expanding partnership where people in the firm would aspire to partnership and would become partners. At that time, there really wasn't, maybe the first, and I'm sorry, I may have to mention names, but I think that the first partnership that we saw that was something of that mold was Odujiri, Adefulu, Anyolaja, and Adesanya at the time. They were founded in, I think, 1974, and they were like first a three-man partnership, and then Mr. Adesanya joined and became the fourth partner, and they went on like that. But they stopped to an extent because after those four, they did not evolve further, at least for a time, okay? And but we wanted a firm that would continue to expand, because that's the only structure that can outlast, the founders and for generations to come. And then I think Ajumogobia and Okeke and Aluko, and Oyebode also came into the field maybe a few years before and thought, this is more like it. And so when we came together, that was what we had in mind. And to an extent, that's what we have tried to build. Today, we're 17 partners. I gather we're, as of last week, maybe 132 lawyers, And, but no one person owns the firm. Every partner is an equity partner. Every partner has one vote on issues, so I can't outvote anybody because I'm Mr. Banwo. And we make decisions. Nobody can decide who will be a partner. It's all a joint decision. Partnership is a club, and your partners, your club members have to be acceptable to you. And so we all have to sit down, and we've sat down over the years each time, and all of us must unanimously agree on who is joining next. And so that has been how we have evolved, and that's how we operate.
Thank you very much, sir. So you said something that is very remarkable. I mean, every partner has one vote. I know that I have some friends who are partners in your firm. They are like my peers. They are people that you interviewed and hired as NYSC lawyers, and they've grown through to have the same powers and the same rights as you. I think that's truly remarkable. Let me jump straight to Mr. Belgore SAN. So, Mr. Belgore, when you established what the market now knows as Sublaw, I mean, in my time when I just finished school, we used to call the full name Shofunde, Osawhe, Ogundikwe, and Belgore. They were already established firms in the market. Yes, you were courageous. You knew that you could do it, and you went ahead to set up Sublaw. So what gave you that confidence to do what you did, and what were the things you took into cognizance when establishing the type of law firm that you established?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear colleagues. Good morning, my friend Bolaji is not a colleague, but he is a colleague for today.
He's not Leonard.
And thank you. Thank you, Bolaji, for that wonderful address. I have the misfortune of one being introduced last, which means that by the time they mention your name, people are already saying, oh, let's get on with this program. Then I also have the misfortune of being asked to speak on something in which somebody has already sort of said something about. So you always stand the risk of repetition. What I want to say, first of all, is that the legal practice, the circumstances that prevailed in 1989 when we set up SUBLO are not what prevails today. And therefore, I preface my comments by saying that you can draw from the knowledge of that, but don't take it as this has to be how things are. And that, I think, is what Bolaji is saying. The legal practice that you have today, what you are doing today, is not going to be what you're going to be doing in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time. It'll be completely different. In 1989, we looked at the environment. As Mr. Banwo said, there were big name law practices, and I'll mention names. There was F.R.A. Williams, there was Kehinde Sofola & Co., there was G.O.K. Ajayi, H.A. Ladner in Lagos. In the east, you had Wakama Okoro, GCM Onyuke. In Ibadan, you had Richard Akinjide, Olisa Chukura. In Kano, you had J.B. Majagbe. In Jos, you had Gali Brown, Peterside. The common feature there was that this was one man, firm invariably named after him, and everything revolved around that individual. Succession was if he had a son or a daughter that was a lawyer, will take over. He was supported by good and strong lawyers, but invariably, after a while, these lawyers would outgrow that establishment and go set up their own. And every single one of us on this panel were a product of that. So, and partnerships were rare. As a matter of fact, the prevailing view was that partnerships do not succeed in Nigeria. I remember my own dad, the late Justice M.B. Belgore, Federal High Court Chief Judge, said to me that a lot of people came to him and said, look, your son wants to go into a partnership. Please tell him not to do so. Partnerships do not work in Nigeria. But his view was that because they don't work doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. What you should interrogate is, why don't they work? And see whether there are issues that you can address, whether there are problems you can surmount, and then go further. The examples of the partnerships were not good. I'll just give a story of a partnership which had 3 members, and they occupied a rented office building. One partner then finds out the owner of the business wanted to sell. So he goes behind his other 2 partners, buys the property, and then increases the rent. So there was total lack of good faith. So to circle back, and I think this preamble is important. So to circle back to your question, therefore, when we were setting up, we then said, look, the era of one man cannot continue because it was very onerous. Don't forget, in those days, there were no mobile phones. In those days, if you were going to be a truly successful lawyer, you had to be able to work outside Lagos. You had to move around. Air travel was virtually non-existent. So you are in a court in Lagos. Today, you finish in Lagos. You are hopping on the road to go to Port Harcourt. It may be from Port Harcourt, you go off to Jos, and from Jos, you come back to Lagos. All of that takes a week of your time, in which case, you are outside you're away from your practice. And if everything revolved around you, it invariably meant that when you were not around, things were not functioning properly. So we then said, let us come together. And we come together not just because we were friends and we worked together, because 3 of us worked in the same firm and 1 worked in industry. But let's come together in the belief that each one of us had different things to bring to the table. And the synergy of all of us working together with the same objective, believing that the firm was the key factor here. And we may have differences. As long as the fundamental objectives do not change, we can work within our differences. And we found that the previous partnerships that might have failed is because they never made the firm, their joint collaboration, their primary objective. So I think that was the background to how we started and why we started.
Thank you very much, sir. We also have Professor Kori Ajayi, SAN, and Professor Bola Elias, SAN, online. Just checking that they can hear us loud and clear.
Yes. Yes, I hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Let's try the audio. Let's go to Professor Elias, SAN, and see how the audio is going.
I hear you again, Mr. Udom.
Okay, that's Professor.
Hello, can you hear him?
No, I can't hear him, but I can hear you.
I think we're kind of disconnected now.
Okay.
I think he was trying to be too clever there. He should have left the thing to the young to operate.
We can hear both of you very clearly, so I think it has to do with the connection. Can you hear me now?
We heard you saying we can actually, and then after that your voice broke off again.
Maybe the tech team should look into this, and then we'll continue and then go to them. So I will go to Mr. Omotosho, SAN. This is a firm that is very close to my heart because I've watched how they've evolved over the years. So the first time I did a transaction with that firm, they used to be called Upwong and Omotosho. And then I had a meeting there like a couple of years later, and someone said, we're going to Consoles. I said, Consoles? And then it turned out to be the firm. And now they've rebranded further. They're now CLP Legal. So, sir, you've built a firm that is a full-service law firm, excellence, the type of work you do. Again, the same trajectory. Why did you establish that type of firm? And what type of culture or standards did you put in place to make sure that your vision was replicated in the firm that you established?
Thank you very much. And let me start by congratulating all of you, young lawyers, for putting together something as well organized and as structured as this. When I heard Bolaji and later Fembi say that they would like to go back 20 or 30 years, I'm sure what they wanted to add is go back 20 or 30 years and know what they know now. And I think that is the purpose of this kind of gathering, so that you can have the advantage of those 20 or 30 years or even more, which we have up here, and you can still be 25, 26, 27, maybe 30 years old, and you can benefit from the knowledge that those with 30 years have. So I am looking forward to the opportunity of imparting a little bit of what I have lived to you guys this morning. The question was, what drove us to set up that kind of law firm? And the honest answer is that it was hunger. The truth of the matter was that we were working for people, and we knew that that could not ever put us in the position that we wished to be in future. And we decided that the sooner we took the leap and started to put together the kind of practice which we felt our abilities deserved, the better it would be for us. We did not particularly seek out any niche areas or feel that we had any special knowledge that would ensure that we succeeded. But we did believe in ourselves, and we knew for sure that where we were wasn't going to get us where we wanted to be. I guess the other thing that brought us together was the fact that we felt and believed that we were of like mind. So when you move in or you decide to do something like that, you have to be sure that you are getting into bed with people that you can work with. Partnership is like a marriage. You have to be committed to it, and you have to be loyal, and you have to be honest with each other. Without that, for sure, like the example that my brother, Mr. Belgore, gave, the partnership will fail. Interestingly, Mr. Belgore and I have been together since we were in secondary school. We did A-levels together. We went to university together for our first degree. But when he wanted to start a partnership, he didn't call me. Now, I assume that was because he knew I wasn't ready, because he came to law quite a while before I did. And he probably realized, no, Deji's not ready, so I'll just go with these guys. That's what I used to console myself. But realistically, we must all realize now that soul practices are long gone. They're just not going to survive. I mean, with the speech that Bolaji gave us this morning, you can tell that, I mean, it's just impossible to be able to attract the kind of work and even do it without having the necessary scale. And the only way you're going to get that scale is by working with people. I am sure that as the years go on and as practices evolve, we are going to get even larger practices than those that look like mammoth practices that we have now. And as my colleague was saying to me when we were sitting just before we came up, that even the biggest law firms in Nigeria now are boutique practices internationally. And I think that once the mindset of sharing and the mindset of working together, like the example that was given about partners, equity partners in Banwa Ighodalo who started as youth corpers, I say exactly the same thing. The partners of whom I am proudest are those that started with us as youth corpers. And as we come to the end of our careers, although nobody is kicking me out anytime soon, you find that you have in place people who can take over and take on your practice beyond where you have taken it. And whereas in the old days, all people did was to set up practice for the purpose of themselves and their families, we all try to build legacy firms now. And if you can take that away from here with the full knowledge that you have to work with people and grow together, that will be a fundamental knowledge that you would walk away from this place with. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'm wondering whether the reason why Mr. Belgore didn't call you is because friends don't do business together. Friends play golf together.
My partner was my classmate in secondary school, my founding partner, Mr. Okwong. We went to school together from Form 1. And we've got on very well. But no, it's all about timing, and it's about being able to work with the people that you get into bed with.
Great. So let's go back online and see if we can get Professor Elias and Professor Koryajai. Professor Elias, can you hear us very clearly?
Reginald, we can hear you.
Okay, let me start with you, Professor Jai,
Yes, I can
since
hear you.
yours is clearer, and then I'll go to Professor Elias.
It's gone up again.
So along the same thread, Professor Jai, I mean, talking about founders and why you did what you did and institutions, in your own case, you came into a law firm that your father built. You had the option of doing a family business, but you basically helped.
That's the question during the period. Now I'm seeing him, but I can't hear him.
Can you still hear me, Professor Jai? We're challenged technically. I think we still have to come back online again. Let's
And
just.
your voice is just echoing, huh? We can't hear you.
Let's go to Ms. Farako then, and then we'll come back to the people.
Reginald, if you can hear me, can you maybe type the question in the box, and then maybe we can answer, because it seems there's a problem.
I will do just that. So let me ask Ms. Farako, then I will type it to you, then you will answer right after her. So, Ms. Farako, as chairman of Aluko and Oyebode, you've played a huge part in leading and governing a firm that is part of the legacy institutions that we're talking about here today. So what does stewardship mean to you, and how does that play a role in building an enduring institution?
First of all, let me thank the Young Lawyers Forum for this invitation. It's an honor to be in your midst. For me, stewardship means... Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, so let me start again. So as I said, I'd like to start by thanking the MBA Lagos branch of the Young Lawyers Forum for inviting me here today. So an honor to be in your midst. And then I'll go to the question. Stewardship for me means acknowledging that leadership is transient and recognizing that you have a responsibility as a leader to move your institution forward into the future by whatever means necessary. A lot of firms do not make that transition because they don't prepare for the future. They don't strategize for the future. The very first law firm that I worked in as a young lawyer is no longer in existence today because there was no strategy for moving the firm into the future, no succession policy, no vision to create an institution that would endure beyond the founder. So I think stewardship is basically taking accountability for the organization and moving it forward into the future, putting the necessary infrastructure in place, whether it be by means of technology, like Mr. Balogun mentioned, or by means of training your young lawyers in management such that they are able to rise up to take those positions of authority when the older leaders move on. That to me is what leadership, what stewardship is. It also means recognizing that as leaders or owners of a firm, you are merely custodians of the future owners. And I'd like to make reference to the international law firms, some of which have been in existence for 400 and something years. So the oldest law firm in existence today, going by the Guinness Book of Records, is a small UK law firm in Kent that's been in existence for over 455 years. You also have Magic Circle law firms like Freshfields and Linklaters that have been in existence since the 18th century, 17th, 18th century. And they are human beings like us, they're lawyers like us. We think it's important to study what they've done to be able to achieve that sort of longevity. So what we've done in our firm is to have strategy sessions where we've invited partners from some of these firms. We've invited people from White & Case, from Linklaters to talk to us so that we can, learn how they have managed to put infrastructure in place and move their firms into the future. I know that the people there right now are not the people who were there 250 years ago, but those structures are still in place. So what we have done as a firm is to learn from these people and put similar structures in place so that we can ensure that Alukwano body in 200 years, in 400 years, is still in existence. So that to me is what stewardship is about.
Thank you so much, Ms. Farakun. 400 years, I say amen to that. Okay, so let's try again. I've put the questions for Professor Ajayi and Professor Elias in the chat room. I hope they can see it. So maybe we can start with Professor Ajayi on his first question, which is talking about legacy and the reason why he decided to toe that path as opposed to build a family law firm. So Professor Ajayi, you can go on with your first question. It's in the chat room right in front of you. Hello, Prof. Can you hear us?
About legacy.
And Prof, while we still have you and your network is still holding up, can you answer the second question as well, which deals with leadership transition? Because in your firm, you've done that. You've transitioned leadership from yourself to a crop of young lawyers that you recruited and trained. So what were the things you looked out for in hiring and attracting and retaining those people? Prof. Thank you. And let's go to Professor Golanho Elias, SAN, who's also on the line. Prof, I posted the questions for you on the chat. I hope you've seen them. One is about how you established your firm at an early age and why you did that. And then there's also a question about your personal nature. I mean, being private but building a strong reputation. Are you able to answer those two questions while we have you on the line, sir?
Our economy as a nation was a lot weaker then. You did not have businesses of the level of scale and complexity that you have today. I think it was fairly obvious to me that in the long run, as the economy got stronger, it would in effect pull the legal profession to along with it, and the legal profession would do well. So I'm not sure that conviction is the right word. To me, it was fairly obvious. It was going to happen. It was going to happen, and the only issue was whether one wanted to ride on that wave or not ride on the wave. For the institution to be enduring, I've also always thought that as long as you do it well, and you have the right principles, you encourage merit, pay people reasonably well, you're reasonably decent to people, you really care about your clients, you are determined, you are happy to work through your problems and not just run away from them. I believe that if you have all of those, then the institution would endure, whether you like it or not. But at the same time, you adapt to circumstances and do what you need to move ahead. So about the conviction and the deliberation, To me, they were fairly obvious and straightforward things, and I'm not sure that they're things that I really agonized on. I wanted at the time to start along with some of my contemporaries, but I had challenges that perhaps many of us on this panel did not have at the time. The first is I've been working abroad for a long time, and therefore all of those long-standing, close social relationships that help when you want to start something with somebody else were not there. I was basically alone, and the way I see it, I didn't really have much of a choice but to start alone. Then the last part of the question is, how do you navigate the risk that came with that decision? So a question of resolve and determination on what one has to do. So it was clear that there were going to be challenges with getting clients, with getting money out of clients, with hiring staff. But there was the resolve that I would address all of those, and as they came along, and do the best I can to improve on them. In fact, interestingly, I'll give you an anecdote. Around the time I was starting, there was an old friend from my secondary school. In fact, I'll name him. This is not defamatory at all. This is Kunle Lebuti. I remember I was talking to him at the time, and he was saying, well, if you have a business plan, I wouldn't mind helping you take a look at the business plan and see whether it works. And I told him that I'll come back to him on that. But the reality is that there wasn't a business plan. There were a lot of ideas in my head. I had not written them down in a systematic way. And to be honest, I didn't even know that there was such a thing as a business plan that business people wrote. And I remember walking away from that conversation, wondering whether I'd made a big mistake and starting off without a detailed plan of writing on paper. But the ideas were there, and they're still there. And it was clear that there were going to be risks, but there was also the result that the risks would be addressed reasonably and to the best of my ability with colleagues I'll be working with. Then on the issue of being notably private and self-effacing, I guess there's some truth in that. But I'm not sure that a professional reputation has a lot to do with being famous or very outgoing and the rest of it. It can certainly help, but I think that in principle, one can do it without necessarily being very, very sociable. Indeed, again, there was somebody I was talking to a long time ago about this phenomenon, and I remember him saying that silence can actually be a strategy for publicity, because if the work is shining through, whether one is quiet or not, even your being quiet can make people very curious and intrigued about what exactly it is you're up to. So I'm not sure that being notably private and self-effacing, to the extent that that is true, has been a problem. And in fact, I think I'm far more of an extrovert at the moment than I ever thought I would be. Yes, getting publicity, getting known, letting people know about you is important, far more important than I thought in the beginning. But being famous and well-known is not the only way to make progress, whether in my case or in any other person's case. Reputations are built primarily on, I believe, content of work, on being a reasonably decent person to other people, than on anything else. And I think that as long as you have those, it's possible to make progress without necessarily being extroverts. Then for young lawyers aspiring to operate at the highest level, what habits, discipline, etc., must be developed in the first 5 to 10 years? I'm not sure that there are any that must be developed in the first 5 to 10 years. They need to be developed, and you need to have them when you are taking off. And that can be before 5 years, or it can be after 10 years. I think that's in the nature of things. If you've not really started down this path, by the time you are 35, that's likely to be a problem because your contemporaries who would have started earlier will, in effect, remain ahead of you forever. But I'm not sure that there's a timeline as to 5 years or 10 years. If you want to start off developing a fresh practice in 3 years, then you need the qualities then. If you want to start off in 15 years, then you need the qualities then. But as we've been hearing from my learned friends, previous speakers here, you need discipline, you need excellence, you need imagination. Those are the three things. And if I had to choose one of them, I would definitely say that it is discipline. That is the most critical. I'm not sure there is a problem with having a family law firm. Lots of family law firms that have been incredibly successful, both in Nigeria and abroad. It's a question of the discipline and the willingness to raise people on merit. Even if people are not members of the family, they can also move on. I think as long as you have that, it doesn't matter whether you start off as a family firm or not. On hard work and young lawyers, the psychology of the young is something that I'm still struggling to master completely. I can say for the young any day, there's plenty of energy, there is plenty of talent, no doubt about that. And don't let anybody tell you that standards are falling in terms of how able people are or anything like that. There's an incredible promise in the young. The best days of the profession are still far, far, far ahead of it. A lot more to accomplish. And I think there's far more experience for the young also to draw. The mistakes that people of my generation have made and the opportunities that they have also made possible. As for hard work, I don't think that there's a big issue there. There are lots of young people who are willing to work. There are also, I must say, in my view, there are plenty of young people who think that work may be an unnecessary evil. You can bypass it and you don't have to do it and you can go for. But I don't think that's true. I think discipline is as important as it has always been, and hard work is a core element of discipline. You will always have to work. If you have all the tools in the universe, AI, technology, whatever, those are also, those are things that enable you to work even harder than you are working even now. So hard work is critical. Do not assume that you can run away from it. And the tools for working are far more people now than they were been. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. That was a lot
Hello.
of wisdom. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello.
We have about 15 minutes of conversation time before we open it up to the audience. So I'll just take a couple of more questions. Mr. Femi Olubanwo. So a lot of young lawyers, and this is drawing from what Professor Elias just said, a lot of young lawyers think that the way to go about it is to just dive straight into starting up their own law firms. And looking at some of you, not all of you, looking at some of you, you also started your own law firms at a very early age. But looking at someone who's done it very successfully, there are some talents and there are some skills that they have to master first before they think about starting these law firms.
I wouldn't say that we started at a very young age. I think that when we started, I was 32, and I think Aswe was 31. That's not extremely young, you know. And we both worked elsewhere for at least 4 or 5 years, either way. But I think for anybody who wants to start a firm, it's actually a leadership position, you know, and you must acquire skills for leadership. And the first thing is you must understand and know the subject matter. In fact, either you want to go into litigation, you must know some litigation. You want to go into commercial law, you must know something, whether it's banking or corporate finance or corporate law or company secretarial, you must have some skill somewhere. But just as important are other skills that are not subject matter skills. You must acquire skills in leadership. You must understand marketing. You must understand people relations. What I find is that the younger generation, and I'm talking about people in their 20s and 30s, maybe the Gen Zs as we kind of call them, are very impatient. When you're interviewing a Gen Z, the way our own recruitment process works is the interviews are done at other levels, but at some point, they may bring them to come and talk to some of the more senior partners. And very often I find that it's as if I am being interviewed for a job, that is a job of being their boss. So they want to know what our policy is on work-life balance, how many hours you're entitled to for lunch, how much leave you get. I was having a conversation once with, I was doing induction something, and somebody asked, how long does it take to partnership in Power and Italy? So I said, well, the fastest that we've had was 7 years, but average 10 to 12 years. And 12 years? So, I'm like, so I think people need to be a bit more patient. Things don't happen overnight. You have to bake, you have to cook things before, they become edible. So, but very importantly, acquire skills so that you will be the leader of the firm that you established.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bauman. So, Ms. Faraku, just drawing on that same thread, a lot of young lawyers basically focus on individual success. So is that enough? So let me just do well as a lawyer and become famous, become well-known, become wealthy. Is there also a role for them to play in giving back to the profession at that young age? Or is that when they get old?
Yeah, there's definitely a role for young lawyers to play. And when Mr. Balogun was speaking, he did mention that he learns a lot from the younger people in his firm. There's a lot of focus on young lawyers, and that's as it should be. But I also think that the young lawyers should pass on some of their skills to the older lawyers. I'm sure you all know this expression that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. In this world, old dogs do need to learn new tricks because this is the age of technology, the age of AI, and many of the older lawyers they weren't brought up in the digital age. The very first law firm that I worked in, and that was probably in 1985, I remember the day they brought in an electric typewriter. It was like it was one of the 8th wonders of the world. And all this thing could do was erase text without using Tipex. And it was like an amazing wonder. But look at where we are today. We have computers, we have cell phones, we have all sorts of gadgets, all sorts of software that we can use to do our work. So the young lawyers do have a very, very critical role to play in giving back to their firms. It's not just about building yourself up. You should build yourself up. You should study, become subject matter experts, be disciplined, excel in what you do, pay attention to duty, but also give back. In whatever task you're assigned, make sure you give it your all. Make sure you're a team player. Don't work in silos, because there are quite a few people who feel that, it's only about me. I don't, so long as I get ahead, it doesn't really matter. But you have to bring up your colleagues, especially the ones that are behind you, but also the ones that are ahead of you. So if a senior colleague is experiencing challenges with using AI, go forward and what's the word now? Volunteer to put that colleague through, because it can be difficult for some of the older colleagues. So there's a crucial role for young lawyers to play. And also, in terms of, apart from assisting to build your various institutions or firms or legal departments, if you're an in-house lawyer, it's also important to contribute towards the profession, like many of you are here. So whether it's by joining the Young Lawyers Forum, MBA SBL, MBA SLP, or whichever body it is, capital market solicitors, there's a proliferation of legal bodies. It's important to volunteer and give your time to those various professional bodies. And in doing so, you're giving back. You're also building up the profession. So yes, I would say that there's a lot for that young lawyers. There's a big role that young lawyers have to play. And just like Mr. Olubawo was saying, I've gone through these interview processes where I feel as if I'm the one interviewing. It's really, really being interviewed, and sometimes it's a bit disconcerting. I have to ask myself, am I the one who's trying to hire you, or you're trying to hire me? It's very, very interesting, these young people.
So they know their worth. So.
Oh, yes. Yes, they do know their worth.
All right, I have a question for you, Mr. Belgore SN. And I don't know if you're the right person for this question, but the young lawyers put it together. So, frankly speaking, you're a Belgore. Your father was CJ of Federal High Court. Your uncle was CJ and set up a very successful law firm. But yet, they're asking that every career has a setback. So have you ever had any career setback? What lessons did you learn from such, if ever?
Yes, thank you very much. Everybody has had setbacks, and you got to weigh up the setback. There are setbacks and there are setbacks, but the setback I believe we want to talk about are ones that you've recovered from. Setback perhaps is not the right word, perhaps challenges. Like Mr. Motosho said, we all started hungry. And that hunger in itself was a setback that we all felt we had to move from. Everybody should start out hungry. If you're not hungry for success, you're really not going to move. The setback, I will draw on two examples, and you tell me whether you consider them as setbacks. In the early stages of our firm, I remember once we did a work for a bank, and again, going back to what Bolaji Balogun was saying, everything evolves. In those days, the biggest work came from the banks. So we were acting for this bank. We did work. We did a case on a matter that mattered greatly to the bank. We got the bank a successful outcome. Just before in the process of the work, my own very good friend became the executive director of a bank. So when we finished the work, bank was very happy, but we weren't paid. This went 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, and my partners called me and said, Bobo Komu, this guy is your friend. What's happening? These guys are not paying. This chap is your friend. He's the ED. Why don't you go talk to him? And I said that I shouldn't have to talk to him. He knows we did this work. And they'll pay us. But there's a lot of pressure on me from the other partners. Invariably, I mentioned it to a mutual friend. And that mutual friend then mentioned it to him. And he said that I knew he was there as the ED, but I wasn't reporting to him about the case. I wasn't carrying him along. But the truth of the matter was that we were working through the bank's company secretary and legal department. We were sending them reports. We were having meetings with them. And it was their responsibility to get in touch, to brief him. And we assumed the final decisions were probably taken by him. But he felt that because we were friends, I had to succumb. I had to come and tell him what was going on. So I refused to go to him. What happened was that we didn't get paid for that work. We didn't get the regular stream of work we were getting from that bank for quite a while. And I felt after a while, and he felt perhaps the lesson had sunk in. He magnanimously one day just said, all right, we'll pay. I saw him at a function, and I said to him, why are you not paying us? And he said, yeah, but you know I'm there and you didn't come to me. I said, I don't have to come to you. This is how we work. If you had wanted me to come to you to be telling you things, you could have called me. And I'll tell you, but we were going through the established channels and there was no problem. So I stood my ground, but then he felt he had made his point and then he paid. So that was a challenge because we needed the income from that institution. At that time, he stopped. Another thing I could call a challenge, again, as I said, most of the work came from the banks. We got an approach of somebody who says, look, I can get you work, a non-lawyer, I can get you work from this institution, regular work as much as you get, but I've got to take 50% of the fees. And we said, no, we can't do that. We're not going to share our fees. And we needed the work. Like I said, we needed the work badly. And ever so often, this fellow will taunt me when he sees me. You don't ready to do business now. When you're ready, it's up to you. But, you know, we decided, look, as everybody has said, Dr. Professor Konya Ajayi, Bola Elias, and so on, and some of my distinguished colleagues here, that you just have to be disciplined and have to maintain some core values. And you have to have the resistance to be able to go through that difficult period. So we resisted all those, and thankfully, we didn't go under as a result. So in terms of challenges, those two readily come to mind.
Thank you very much, sir. So it's possible to do the right thing and still come out tops at the end of the day. And talking about difficult circumstances, I'll come to you, Mr. Motosho, SAN. So most people think that leadership is a bed of roses, whereas the truth is that being a leader, you're actually saying more no's than yes. You're making very difficult decisions. Some of them impact on the firm, some impact on the individual. Are there any difficult decisions you had to take in your career that impacted the way your firm turned out?
Oh, yes, there have been many. But I think the one that comes readily to mind is the decision we made, I think, in about 2007 to go into a merger with some other law firms. Many of you won't remember, around that time, there was the banking consolidation going on, and we realized that the size of our firm wouldn't make us attractive in terms of getting the sort of work that we were looking for. So we decided to scale quickly by merger rather than growth organically. And we then had to decide on the people to go into this arrangement with. I think at the end of the day, the bottom line for me is that it wasn't all about professionalism and capacity, because the people that we merged with were excellent lawyers and brilliant professionals. But we found that our mindset, our worldview, our approach to development of both resources and growth of the firm were different. And at the end of the day, we ended up going our separate ways, which is why when you mentioned about the changes of name, that's what happened there. I think that in such situations, and I think with everything, you must be clear thinking, and you must follow your convictions, and you must not allow yourself to be tempted into arrangements which perhaps would not be ideal, even though you know at the time. So you must be strong and be determined in your decision making. At the end of the day, all of the firms that can be left off, Ukwang and Omotosho, would not be able to pay the bills, and Omotosho would not be able to pay the bills which we had begun to amass in terms of staff, in terms of office size and all that. But we found that during that time, we had actually grown organically, and were able to continue at the level of practice that we were within the merger without any difficulty at all. So I guess the moral of the story is every cloud has a silver lining, but setbacks are lining. But setbacks are just that, they're setbacks, and they are hurdles that you must.
Why didn't those firms survive, and why do people have to? Why didn't those firms survive, and what do people have to do to make sure that they build enduring institutions?
I would say one of the main reasons why people don't survive is a mistaken belief in their own success. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't be, we are successful law firms, so I'm not saying we shouldn't be successful, but there are many examples of organizations and institutions that were at one time dominant in their markets. And I'd go back again to the field of technology. So I'm sure quite a few of you have heard of BlackBerry, of the BlackBerry phone, the Nokia phone, which were the phones that were the top of the market. But because they didn't adapt to new technology, they didn't strategize effectively, and because there was a lot of bureaucracy, those organizations are no longer in the mobile phone business. I don't know how many of you know about those particular phones, because they were the reigning phones. So as law firms as well, we have to make sure that we continue, we don't become complacent. We continue to innovate, we adapt to new technologies and to new ways of doing things. We also need to adapt in terms of leadership. So a number of the law firms that we've heard from today have talked about.
Yes, I'll give everybody 1 minute to talk about the mentorship question. So, I mean, the greatest way to leave a legacy is to mentor people. You are mentored, and then you're also mentoring people. So I'll start with Mr. Olubanwo. Please tell us about any experience you have being mentored and how you've paid it forward.
Yeah. I think, well, as I said before, I worked in another firm for about 5 years before then went into, into the partnership. And I think one of my mentors would be my former boss. I mean, I left 37 years ago, but till today, whenever we see, and occasionally I may go see him for something. You see, a mentor is someone who has trod a path that you want to embark on or that you are on, and you need some guidance, based on his experience. So one of my mentors would have been Chief Chris Okuno, who I worked with. Another would be a Senator Dipo Dujuri of Odujuri and Adefulu and co. But, a mentor doesn't necessarily have to be older than you. And Bumi might be interested to hear this. Benga, Oibodi and I lived in the same neighborhood when we were small. We went to school together, so to speak, at least A-levels and all that. But he started in law or law practice earlier than I did. He first worked in what was then known as Gulf Oil, which is now Chevron. And then he went to the partnership with Ajumogobia and Okeke. And we started out a few years later. And I find that even till today, every once in a while, I would go to him or we would meet and might talk about something. And some of those conversations that we've had have actually affected or influenced some of my outlook to life. Now, I don't know whether I do the same for him, but I would say that there were, I remember some specific things that we talk about. And I'm slightly older than him. I think I'm a year older, almost exactly. But if I was saying, naming my mentor, no, I wouldn't. I don't think I would want to say Benga is my mentor. But indeed, he has had that kind of influence in me, and to an extent in my participation in the firm that I'm in, But I want to say that for young people, it's important for you to identify people, not necessarily people you admire, but people who have gone the path that you want to go, and try and take something from them. Yes, we all want to, you all want to blow, as it were. But blowing doesn't just come like that. You have to put some industry into it and patience. I would say yes, it's important that you have or find a mentor who can guide you along the path that you want to go. It's not that he'll be giving you everyday lessons, but every once in a while he'll drop a gem in your life that you can go with. Thank you.
Thank you. So from my perspective, I think mentorship is very, very important. And in our firm, we have a structured mentorship program. But outside of the firm, I think I would encourage young lawyers to regard the legal world as a village. They say it takes a village to raise a child. It also takes a village to raise a lawyer. So when I started out in practice, the law firm I worked with, like I said, it was a one-man practice. We weren't taught anything. We weren't mentored. So if you were given an assignment, I remember the very first time I was told to, do an opinion on some maritime issue, I think a ship arrest. I didn't have a clue what to do. I wasn't given any direction. I wasn't given any context. So what I did was I went to a colleague in another law firm who did that type of work. So you need to be open to taking instruction or mentorship from your peers. So I went to a colleague in another law firm, and he put me through because he had done that sort of work. And so that's one way of mentorship. That you can also get mentorship from a judge. So my very first day in court, I was given a file, told to go and move a motion. I wasn't given any direction. There was only one senior in the office. There were just two of us, two lawyers, apart from the senior partner. So she was swamped. She also didn't have time to give me any instructions. I went to court, and I turned to the lawyer sitting beside me, and I said, well, what exactly am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do? And very kindly, they told me what I was supposed to do and what I should say. So I stood up in court. My voice doesn't usually carry very far. And the judge, she told me to come to the front of the court. So I went to the front of the court. I thought she was telling me to stand in front of the registrar's desk, and everyone started laughing. So I had two options. I could have been mortified and upset or laugh with her, and I opted to laugh. And the judge, very, very lovely lady, Justice Rosalind Omotosho, Deji's mom, of blessed memory, she gave me a pep talk. She told me I should go and stand in the front row. I was thinking that there's no way she could be telling me to stay in the stands row as a new wig. I'd just been called to bar. So she said I should go and stand in the stands row. So she was a mentor. At that particular juncture, she was a mentor. So there are mentors everywhere. One should be open to instruction from one's peers, from judges, from colleagues. And don't be shy to ask if you need assistance or guidance from anyone. You know, so that's what I would say is my mentorship.
Thank you so much, Ms. Farako. And for the young people in the room, Justice Rosalind Omotosho is Mr. Omotosho SAN's mom. So, over to you, Mr. Omotosho. Yes.
Just trying to compose myself since you people are trying to bring me to tears by reminding me of my mother. She used to come home and talk about the lady lawyers who appeared before her as if no men ever came to the court. But I think she thoroughly enjoyed mentoring lady lawyers and those who appeared before her. So mentorship, yes, for me, I haven't been so lucky as to have anybody hold my hand through practice in order to see me through. But for sure, there have been influences on my practice. There have been influences on my life in practice. And of course, one of those people is the one person that I worked for, which was Mr. Kehinde Shofola, SAN. Mr. Shofola was the most thorough, the most dogged, the most disciplined of practitioners. He was a slave driver by definition, and he was exactly what a lad like me needed. Because if I had gone anywhere else, I probably would not have found my way in practice as quickly as I did. But what I will say is that in picking up from your mentors, you should take the good and leave the not so good behind. As I said, there was no way that I could have stayed on at Kehinde Shofola and Co. any longer than I did. I got married really early. I was only about 2 years post-call when I got married, and I just wasn't earning enough to keep a family. So like I said, I just had to leave. I mean, there was no way I could have stayed on unless I'd be taking handouts, and I'm not a handouts person. So you should take the good from them and leave the not so good behind. In terms of paying it forward, I think I learned also from those good examples how to be a leader, how to try to train and bring up lawyers with discipline. And one of the first lessons I learned, which I have tried to impart going forward, is that the practice of law is 90% perspiration and 10% inspiration. You have to do the hard yards. You have to get your papers together. They have to be excellent. You must continue to grow in that excellence, and that must be your watchword. And if you take that on from anybody, you don't particularly need any kind of mentor for that. If you hold on to that and take it as a foundation of whatever you do in practice, you will be on your way to great things. Thank you very much.
Okay, so rather than me talk about who my mentors were, I think perhaps what would be more useful to you is maybe some act of mentorship on my part. And what I would say is that you can listen to all of us saying, and you have to write your own story. You have to write your own story. Richest lawyers in Nigeria, you probably haven't heard of. So you got to define your own success. what success means. So you got to define your own success. What success means to you. If success means that it will be you and 4 other people in your law firm, and you make and 4 other people in your law firm, and you make incredible success of that, don't go for size, because size may not work for you. Size may work for somebody else. So basically, that's how I want.
I'll speak, if I may. Mentors, my mentors are the most obvious ones. My seniors, where I first started practicing in Lagos, and that would be Mr. Kennedy Shofola and his son, Mr. Kennedy Shofola SCN. I fully endorse everything that Mr. Omotoshwe SCN has said about Mr. Shofola. I remain a very great fan of his up to these days, up to today. Beyond them, if I look at the disputes practice, my big brother, Gidi Ogundipe, has also been influential, especially on arbitration. By virtue of his example, I was very keen to get into arbitration very early. But actually didn't get any work in that area for many, many years. The work came much later, but his example was definitely an inspiration, and I talked to him very frequently then, far more so than I do these days. If we look outside practitioners, interestingly, there are 2 significant connections with people that you heard from today. The Gure CJ of the Federal High Court was I'm not sure mentor is the right word, but I certainly talked to him about many things, and we had a good relationship. If I may say so, a very mischievous elder, but I enjoyed talking to him very much, and he was always very well-mannered to me. The other is late Otumba Balogun, who in the very early days, I asked him for help on a couple of things, which he granted without hesitation. That's Bolaji Balogun's stuff. But that was not so much in terms of practice, it was in other respects. For practice, another elder that I got to know quite well and I've become close to. But very, very, very unusual for him to be my mentor, because we didn't really have much in common apart from mindset and worldview. Is Chief Odili, who used to be director of MTN in those days. We met for the first time about 2001 in the course of a negotiation, and got along as if I'd known him all my life, and we remained on very good terms. Yes, it is important to have mentors, but as Mr. Belgore has said, you need to write your own story. You need to know what you want from your mentors, because not all of your mentors can or should be helpful to you in every aspect of what you're trying to do. But some people have important insights about life, about work, that you may gain from, and you should not hesitate to learn from such people. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Jai, please. Prof. Ajayi, can you still hear us?
I can't hear any of you. Yes. Actually, there's one name I missed out. That is Otumba Oduba, SCN, a great shipping lawyer. Also very, very important in shaping career progress, particularly in the disputes practice.
All right.
He passed on a couple of years ago, and I continue to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been asked to just take 2 questions, 1 man and 1 woman. So we'll take it very quickly. Please, no comments, just questions. And we're going to close. Okay, Dr. Remy, please go ahead. That's the slot for the meal.
Hello, I hope you heard me.
Thank you very much. My name is Tolu Aderemi, and I really want to thank the panel. I think sitting here, I myself have also taken a lot of notes on legacy and the growth of the firm. But I think there's something either I got distracted or I've not heard, which is the elephant in the room. It is in relation to the welfare of lawyers and remuneration of lawyers. First question is there a difference between the two, welfare and remuneration? And secondly, how have you, in your respective law firms, managed this question of welfare and remuneration such that you have been able to keep your very good hands and not have lost them to the fintech industry, to the banks, etc.? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we have one lady ask one question and then we'll take the two questions together? Going? All right, so I'll just leave it open to the panel members. Maybe I'll start with Mr. Barnwell, who's retained Corpers up onto partnership to tell us how he's done it.
Now I regret sitting beside you. As Dr. Akilebe said, there's a difference between remuneration. There's a difference between remuneration, which is the cash you pay, and welfare. I think welfare goes over and above your cash, your take-home pay. And I believe that over the years, we've demonstrated our concerns for the welfare of our people. Now, it's not something that I want to say brag about or anything like that, but one, we have a very low turnover of lawyers going to other firms. It's of our lawyers going to other firms. It indicates that maybe our conditions are better. I don't know, because I haven't worked in those other firms. But you know, young lawyers are quite, they are quite curious, and they will do their research and all that. Then there's also, I mean, the fact that we have, as he also said, lawyers who started with us as youth corpers. In fact, we do have a partner who started as an intern. She came into my office from University of Lagos, trying to raise money for one of these chambers. And because I'd heard of her before, I then said to her that the only way we're going to give you money is if you come and do an internship here, you know. And she did come. Today, she's been a partner for about 10 years or so, and this was way, 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 way back. We have partners who joined us 2 of them are celebrating 25 years of being in the firm, and they've been partners for at least 15 years, I think, now. You know, so it's, I think we're good, but I don't know. You know, it's a very competitive environment, you know, and I don't know what other firms are doing, but we are doing the best we can. We have a very interesting office environment where people actually do enjoy going to work at. It's not your regular desk and seat kind of place, you know. So I don't know what more to say without now saying too much for my competitors to start. I mean, look, you talk your own.
So I would say that there is a difference between remuneration and welfare. Remuneration is money that you pay. Welfare is how you take care of your employees. And basically, it's about being empathetic, taking care of their needs, seeing them as human beings, not just resources that are going to do the work. So at Aluko and Oyibode, we see our employees, first of all, as human beings. If there's something going wrong or the standard of work doesn't appear to be what it should be, we have a conversation to try and find out what is going on with that person. It might be that they're going through certain challenges, and so we make it a point of duty to get into or to investigate what's going on with them, to see them as human beings. And we have all sorts of initiatives that we put in place to make sure that their welfare is taken care of, whether it's by having a managed healthcare system, a gym, all sorts of initiatives. I also don't want to say too much because of my competitors, So, but that's the way we approach it, and we try as much as possible to make sure that the remuneration we pay is a living, not just a living. No, that's not the right word to use. Is a wage that is commensurate with their needs and their requirements. Because just like Mr. Omotosho was saying, when I was working in my very first law firm, the salary I received was not enough for me to rent a house or even to go up and down, for transportation. So I was living with my uncle, and the view of the principal in my office was that you're a young girl. What do you need money for? That you're living in your uncle's house, that sort of thing. And I used to say to him that, but I want to get my own place. I want to get my own car. And he was like, for what? That you should stay in your uncle's house. So they used to pay a pittance. So I totally identify with him. So we try to make sure that our salaries and our remuneration is commensurate with our lawyers' needs and requirements. And we also try to keep up with inflation and cost of living. We do cost of living adjustments from time to time as appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Farako. Not to take sides in the banter between you and Mr. Alubanwo, but I also came to Aluko and Oyibode as an intern, and I rose to managing partner. And
for me, the moral of the story is do unto others as you would have others do unto you. I ran away from somewhere because that place wasn't doing me right. And the lesson I took from that is that when I get to my own place, I'm going to make sure that I do the best by every associate that comes in, as long as that associate is doing the best he can by me. We try to ensure that we are open and the associates know how the business is doing. When associates know that and they can see that they are being paid relatively well compared to that, and they know that there are avenues for them to earn more as they work harder, as they bring in more work, then you have an incentive for them to grow. They know that there is an open door for them to walk into at the end of the day, that they do not need to resign and go and set up their own practice in order to achieve their dreams. They can see from the partners ahead of them that there is a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and that if they keep their heads down and they do their work and they do their part, that pot of gold is also available for them. And so quite simply, we try to ensure that we are...
all of these things are practiced at Sublo. So I'm given limitation of time, so I'm not going to repeat all of that, but I'll add one thing. It goes back to what I said about creating your own story, defining your own success. Ultimately, no matter how much we naturally gravitate towards an employer that shows a personal interest in your welfare, not just beyond what is officially an employer that cares about you. But ultimately, you will take decisions for yourself. No matter how much your employer cares about your welfare, no matter how much you get paid, you will take decisions for yourself. I remember, and the eminent panelists here can confirm, when we started out, the law firms that paid the highest, none of them are anywhere to be found today. You don't hear of them anymore. I can bet you 98% of the people in this room, I've never even heard about them. But they paid the highest salaries at the time. So you got to look at yourself. Am I happy working somewhere where I'm earning a decent salary? If that's what you want and you're happy with that. Or this salary I'm earning, good as it is better than what my peers are getting in their own place of work. But it's really a golden handcuff. It's merely holding me back. It's not the employer that is holding you back by the salary. You're the one. You're holding yourself back because I'm comfortable here. And therefore, that is not giving me the drive to want to go and do something else, to live my full potential. So you got to look at it. A friend of mine who is in an oil company, one of the biggest in Nigeria, told me of one of his brightest lawyers, brightest employees who came to him one day and says, "Oga, I want to go." And he said, "What do you mean you want to go? Are you not happy here?" He said, "I'm very happy here. As a matter of fact, what I'm getting here, I never expected I was going to get it here." Then I said, "But you just got double promotion. We've just quadrupled your salary." He said, "Yes, but I have to go. Family reasons, and there are things that I can never get if I am here." So he said after that, he couldn't quarrel with it anymore because he had thought if it was a welfare issue, he would deal with it. If it was a money issue, he will deal with it. But there were other things. So ultimately, whilst the question is about looking at it from the employer, the firm's point of view, I'm also flipping it back, that you look at it from your point of view, because that is really at the end of the day what this whole session is. Write your own story, and your success is defined by your own definition of success, not by anybody else, and what you want to be, where you want to go.
Thank you very much, sir. I think from a firm point of view, you must be doing something well as well, because one of your young employees is now an SAN and the managing partner of the firm that you founded. So thank you very much for your service. And thank you very much, all the panelists. Thank you very much, the audience. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very good.
Please give a standing ovation. Give a standing ovation to our distinguished panelists. Please make that louder and better. Thank you so much. So before we have the photo session, may I please invite on stage the chairman of the Summit Planning Committee, Mr. Ahmed Young Essien. Please give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. The chairperson of the YLF Lagos, Gideon Edem. The vice chair, Sopruchi Rufus. Esther Aderomi, the secretary of the Summit Planning Committee, and Wulanga, the head of programs for the Summit Planning Committee. Please make your way to the stage as we take the photos. Also would like to invite the chairman of the MBA Lagos, Mrs. Uchenna Ogunedo Akingbade. Please, a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. Don't take the photos without her, please. Just thank you. That's our chief host. Can we please prepare the plaques? Can we please prepare the plaques so that this can be handed to our panelists before they make their way off stage? Okay, thank you very much. Please, our speakers, before you leave the stage, we would like to present you with awards of recognition. Can we have Madam Uchenna please present the plaques? So please, yes, ma'am, you can just come forward.
All right. Yes, so we'll kindly request that the chairman of the NBA Lagos branch does us the good honors to present the award to Mr. Omotosho Esen. So please, the name.
I must say that this was such a brilliant panel. I was personally looking forward to all the nuggets that I'll take from this panel, and I did take quite a lot. The panel features some of my mentors, and I've been learning from them even prior to them coming to you. And it gives me great pleasure to present this plaque to you, Leonard Silk, Mr. Ayodeji Omotosho, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for being part of the panel session on the Legacy Blueprint, Building Firms, Shaping Institutions, Leaving Lasting Impact. Thank you, sir. And thank you for the mentorship that you provide to a lot of us on other different platforms. Thank you, sir. I went into a partnership in 2024, but the seed of that partnership was sown by Mr. Dele Belgore years earlier. So it gives me great pleasure, sir, Senior Advocate, to present you with this plaque, Mr. Dele Belgore, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for the insightful nuggets that you enriched us with in this session, and for your contribution to the legal profession. Those that you know, those that you don't know, thank you for all you do. Close-up interaction with you. YLF have really managed to bring all of you out, and we're going to come to you to engage more and draw more from your wealth of knowledge, experience. I don't really think that we can do justice to the discourse of, legal professions and legacy without talking about you or your firm. Thank you for all that you've guided us on today. And thank you for consistently being a shining light in the legal profession. Thank you, sir. So this is why and their lives generally, and Mrs. Fayokun is one of them. And it gives me great pleasure to present this token of appreciation to you for imparting us and for being a part of the panel session, The Legacy Blueprint, Building Firms, Shaping Institutions, Leaving Lasting Impact. You know, a shameless apologist or a shameless, you know, cheerleader for when women are steering the helm of affairs. And at Aluko Anoyebode, they make bold of that fact. There are a lot of women at the helm of their affairs, and there's no wonder that the firm is coasting through in excellence. Thank you very much, Ma, for everything. Finally, every brilliant session always has a brilliant moderator. Every brilliant session always has a brilliant moderator. And when I saw you as the moderator of this session, I knew that we were going to get the best out of it. He is also my mentor. He's my friend. Yes. And, you know, like I said, we can learn from afar or we learn closer to you, but I've picked some things from you closely and from afar. So it gives me great pleasure to present this token of appreciation to you, Mr. Reginald Udom, for being a part of the panel session, for brilliantly moderating the panel session on the Legacy Blueprint, Building Firms, Shaping Institutions, Leaving Lasting Impact. Thank you so much for steering us in the right direction this morning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Their representatives will accept their plaques, and this is presented to Professor Bolahon Elias, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you, sir, for being a part of the panel session on the Legacy Blueprint, Building Firms, Shaping Institutions, Leaving Lasting Impact. Thank you. And then to our final panelist, Professor Koyi Ajayi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and none other but the YLF Secretary, Aziz Adebayo, to receive it on his behalf. We thank you so very much, Prof, for being a part of the panel session on the Legacy Blueprint, Building Firms, Shaping Institutions, Leaving Lasting Impact. Thank you for your contributions.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can you please settle down? It is now time for the raffle draw. And if you are not seated, you cannot participate in the raffle draw. So ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to have the raffle draw. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are standing at this very moment, you are wrong. We're about to get into very important business of the day. We're about to start the raffle draw. So ladies and gentlemen, please do me the honors of taking your seats very, very quickly. I have my list here. I'm about to call the first number. If we don't have peace and quiet here, we cannot proceed with this particular exercise. Can we have ushers? Where are the ushers? Ladies and gentlemen, if you are outside right now, you are in the wrong place. Please make your way back into the hall. We're about to begin the raffle draw proper, where 5 persons are going to walk home with brand new laptops, courtesy of our partners, courtesy of our sponsors, Travel Better. Ushers, can you please usher our distinguished panelists back to their seats? Thank you. Distinguished panelists, speakers, and delegates, please take your seats. We are continuing with this very program. We are still at the MBA YLF Summit, and right now we're about to give 5 laptops to 5 lucky persons that came in before the 9:30 benchmark. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, 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 hello. Okay, you know what we're going to do? Any person that's still standing will co-MC this event. If I see you standing, you become a co-MC. I have a lot of microphones. If I see you standing, I'll give you a microphone to co-MC the event. Madam Chair, you have become a co-MC. Tell us what you are tell us what you are. Please have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Please have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Esther Aderomi, please have your seats. Thank you, distinguished guests, panelists, speakers, delegates. If you are sitting behind or you are standing behind, you are still wrong. My microphone is going around. I will make you a co-MC for this event. Please have your seats. We're about to continue. Can I have ushers? Some individuals on their feet. Double High Chief, can you please take your seats? Thank you. Can we have ushers? Male ushers. Oh, yes, please. Thank you, Wesco. Thank you, Wesco. All right. We're about to call the first name for our first winner. If we don't have peace and quiet, we'll not proceed with this particular exercise. Who's ready to win a laptop? Who wants to win a laptop? Who's ready? About a guy now. Who's ready to win a laptop? Who's ready to win a laptop? If you are ready to win a laptop, make some noise. If you are ready to win a laptop, make some noise. Nah. That's too poor. I'm not sure. I have about 2 names here. If you are ready and you know you are having fun at the MBA YLF Summit 2026, make some noise. Nah, man, we can't do this. We should take our laptops home. We should tell Travel Better that they should take their laptops back. Am I correct? Okay, let's do this again. If you know, and you know deep down in your heart, that you enjoy the legacy panel, that you are having fun, you took home a lot of gems, or you are going to take home a lot of gems, make some noise. Okay, we'll manage it. Ladies and gentlemen, you are still at the MBA YLF Summit 2026, and that was just a tip of the iceberg. That was the legacy panel where we had founding partners of distinguished law firms in Nigeria, and all the change makers that have been doing it big in the field of law in Nigeria. Moving very, very quickly, we presented awards to the panelists. Right now, we would like to recognize some of our friends, some of the friends of the Lagos Bar that have come all the way from Abuja, some have come from Port Harcourt, and some are even within the branch. This is before we unveil the winners for our laptops. We are going to give 2 laptops out first. So if I don't have peace and quiet in this room, you might not be able to hear your name. So just, keep it quiet. If you see someone making noise, just please calm down. I want to hear my name. Are we okay? Calm down. I want to hear my name. Okay. First of all, we would like to recognize the presence of the former chairman of the MBA Lagos branch. I like to call him, no, I will not call him that today. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Lateef Omoyemi Akongbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You can see how dandy is looking. I always tell him, Leonard, you leave some of this swag for us. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. We'd also like to recognize a friend of the Lagos Bar. He's come all the way from Abuja just because he loves the young lawyers and he likes to celebrate with the young lawyers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the former chairman of the MBA Abuja branch, Are Akimboro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. All right, you seem to have a following here. Well done. We also like to recognize another former chairman of the MBA Abuja. MBA Abuja, they want to turn this place to, something else. No, there's so many here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the former chairman of the MBA Abuja branch, no other person than Afam Okeke. A round of applause for him. We would also like to recognize a member of the mentoring committee of the MBA Lagos branch, former chairman of the Summit Planning Committee. Last year, I was a member of that committee, Mr. Ajibola Salvador. Ajibola Salvador, are you in the house? Okay. We'd like to recognize a friend from the NBA Port Harcourt. He's the former national secretary of the YLF National. No other person than Oke Ohagba. A round of applause for him. Also, in addition, Are Akimboro has on his team Mr. Paul Kasim, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause for the Leonard Silk. Thank you so much for gracing our event. Now, who enjoyed the first panel? Did you enjoy the first panel? You enjoyed the first panel? Do you want more? Do you want more? If I come now and I ask you, who in the next panel do you want to hear from? Somebody say, I don't know. But do you want more? Do you want more? So what we are going to do, we have a la carte. What do you guys want? Do you want the second panel? Do you want our laptops? Do you want tea break? What do you want? Tell me what you want. I'm here for you. What do you want? Laptop. You want laptops? Who else want laptops? What do you want? Laptops. Okay. Now, the winners of the laptops are... Ladies and gentlemen, we were meant to proceed on a tea break, but we are not going to be proceeding on that tea break because refreshments will be shared in this very hall. But one thing I want you to indulge in are the booths that are outside. We have the career booths outside. I know Workforce spearheading that. the UNICAF booth for those of you that want to further your studies so that you can be like some of the distinguished panelists and guests we have today. The UNICAF booth is outside. We also have the Zenith Bank booth. I heard that some of you don't have Zenith Bank accounts and you want to receive Zenith Bank dividends. You are joking, you know. And we also have the medical booth. You want to get your blood sugar checked. You want to get your blood pressure checked. We have the medical booth just outside. It's opposite the tea booth. So while you are sipping some nice tea, you can also be getting your blood checked. Okay, our second panel is already brewing. How many of you want to hear from Fosa Doza? You want to hear from Fosa? Make some noise. I'm not feeling. Are we not Gen Z in this house? Are we not? If you want to hear from Fosa, make some noise. That lady in red, did we do anything to you? She just, what happened? Okay, our second panel is already brewing and they're clearly going to have a lot of insight. Another thing I want you to indulge in is the legacy wall. Now, you've heard from some of our distinguished panelists and speakers, all they've been doing over 20 years, 30 years, some close to 40 years at the bar. So we have a legacy wall that we've just unveiled outside. You can go there, write what you think your career will become in the next 10 years. If you want to be like me, Professor G. Elias, Professor Koyin Ajayi, or the distinguished Leonard Silks, you can just go to the legacy wall and scribble what you think your career should look like in the next 10 years. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the tea going round? Do we have tea on this side? Do we have tea on this side? You are refreshed? You want more? You want the laptops now? Are you ready for the laptops now? Are you ready for the laptops now? Nah, it's not impressive now. I've been trying to ensure that everyone is seated and we are ready for this. Are you ready for the laptops now? Are you ready for the laptops now? Sir, you are 20 years at the bar. What do you still need a laptop for? You should be giving laptops out. Okay, now very quickly, we're going to have a 1-minute musical interlude while we wait for our second panel to be completely set up, and then we delve straight into the second panel. Okay, so West School, can we have just 1 minute of musical interlude while we set up our second panel, and then we arrange the laptops? Where are our ushers? Please start arranging those laptops. Thank you. I'm back like I never left. Now, before we give out our laptops, we have a powerful voice in the building, and she's going to take us on one of those emotionally reading journeys. Ladies and gentlemen, settle down, settle down. You want to hear this. You want to take part of this. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please settle down? The gentleman in the front. Gentlemen, can we please... All right. While we set up our second panel, Wulanga, can you please set up the second panel because they will be going after this. While we set up our second panel, Ladies and gentlemen, please, just the lighter. I want you to celebrate this particular individual because it's not easy to stand on this stage. You can already see I'm sweating. I'm very, very nervous because, it's not easy to be here. So I want you to celebrate this particular individual as she comes on stage to give a performance. Please put your hands together for Tawakat Oseni as she comes on stage for her spoken word performance. Make that better. It could have been you here. Make that better. Thank you so much, Tawakat.
Ladies and gentlemen, since it's tea break, this performance is going to be about food. There is a time for forks and knives and a time to break bones. A time to eat food outside, even when you have rice in your homes. See the busyness of a pot of buka stew and the assortment of the meat. Instagrammable places, fancy menus, and a big fat receipt. It's the feel good and the feel full, all of a sudden good mood. Was I mad or just needed food? People, this is an invitation to eat. Amala with ewedu gbegiri, the color mix is a beautiful sight. Eba gets a lot of sea finish, but can your face last overnight? Pounded yam is king, only soup can stain it white. Semo this, semo that. So much talk for food you dislike. Diced onions in heated oil is how you build aroma. Rough blend of tomatoes and pepper, throw in garlic and ginger. Huge chunks of protein, first in the pot, last on the plate. Escorted by a convoy of stockfish and periwinkles like a presidential candidate. Get generous with palm oil and crayfish for afang. Give ogbono enough time to draw. Locust beans makes a forero bang. What's Pomo doing in seafood okra? Certain little things makes food extra appealing. It's the bottom part of jollof rice and egg soaked in stew. It's roadside akara and a food sellout and attitude. It's the feel good and the feel full. All of a sudden good mood. Was I mad or just needed food? People, this is an invitation to eat. Popcorn is for movies. Isiewu is for relaxed outdoor conversations. Suya is for when it's dark. And pizza is how companies show appreciation. Listen, dipping bread inside tea is a rite of passage. Go and say no more. Finding egusi inside ice cream container is keeping tradition of our ancestors. Forgetting to bring that thing out of the freezer happened to the best of us kids. You don't know how to make pap as an adult? Shh, put that thing on heat. It's the feel good and the feel full, all of a sudden good mood. Was I mad or just needed food? People, this is an invitation to eat. Ofada has one true soulmate. He stays close to his source. Can't say the same for white rice. He says yes to anyone who calls. Jollof rice has great vibes, makes everyone happy. Fried rice looks happy, but they'll self-destruct quickly. It's the feel good and the feel full, all of a sudden good mood. Was I mad or just needed food? People, this is an invitation to eat. Ram for Salah, chicken for Christmas. Offer palm wine to Ahmadiyya from a distance. Food is universal and it's every day. Kind of means we get to show love in many ways. Go out. Food might not be great, but you get good pictures. Cook in. Might not be good for pictures, but the food will be great. Share your plate. Send a package. Host dinner. It's a love language. It's the feel good and the feel full. All of a sudden good mood. Was I mad or just needed food? People, this is an invitation to eat. Thank you.
Sustain the applause. I feel like I should have a go at that. Should I have a go at that? Should I try mine? So many haters in the building. Now, I'll keep that talent. Next week, should I try? No, let's see. Even you. It's the haters within. All right, thank you so much, Tawakat Oseni, for that feel good, am I mad or something, or Father, Stew, and the rest. That was a wonderful rendition. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We're about to have our second panel just before we give out the laptops. So we want to give out 4 laptops at once and then keep one for later. So they said that I shouldn't give 2 laptops out now. So settle down. My treasure, you don't believe in me. You'll see today.
Laptops will just be flying left, right, center. Settle down. Settle down. All right. We're about to have our second panel. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're still at the MBA YLF Summit, where we've had the first panel, which we termed the Legacy Panel, and they've set the center stage on every discussion we are meant to have today. Right now, we are about to go into the Pioneering Panel. Someone say Pioneering. Someone say Pioneering. Now, to introduce the panelists for this session, the panelists and the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome members of the Summit Planning Committee, the very beautiful Nonye Eziani. Please put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for Nonye Eziani. And also the songstress, and another beautiful woman and member of the Summit Planning Committee. Please put your hands together for Blessing Utomi. A round of applause for Blessing Utomi. Please make that better. Make that better. They had earlier whispered to me that they are very shy birds. So please indulge them. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you've had your tea breaks and it tasted so good. Thank you very much, Planning Committee. So I'm just going to speak on one of our speakers for Pioneering Panel. Mrs. Oyikonsola Foza Fawehimi. Mrs. Oyikonsola Foza Fawehimi is the founder and managing partner of Zeta Oracle, an entertainment and legal advisory firm dedicated to strengthening the legal, commercial, and operational foundations of Africa's creative economy. A lawyer and a strategic operator, she specializes in transforming ideas and intellectual property into sustainable enterprise through ownership, structuring, contract negotiation, governance, royalty system, and compliance frameworks that protect and empower creators. As convener of the Global Creative Legal Summit, Foza leads conversations that advances standards, knowledge, and practical framework for the creative industry. An internationally recognized speaker and mentor, she is committed to shaping the next generation of lawyers through ethical, market-driven practice. Her expertise spans catalog valuation, cross-border transactions, rights clearance, and preventative dispute resolution, alongside advocacy for stronger IP enforcement and improved financing structures for the creative sector. Member of the Recording Academy Grammys and recipient of the Future Awards African Young Lawyer of the Year 2022, Foza is a leading force in the building legal system that enables creativity, investment, and cultural value to thrive. Can we have a round of applause for our speaker, Mrs. Oyikonsola, as she comes around? Oh, she said she's very single, you know. There are young lawyers in the house. Would you mind a young lawyer? Oh, she said no. She doesn't want. Okay, we have our senior lawyers around, so they'll take notes of that. Thank you very much. Also, I have the honor to welcome Nosakari Agwebo. He's also my mentor. He's an associate vice president and senior legal counsel at the African Finance Corporation, Africa's leading infrastructure solutions provider and Pan-Africa Multilateral Development Finance Institute. With nearly 2 decades of post-qualification experience, he has built an outstanding career advising on multi-billion-dollar local and cross-border corporate finance, project finance, capital market, project development, and M&A transactions across more than 20 African countries. You heard that right. Before joining AFC in 2019, he was a senior advocate and team lead of the Banking, Finance, and Project Practice Group at G. Elias. Following earlier experience with Afrexim Bank, his deep expertise in finance and infrastructure is reinforced by advanced academic credentials, including an LLM with distinction in international trade law and an MPhil in development finance. He was also recognized by Legal 500 IFLR 1000 as a next generation partner and rising star. Nosakare is also known for his innovation, strategic insight, and client-focused excellence in recipient of the ESQ 40 under 40 recognition and a key member of AFC's award-winning legal team. He's widely regarded as a leading voice in Africa, finance, infrastructure, and transactional law. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Nosakare Eguabo? Thank you very much. Shall we acknowledge your presence? Thank you very much. So I'm going to pass it to my co-speaker. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Blessing. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my distinguished speakers, my amiable audience. Still standing on existing protocol, I am Nonye Izani, and I'll be reading the profile of two of our other speakers as well as our moderator. So our third speaker for this panel would be Mr. Olufemi Oyewole, SAN. So Mr. Olufemi Oyewole, SAN is a partner at Templars, where he is a key member of the Dispute Resolution and Arbitration Group, as well as the Investigations and White Collar Crimes Group, a senior advocate of Nigeria, I must say one of the youngest senior advocates of Nigeria, and also an alumni of the University of Lagos. He is widely recognized as one of Nigeria's leading commercial litigators with extensive experience in high-value commercial disputes, public law litigation, white-collar investigations, and anti-bribery and corruption compliance. With significant domestic and international expertise, including experience with the International Arbitration Practice Group at Chairman and Sterling's London office, Mr. Olufemi is a respected authority in complex commercial litigation and arbitration. He is also a published thought leader on dispute resolution, regulatory enforcement, and corporate investigations. Beyond practice, he is deeply committed to mentoring young lawyers and advancing the legal profession through leadership, advocacy, and professional development. A notary public, member of the International Bar Association's Arbitration Committee, and chairman of the NBA Lagos Bar League competition, Mr. Olufemi combines legal excellence with a passion for service and the next generation of practitioners. So, my amiable audience, kindly put your hands together for Mr. Olufemi Oyewole as he takes the stage. And to our final speaker, before I introduce our moderator, Dr. Reginald Aziza. Dr. Reginald Aziza is a Nigerian lawyer, scholar, and mentor whose career spans Nigeria, the United Kingdom, and continental Europe, reflecting a strong commitment to legal excellence, public policy, and development. Ranked among the top of his cohort at the Nigerian Law School, he began his academic journey at Obafemi Awolowo University as the best graduating student before earning a first-class master's degree in corporate law from Cambridge and a PhD in law from Oxford, where his research focused on capital markets in sub-Saharan Africa. Professionally, he has built a cross-jurisdictional practice with leading law firms in Lagos, London, and Paris, and currently provides legal support to Chevron's operations across Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, and Nigeria. His expertise spans energy, infrastructure, finance, and regulatory law, with experience in handling complex, high-value multi-jurisdictional matters. Beyond practice, Dr. Aziza is deeply committed to mentorship and capacity building. He founded the Regional Aziza Leadership in Law Scholarship, which has supported and mentored over 75 young Nigerian lawyers, many now building successful global careers. So he is widely regarded as a thought leader dedicated to integrity, excellence, and the advancement of legal talent across Africa. Kindly put your hands together for Dr. Aziz as he takes the stage. Thank you. And so I'll be reading the profile of our moderator, Yusuf Akinola Oyebanjo. So Mr. Yusuf is a senior associate in the Dispute Resolution Practice Group at Stream Soars and Cone, where he advises on a broad range of matters, including contract law, corporate and commercial litigation, debt recovery and insolvency, and labor and employment law. He is an experienced litigator and arbitration practitioner with a strong track record representing both local and international clients in complex commercial and employment disputes. His experience spans shareholder and corporate governance disputes, employment terminations, enforcement of service bonds, and workplace injury claims. And he has appeared before the state and federal high courts, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Courts of Nigeria. Mr. Yusuf holds an LLM from the University of Lagos and an LLB from the Lagos State University and is a member of BRIPAN. He is also an active thought leader, having authored legal publications and spoken at industry webinars and symposiums on employment law and workplace regulation. Please put your hands together for Mr. Yusuf Oyebanjo as he takes the stage. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a pleasure to meet everyone here today. And you all will agree with me that we have a stellar panel, the best among equal, as they always say it in law. These are the primus inter pares. And today I have very close to me, and that is probably the person I'm going to be starting with. Since the session, at all, I agree. So that is why I'm starting with the closest to me, as opposed to picking. Thank you so much. I think because today we are looking at pioneering paths, particularly charting careers without limits. So I would want to start with that thought-provoking question on what does charting career without limit means to you in practical terms? And what are those mindset shifts that you think you required? And for my audience, what they will require for them to embrace that career change or career without limits and the philosophy behind it. I'm throwing this question to the Leonard Silk, Mr. Olufemi Oyewole, SAN. Please, can you just take on the question?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Charting a career without limits to me means coming into the profession with an open mind, without any preconceived notion. When you start your journey with a mindset of this is what you want to get out of the profession, you may not be able to achieve your fullest potential. And I'll give you some examples. One of my colleagues, he just walked in. I've known him for almost 15 years. He's always wanted to do anything relating to conflicts of law. He's currently a managing counsel at Templars. He does litigation and arbitration. The area that he has an interest in, while it is interesting, but the amount of client, you're not going to be able to maximize your potential in that area because how many disputes actually arise from such areas. One of the panelists here, Foza, she's also a guru in entertainment law. I mean, at the time she started practicing, I'm sure most of us were just going to court. If that was what she started the profession with, I'm not sure she'll be where she is today. When you're coming into the profession, you must come with an open mind. You must be trainable. You must understand that your seniors, let me use that word, or your colleagues, that are more experienced. There's a reason why they're on a particular path, and there's a reason why they're on a particular journey. And somehow, at the end of the day, all these experiences will make you a better rounded lawyer. And I'll give you examples, practical examples with myself. When I started practicing, I had a fair idea of what I thought I wanted to be. But I did corporate practice, I had to do incorporation, I had to attend finance meetings. I didn't really enjoy it. I had to do litigation. I've always wanted to be a commercial litigator, but I had to do criminal, I had to do pro bono cases, do criminal litigation, because I worked in the firm of the former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who started the Office of Public Defender. So naturally, once you start as an NYC associate there, you are given a file from the OPD, to start working on. All those experiences shaped me to become a better lawyer, and that's even when I was applying to be a senior advocate. The concept of needing pro bono cases, I'd done a number of them as a first year, even though I didn't enjoy it. So summarily, you should come into the profession with an open mind, be trainable, and the sky is just the limit.
Thank you so much, Leonard Silk. I think I agree with that you must come in with an open mind. While the Leonard Silk was speaking, he said something about Miss Oyinkansola Fawayimi, and he said something about you opening the door for entertainment law. And everyone here, I think since I came in, people have been shouting Foza Doza. And for the first time I'm meeting you. I want you to tell everybody what it is, or what does it take for you to chart a career where practically you had no, no precedence to work with entertainment law in Nigeria. What is that driving force? What was that conviction that led you to that?
All right. I'm a very vain person. So I use my vanity as my driving force. And vanity for me is literally, I come from a family where my surname precedes, us. Whether it's good or bad, even though people could not vote for him for president, after giving a senior advocate of the masses, that's how they deceive you in Nigeria. So I come from that family, and I've seen how the concept of name is quite important. So for me, it was really just continuing legacy. And like I said, I'm vain, and vanity, my own vanity, refuses to be boxed in a box, right? So if I come somewhere and you tell me everybody should wear red, I will ask you for the etymology of red. Why am I wearing red at 2 p.m. in the afternoon? I don't want to wear red. I want to wear green, and I'm going to make a case for wearing green. So, and I understand that many people are not like that, right? But for me, that's my driving force. So, and I also really, really, really enjoy creativity in whatever format it is, whether it's writing, whether it's singing, whether it's acting, whether it's basket making, whatever it is, I deeply, deeply have a strong desire for it. And I also have a strong desire for the law. So for me, it's like, I want to live the best of both lives. Why should you tell me that as a lawyer, I can't wear red? Or why is it that you tell me as a creative, I can't be a lawyer? I'm going to do both of them together. So I show you that it's possible. Apart from the vanity part, life is just interesting when people are different. Why does everybody have to be the same, right? And I recently watched Michael, and Michael kept saying to himself, I'm going to be the greatest. I'm going to be the biggest. I'm going to be the greatest. I'm going to be the biggest. And that's what I say to myself every day, right? I'm always on panels where I'm probably the only one that has just a BSc, right? At the point, it became quite embarrassing. You'd be on the panel and there's one PhD of law from Osgode, blah, 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 Esquire, Bibu, blah, blah, blah. And they're just like, welcome Foza to the stage. I'm like, hey guys, what's up? Right? And for me, it was never really about getting the titles. It was about impacting lives. I love the fact that when I go out, someone is like, hey, thank you for what you did, that day. Thank you for that thing you didn't sign. Thank you for this ethical thing you didn't do. Or sorry, you did. I'm very ethical. So that drives me even when I'm broke. Because going into a new area of law is not all rosy, right? Just because I'm wearing a nice pants, they're looking like, I probably have Davido's number on my phone, or Adekule Gold, or one other person's number, or when they see me outside, they say, hey, Fosa, bro, it's years of hunger. Because people were looking at me like, bro, you come from a very great family, you can work in any law firm that you have, you're extremely brilliant. What is this thing that you're doing? Right? In fact, one law school lecturer asked me if I wanted to be Kim Kardashian. I'm like, I don't have breasts and boobs like Kim Kardashian, so I don't understand that, that reference. But it showed for me the number of discouragement I got. And this is very true, because in law school I was laughed at. When I raised up my hand and said, hey, I want to do entertainment law, and a particular lecturer, when I'm rich, I'll start mentioning his name. But I'm not that rich now, so I can't mention his name. But a particular lecturer in front of 1,500 people legit told me that I'm wasting my time and I should focus on general law, that a lawyer can do everything. And I vehemently disagree with that, because my philosophy is, if I keep doing one thing very well, diligently, for at least 7 years, I'm an expert in that field. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're an SAN. You can't talk to me on entertainment law if you're not an entertainment lawyer. If you're an entertainment lawyer, you can have a conversation with me on entertainment law. I can't have a conversation with him on commercial law because I've not been practicing that, right? I can't have a conversation with you on finance law because, I don't do that every day. I can have a basic conversation with you, but I'm not going to argue with you because that's your bread and butter. So for me, charting a path is understanding that you have to give yourself. And giving yourself is hard. It is sweat. It is blood. Final one before I go. At a point we were rich, then we were poor. Then now we're coming to be rich again, but inflation is dealing with all of us. So during the poor part of my life, most of my clients were on the island, and I couldn't afford to live on the island. So I got this older mentor that said, "Hey, I have a free bed. Some of my youngins are staying there." I said, "Say less. Just give me food and give me where to sleep." In that 1 year, right, I did work for his company, but I wasn't getting paid. But that 1 year set the foundation for everything I'm doing today, because I was forced to learn everything, and we're going back and forth on a specific type of issue in the entertainment industry. And that 1 year, all the ideas that I'm working on right now, whether as a businesswoman or as a lawyer, were formed in that 1 year, because I had free internet. If I left that place, there was no money for me to buy internet, so I had to do everything. And the entire syllabus for entertainment law that I saw at USC, I read it in that 1 year also, because I couldn't afford $50,000 to go and do masters. So for me, chatting unlimitedly is not looking at the limitation. If you can't go for a master's that is $50,000, download the syllabus. You have internet. Read it. If you cannot access, SAN, Miss Femi, today, what will you do? Come to the conference and waylay him at the entrance, because you cannot enter his office, right? And that's my approach to life. Is basically, and once again, there was one lawyer that was doing entertainment law when I came in, late Efere Ozako. It was quite popular. There was also Sandra Oyewole, they were working. And when I came in, Mr. Efere died. And I remembered one of the Nollywood persons saying, this man walk. Now, so he just died. So for me, it was just like, I know go walk, so I know go die. So yeah, in the midst of chatting unlimited, you need to leave so that you can so that the vanity for me is that when I'm 50, 5,000 lawyers are saying, hey, that thing Fosa started blessed my life. That's the vanity for me. I know some people say it's Jesus, me it's vanity.
Oh, thank you so much. Fosa said it all. Question the process. Be hungry, I think. And then the last, I think, is you want to chart a career path without limit. You yourself must not embrace limitation. I don't want to go straight. I want to jump the queue. Let me go to the last man there. Mr. Reginald Aziza, the popular man. Fosa, I think Fosa said something about specializing in entertainment. Yours is a different conversation entirely. You are there in law, in finance, in energy. I think that is something that doesn't come easily. It is something you have to be intentional about. You have to do something that is different from what everyone is doing. Mr. Reginald Aziza, what is that thing that you do that sets you apart and make you relevant and a thought leader in all those three aspects of life?
No, thank you very much. And good afternoon, fellow panelists and everyone here present. It's great to be here. It's an absolute honor to speak with you today. I'll just share a bit about myself and maybe how I walked my journey. Not that it's particularly inspiring for anything, but I think this path in question really started some years ago when I read who is now my second favorite author, Robert Greene. And I'd seen in what I think is my second favorite book, The 33 Strategies of War, talking about the war of life. And the philosophy he had established in that part of the book was to place yourself in a position of potential force. And what that means is that you're in a place where at fairly short notice, you are able to punch in multiple directions with equal velocity. And I'd reflected on this when I was in university, but then finishing university, going to the law school, I had some grandiose dreams. I wanted to be like the Leonard SAN here. I think I had some credentials in school to support that dream. But then, and coming in here earlier, I watched Professor Koinsola Ajayi speaking, and he was very influential in the early stages of my career because coming into Olanu Ajayi as a copper and as the best student from civil litigation in my court at the law school, the natural progression for me was going into litigation. But then the firm conspired to move me to what was then the specialized transactions practice group of the firm. And there started my little journey in finance. I moved from there, went over to take a specialized master's degree in corporate law. And so at the time, I started then building a career in corporate law and finance. But finishing the master's program, I was fortunate to be offered a place in Herbert Smith Freehills in London. Thinking about what to do in Herbert Smith Freehills, I knew that the firm had a much stronger disputes brand than the corporate brand, right? And so I then opted to flip back to what I thought was my first love. So I joined the commercial disputes team of the firm. And from there, moved out to join the investor state disputes team of Sherman and Sterling in Paris to just get a good picture of everything and then place myself in that place of potential force, such that by the time I had then moved off from Paris into starting a doctorate in Oxford, I started a conversation with my current employers. I tell people, and I mean this with all sincerity, when I resumed work in my current place of work, I had not read a joint operating agreement or a production sharing contract. For energy practitioners here, those are very foundational agreements that upstream practitioners would have at their fingertips. And so oftentimes I get emails from people on LinkedIn, and I get conversations and questions. I want to join an IOC. I want to work in a big multinational. I want to join the energy industry. What education should I be getting? What skills? what certifications and all that. And my story is perhaps none, but here's the one thing I had. I could demonstrate with credibility that I don't need time to ramp up. I literally don't. You in here and I've ramped up that quickly. Within a few years of joining, I started negotiating 20-year PSCs that I never studied for my employers, right? But that's a reflection of maybe some effort into putting myself in that space. I think some people have a much clearer sense of what they want to do. I mean, if you wanted to take Silk as an example at record time, then please don't dance around like I tried to. It's not your path, right? And so maybe a bit of my story was a reflection of the fact that I also didn't have the clarity that I thought I needed, and so it was, well, I should position myself here, and then I can attack in multiple directions simultaneously. The final thing I would say, and it's just maybe touching on the point that Foza made, it's you've got to be ready to take a bet on yourself. You have to. It is so fundamental. I cannot stress it. In truth, if there's one thing you take from me in this short sharing, it's that you have to be prepared to take a bet on yourself. What that means is you think about yourself, where you are, where you want to go. Opportunities will present themselves. You may tell yourself, well, I'm not prepared for this. I maybe should not shoot this high up. I should not punch this hard. But if you do limit yourself with your own hands and with your own tools, then you can't blame the environment. You can't blame the NBA. You can't blame the economy. You can't blame any of that. When those opportunities present themselves, make it a point of duty to take a bet on yourself. And at this early stage of your career, like many of you here are, you're not paying school fees. You don't have to think about a wife or a husband and children. You don't have to think about the stability of your family. You're in a place where you can do a lot. Please take a bet on yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reginald Aziza. Take a bet of yourself. Second is have clarity. I think I've gotten that. Now, I think I've spoken to someone from outside chambers, which is law firm, someone who is completely away from the idea of being under anybody, a courtroom expert. I think now I will go to the person who has gone through this whole process. And that is no other person than Mr. Nosaka Agebo. My question to you is this. You were at Afrexim Bank. From Afrexim Bank to G. Elias, and now at AFC. What is that key decision, or will I call it key mindset, that has shaped this transitioning from chambers to bank, now to AFC? What advice will you give people, and what is that key decision in your life that you think you've taken that have shaped this transitioning all along for you? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, co-panelist and moderator, and to Leonard Seniors here as well, and everyone here present. Thank you very much for having me and for inviting me to join this panel. And it's interesting that you consider me or some of us here as pioneers, and we're grateful for that. I think, given Foza being here, I don't know why we wore ties. I saw Reginald last night, and I was asking, should we wear tie or how should we dress? But I think now she's here, I think we made wrong decisions in dressing the way we did. And I think even if we would keep our ties on, since we can't undress publicly, what we will do is be as honest and as open as Foza, right? And just be as, she was very fluid. She said it as it should be. And I think everyone else before me has done so. I think I will start off by saying this. I graduated from university in 2006. And full disclosure, I did not have a single internship, right? Between 2002 and 2006, the entire university. These days, you hear people tell you that if you want to do it big, you have to start your internships early, do this while you're investing and all that. I didn't have any at all. And I'll blame it on where I schooled. I schooled in a village. Due respect to everyone who schooled in Ekboma here. Right? Are you here? Well done, sir. Yeah, so I schooled in a village, and it wasn't something that was encouraged. Right? It wasn't something that was known as a big issue, as something you should pursue at the time. And as a result, it was only, in fact, two things. Well, if you schooled in a school like Ekboma at that time, things would have changed now because there's social media. You are seeing what's happening outside your small village. You, did not know about internships. Two, even if you knew about them, all you knew was that you would do it at a disputes firm. And so all you aspired to be was to be a disputes lawyer. And then, so again, I'm saying that we have to go very deep and let's so that we're able to understand that a lot of things that have happened to some of us is a collection of mistakes. Not everyone is as deliberate as Fosa or Leonard Silk. I mean, he's from a family that I'm sure would have knocked the brain into him from the very, very, very beginning as even a secondary school student. Some of us just chose the paths, and a collection of mistakes brought us here. And so I finished university and then decided to go on holiday to see my older sister. And then she said, "You're not going to come here and spend 3 months and be at home from morning to night doing nothing. You would have to go and learn something. Have you done internships?" I said, "No." In fact, then it made sense. How come I spent 5 years and I didn't do a single internship? And then she took me out one evening to the sitting room of a man who some of you now know because he's now very popular. At the time, he was just like me now. He was just a senior counsel, a chief legal counsel at the time at Afrexim Bank. Took me to his house. He was eating. And then he interviewed me and he asked me the question, "Where did you school?" And I said, "I went to Ambisali University Ekboma." And he asked me again, going to the village school question, "Where is that? Is that a polytechnic?" And then I said, "No, it's a university." He said, "Okay, I go to Nigeria quite often and I've never encountered that school." And then he talked to me, asked if he was eating. He was in his kitchen, asked me a few questions. And then he told me, "Okay, I'll go to the office tomorrow and I'll make a case for you to be my first legal assistant." He was the only legal person in the team at the time. He's now the president of Afrexim Bank, Dr. Lombi. And that's how I started working with him, going with him for every single meeting, right? And he sat in the room. I sat in the room next to his. So everything he did, he will call me and he will call me my full name that I don't even remember many times that's my full name. He will call me, he'll come here, come and look at this. We'll look to an agreement, we'll discuss the points with me. And what was new to me. Now I'm going to go to some interesting part of it. So I was enjoying the work, enjoying the things I was seeing him do, the meetings I was going for. They were very high-level meetings. My parents were civil servants, right? And so the kind of meetings I was going into were not the kind of meetings I saw my parents go for. And so it made it very attractive. And then he woke up, and one day he had left the office. And then he said he was going somewhere and he will be back soon. And then the dispatch guy came, internal dispatch, left something on his table. And then typically I'll go pick up things from his table, do some work on them and all that. And then I saw what it was. It was a pay advice. And I saw numbers that were not exactly numbers that I had seen in my home. And I thought even if you put together a family income, this was never good. And this was just a regular pay advice. And I said, so it means this job is not just impactful, it also could be rewarding financially. And that told me at that time, "No, sir, you will do DFI work." Right? I was enjoying the meetings, I was enjoying the work, the impact, but then I saw that there was also financial reward to this, and you could play on the big stage, and then I decided I would do this. And of course, that led to all the things I did. I spent my earlier years doing disputes. So yes, I could have been I spent LAS doing disputes, but I think just going to courts, the series of letters saying, the counsel on the other side is indisposed, is this, is that, all the games we played in court, and then it made me just lose interest completely. I went to a master's and then I came to, I went to a master's and then I again went to Afrexim Bank. So those things kept nailing in. DFI work is nice. There's impacts and there are rewards. And that's how I went to Afrexim Bank again. And then Dr. Lombi said, oh, you're going back to Nigeria. Go and work with Dr. Elias. When I'm ready for you, we'll talk. And that's how I went to GLS. And that's where I actually cut my teeth doing banking and finance work. I did dispute, I did everything. I did capital markets, I did banking and finance, I did projects, I did everything there. And that is what has led me to be the lawyer that I am. I would not be in a room today. I would not know entertainment law. Yes, it's something I've not taught. But I won't be in a room today and not understand what it means on every area that is some disputes, some corporate and commercial law, even if it's not just banking and finance, maybe IP, maybe M&As, because I've had to do all of those things. And then when it was time, when I thought, okay, look, I had gotten everything that I needed to succeed in-house, I went back to my first love, which was DFI work. So explaining myself, what are the things that have driven my decisions? I saw impacts. DFIs are all about impacts. Yes, no, I will admit that. I'm going there, yeah. So I saw impacts, I saw capacity to play on the global stage, and then I saw that there were rewards for doing so, and I went after those. So that explains it. And so I'm trying to be as honest as Fosa started off. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nosaka. I think the keywords there are IRC, impact, reward, and capacity. Now I'll go back to the learning silk. Back to the learning silk. I am a litigator, and I love litigation. And I know so many people in the audience love litigation. But the truth about it is not easy to stand out in litigation. You're already at the peak of the whole legal profession, except you just want to add things to it. You are already there. Now, what does it take as the leader of the profession that you are now to get to that stage? How can lawyers, young lawyers like us, stand out in the profession, become the leader, become the respected one, just like you? I want you to be honest. I think Mr. Nosaka was honest. Please be honest with us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'll be as honest as Nosa. I also like money like Nosa as well. But yes, speaking about what makes a litigator stand out, I'm a little biased because I'm a partner at Templars. So when I'm looking at litigators, I'm looking at people that I can potentially work with or people that I could hire. And the first thing for me, and everyone that's ever walked through the door of Templars, even as an intern, we say commercial awareness, right? It's very easy. Let me not say it's easy, but almost everyone knows the law if you've passed law school, right? But it's not every lawyer that you see that is commercially aware. What do I mean? Your clients don't come to you because they want to know how many PhDs you have or how much law that you know. What they want is solutions. So at Templars, or the type of lawyers that I see that I find that there's something there, is someone that understands that everything you're doing is to solve a client's problem, right? Albeit within the ambit of the law. So when I see a lawyer and I tell you, oh, this client has XYZ problem, and all you are doing is either just telling me the law without actually applying it, or you are actually complicating the problem even more without actually trying to solve it. That for me is a sticker. Those are not the commercial litigators that I'm looking for. So I need what I'm looking for, the type of litigators that I find, special, are the ones that from the very early stage, when you speak to them, they understand that, look, I'm here to solve client problems. Speaking about commercial awareness as well, a lawyer that, yes, you're a dispute practitioner, they put you on a panel with Fosa, with Dr. Aziza, with Nosa, you should be able to have a conversation about every area. I know Fosa says she doesn't want to have a conversation with me on entertainment law, but I've had interactions. Exactly. I've worked on the Bad Bunny case. I've done a lot of entertainment cases, so at least I know something about it. Nosa is my client, although we'll talk about that later. I also work with Chevron, so I know a bit about every industry. So I don't want a litigator that says, oh, I know just the rules of court. You should be able to know something about every industry. If you're stuck in the elevator, which we normally ask in our interviews, stuck in the elevator with a client, you should be able to have a conversation about, oh, this is what is going on. I'm not asking about ADC, PDP. I'm asking about the economy, things that will let the client, want to have a conversation, want to see you on another day. Those are the two major things. And obviously, hard work. I can't overemphasize that. There's nobody that's gotten to the top without a dint of hard work. You have to work hard. You have to be able to distinguish yourself. For young lawyers, what I find is that a number of them, I mean, with due respect to them, just want to do the work that they've been given to. They don't want to take ownership, right? You can't get to the top without taking ownership of work. There are some things that you have to do. If they give you research work, you must know what that research work is for. You must know what it ties into. If they ask you to go to court to move a motion for extension of time, what if the judge agrees with you and says, okay, proceed to the main claim? You must go above and beyond. Without these attributes, I'm sorry, at least from where I'm saying it, there's some limitation as to how far you can go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that is top notch. That is on point. You must be all-rounded. You must know something about everything. Okay, so I think the three people from this side have spoken honestly. The only person that have not spoken honestly is Mr. Reginald Aziza. Oh, doctor, I'm so sorry. It's not easy to earn PhD, and I'm sorry about that. So I will take the mic back to you, and this time around you are going to be honest with us. And what my question that will elicit that honesty is about, you will know. And it is about the fact that what is that investment that you've invested in yourself, let me put it that way, that have yielded this much heights, I call it achievement in your life and in your practice. Please be honest. Thank you so much.
In my office, I typically say that if you call me doctor, you're looking for my trouble, right? But again, if you call me by my full names, then do it properly, right? So now it's interesting that I've been accused of not being as honest and as transparent as I can be. So I'm going to be completely honest on this. I think two things. They're kind of interrelated to my mind. One was I spent time, and God in heaven knows I spent time on building analytical abilities. I know that I put in the work, right? Now, I'll walk you back through university days. There was a particular course I did. It was land law. The person who took the course is now a senior advocate himself. But at the time, there were two lecturers, right? There was one who was notionally easier to go through, and the professor who was like ridiculously difficult. And so when you're doing exam preparations, you're thinking in your head, you know what, this is my strategy. I'm going to dedicate more time to this person, answer more of this person's questions, so that type of permutation, right? And so I had told myself going through that I was going to attack the professor and attack him directly. What had I done in that situation? I out of 4 questions in the exam, I took 3 from the professor. The first 2, I finished a booklet and wrote his name on top of it. That was the confidence level I had. And I was best student in the course. Ultimately, hit my top grades both semesters. But here's the point. It's that I made myself able to switch from writing that to this professor to advising my MD in 3 bullet points to being able to write a 412-page doctoral thesis and everything in between. So what it means is that for me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the context is, whether it is a university exam, it is an article I'm publishing, it's a PhD thesis, it is a note of business advice. I'm able to switch very quickly and able to deliver a message concisely or not and hit points I intend to hit. And that took me work, which is to the second point. I once had an interview where I was still in my first year of my PhD at the time, and someone then asked me what I was doing, and okay, well, you seem to have this good reputation around, and a lot of people kind of you have some sort of buzz going on around you. Tell me one thing you are doing right now. And I told the person as honestly as I will tell you now. At the time, I set for myself a simple target, very simple. I was going to either study 10 hours in a day or cover 100 pages of a text in a day without fail consistently. What I meant was I could finish a 700-page text in 1 week, cover to cover. It also meant that by the time you got into law practice and then you're in the law firm of Professor Koinsola Ajayi and he's grilling you and he's poking at you. He wants to see just how strenuously you can hold and defend a legal position. It means you're already well equipped on that journey. So here's the second point I will leave with the audience today. The first thing I said, please, if you remember anything from what I've said, I'm not a very interesting person, but if you remember anything from what I've said, take a bet on yourself. The second thing is you've got to walk like a maniac. There is no other way. I don't see another path to it. And I know I've walked around this room a couple of times. I've met a number of people that I've mentored. I've not met any of my scholarship recipients or awardees here. But I have met a number of people that I work with. And one thing that they will all tell you is you've got to put in the work. There can't be, if I'm pushing 10 hours of studying in a day with 3 first-class degrees behind my name, you have to go even beyond for us to be competing fairly, right? So 2 things. Your analytical ability makes you able to sit down, distill legal issues very quickly, and take it from whatever length is required in the context. But all that is undergirded by a lot of hard work, and you have to be prepared to put it in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Be analytical. I think that will be the final word, and that will come from Mr. Nosa.
Okay.
Let's.
You have a question?
No, I'm going to ask the audience.
Okay.
No question. You raised up your hand. That's why I said.
Yeah. I think
Give
I was
us
just
the
going to make
final
a quick point on the back of what Reginald just said. I think we have a room here where I think the YLF is 10 years and below, right? Yeah. 7 years and below. So I think it's more appropriate I say this. Note the words EARN. How is it pronounced? Good. You put in your first 0 to 7 years, put an L in front of that. What's that? Yeah, so you're going to spend your first 7 years. There will be impacts. There will be things you will do. But your focus in your very early years of practice. I'm not suggesting that you should join and remain in a law firm that will drive you to learn and not make you earn, right? Please pursue where, because the economy doesn't allow you not to earn, right? Time was where I earned 18K at some point in my career, but I mean, that's not going to work now. You have to earn. But you must focus on the learning process very much. And learning, as Reginald has said, requires a lot of hard work. You're not going to sit down. You're not going to be a FOSA tomorrow who has pioneered a path that I said she's building outliers, people who are working with her. You're not going to pioneer a path without actually putting in the work. So you must spend time learning, looking for mentors, looking for the right kind of work. You're not going to spend, strangely, I don't know how you guys have a lot more first class and in law school now, right? Because I don't know how that you have so many. Because with the number of distractions you have TikTok, you have Snapchat, you have Instagram, you guys don't use Facebook, it's for our generation, right? But you have Facebook, you have, maybe there are some you guys have not told us about, but you have all of these things, and yet it's a lot. You have to find a way to take out time from those things to actually focus on learning at this stage, so that ultimately you will get into your earning phase. If you focus, like the panel before us said, if you focus more on, how much, what's the path to partnership right from day one, what is this from day one, you might miss the parts. You need to focus on learning, and when the earning phase comes, you would know. You know you've entered that place of, like us Christians say, place of rests. You're now earning, and you're then able to impact more, and your focus is not so much on your technical capacity at that stage, but more on your strategic knowledge and things you've built during your learning phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, just following from like what these brilliant men have said, I'm going to speak to the women very directly. You guys are making noise. Please, can we quiet down? Thank you. As a woman, unfortunately, you are quite disadvantaged, especially in a country like Nigeria. From when you're, say 15, they start saying, my brother will marry you, my son will marry you. They've designed your life to be shipped out for marriage. And some people genuinely, want that part. And I'm not here to say, it's not something you should aspire for. Some people aspire for marriage, some people don't. It's a new world. And you need to understand that as a woman in a demanding career as law. The privilege that Dr. Regina has to be able to pursue 3 first class and a PhD and work in like 3, as a woman, you most likely don't have that. And I'll give you an example, right? Between your LLB years and your law school year, you are with your parents, you get home, you probably would, cook for the 10 brothers that you have during the holiday, and it's fine. Now you enter into your young woman phase. One of the things that they failed to tell a lot of young women is that your first puberty you do between, when you get your period. If I'm I'm always very direct though. If it's irritating you, sorry. But these are the realities of things, right? You do your first, you start your period between now to, let's say, 21. Nobody tells you from 26 to 35, your body is going through ridiculous changes that if you are not conscious of, you lose a lot of opportunities, right? Your hormones are changing. You begin to see that you are very angry, you are depressed, you are having pimples that is now beginning to maybe destroy your self-confidence, or your mood swing. Today you're happy, tomorrow you're depressed, tomorrow you want to kill yourself, tomorrow you want to go up. Even down to the gym, the first 2 weeks in the month, I'm lifting, 40 kg. During my period, I can't even lift 10 kg, right? It was until an older woman sat me down and explained to me how food affects a certain period because you do this every month, which means that your competition, the man that his body is going, straight for 1 month, and he can do 12 hours in a day, 13 hours in a day, 14 hours in a day as a 30-something-year-old man. You can't as a woman, because 2 weeks in that month, you are dealing with internal crisis, and you need to manage that. So for me, I preach to young women, and I say, hey, you need to understand your body to be able to function optimally. And I'll give you an example. There's a week in the month where I don't talk to anybody. Because if I talk to you, there's no filter. So if you're saying nonsense, if we get on the call, you're asking me how's the family, I don't care about your family. I just want to finish this thing, right? So I move meetings, right? Because I understand my body at that point. So if you get to a certain age, when you get to a certain age, for example, when I heard, Leonard Seal became a son at 34, I was like, damn. I wanted to be 30 under 30, Forbes 30 under 30. That was my goal. But then they were arresting everybody, so I just realized that. So, I didn't make Forbes 30 under 30. Now I'm moving for Forbes 40 under 40. But, for him to be able to do that level of work at that level of age, if he's mentoring a young woman, the advice has to be different. But he wouldn't know because that's not his reality, right? So if you're looking at him and say, oh, at 34, I want to become a son, and then you don't become a son at 34, you say you're a failure. No. Your dynamics and your disadvantages and your advantages and your privileges are different. You need to identify I call it the SWOT, right? Your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Some of you, your family is your threat. You are earning 100K, but you are sending all your family members to school. You can't make it. No. See, guys, some people, when they were saying, hey, she's very single, they want to ship me to, I can't marry a male lawyer. I cannot, it's not possible. I'm not marrying a lawyer. Because, no, it's not anything you've done. The house cannot, and this is very practical. Because 9 out of 10 Nigerian women, your pressure is different. A man can go till 40 and they'll say, oh, just have a kid, it's fine. Just, born everywhere, it's fine. Just keep it. A woman, you will marry. Oh, I want to become a son. The man is telling you, oh, why are you coming home at 11 p.m.? I have to finish the brief written address. Then you come home, then one child, mommy, you did not read me to sleep. These are the issues. So you see your 20s, young lawyers, your 20s is what the years I call free will. Experience, sorry, guys, don't clap. You see, age makes you cynical. When I was much younger, if you tell me, Foza, let's go to Bielsa today and talk to young creatives, you don't tell me twice. You don't even pay me. I'll buy my ticket and go. Now I'll ask you, I'll say, are you sure the road is safe? Because I'm the breadwinner. So if I die, what's going to happen? But you, as a young person, you don't have that disadvantage of experience that, So when young people are working with me and they say they want to try something, I say, try it. Because the good thing is I'm there in front to wipe your tears. When you can fall, I will make sure that you heal, but you must fall that fall because you have to learn from it, right? But I'll tell you you can fall there because I'm not falling there before. Let's see what the falling looks like. But don't fall here because I've already fallen here. It's not worth it, right? And that's the advantage you have as young. Someone asked me outside and said, hey, how do I get to where you are? And I said, time. You see, AI, right? Everybody's talking about it. You cannot out-AI me. Because one day I just sat down and I spent 4 weekends and I said, okay, I want to learn this, I want to learn. I'm looking at it, and I started seeing all the loopholes. And in that 4 weeks, I already saw all the opportunities and pioneers that will come out in the next 5 years if someone sits down and takes the information that they have and they develop that information. As older lawyers, as older people, we don't have that luxury of time. Even if I want to learn, like me, I can even still do it because, when I get home, I cook for myself and that's it. Maybe one boy will call me and say, hey, you've not checked on me. I say, don't vex. But once you are married, don't check on your husband, or you don't check on your wife, or don't answer your child. So me, the 3 hours I have in the night to do extra work, you no longer have it because you are married or you have kids or life is doing you how life is doing you. But as young lawyers, time is your advantage. How do you use that time? If you want to beat a senior lawyer that has experience, that is the advantage. How do you want to talk to me on things that I've done for the last 15 years every day when you've not used your time to level up with me? It's not wickedness. It's just you've not done the work. And you also have to understand the place of experience. You cannot disrespect the place of experience. And that's one of the things I find with young lawyers. You spend, I have interns come and go. At a point in my career, I was training lawyers for big law firms. I used to vex. But now I'm just like, well, maybe that's what God has called me to do. We train them for 1 year. Next thing, they're in Templars. Next thing, they're in Bawa. You go, yeah, whatever, man. Right? But at that point in time where you find someone that opens up themselves to the wealth of knowledge and experience and time that they have, don't disrespect that experience.
Please don't disrespect it.
Never disrespect it. Before I finish, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Don't
1
vex.
minute. Just 1 minute.
Don't vex.
I know.
Last one. When someone opens up that experience to you, I'm very big on loyalty. Some people, they don't care about it, whatever. And every successful person that you've heard talk, even down to Prof. G. Elias and, all the SCNs that they were referencing their mentors and giving them the credit. I have zero obligation to mentor you. I have zero obligation to open up my teaching, all my learnings to you. I have zero obligation to give you access. So if I'm giving it to you, respect it. End of conversation.
Thank you so much. Foza Doza. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you all will agree with me that it has been a wonderful session. And we are sorry we can't take questions. As Foza said, you can just relay them outside and ask the questions. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure moderating this session. My name still remains Yusuf Akinola Oyibanjo. Have a wonderful day.
Please, a standing ovation for our amazing panelists. They've delivered value. Keep clapping, keep the applause. Foza Doza, Nosa Agwebo, Reginald Aziza, Leonard Silk, Olufemi Oyewole, and our amazing moderator. Please keep the applause coming. Thank you all so much. So much to unpack. So many gems. You may have your seat. Thank you all. Please remain seated. Okay, please, a round of applause for the chairman of the Summit Planning Committee. He has an important announcement to make as we continue the event.
All right, thank you very much, Nemi. Just to quickly announce, so far we have 5 free laptops that will be distributed to the first 100 young lawyers that attended the summit. But I've been privileged to be notified that number is about to be increased. The CEO of Travel Better, who has sponsored this, is here, and so he will do the announcement of what the new number is. But currently, we have 5 currently here, so we'll release that subsequently. But please, to drive things forward, we'd like to quickly invite 3 presidential aspirants of the NBA. They are not yet candidates, but I've been informed that they are currently aspirants. So these are the next future leaders of the bar. So it's very important that we listen to them and hear what they have to say for just 2 minutes. We're very conscious of all of our times, and we are pretty much going to be sure that we respect that. So to kickstart this process, I'll allow Nimi to quickly call that out before we proceed to the awards of all of us amazing speakers who have delivered very excellent speeches. And so please, can our team begin to set up the awards just as we call in the respective future leaders of the bar to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our Summit Planning Committee Chair. Always a pleasure to hear Emedion Gesien. Now, you just heard that the numbers of the laptops have increased. How many? Who wants to guess the number? 10? 50? So, see your mouth. Who wants to guess the number? Who wants to guess? Maybe if you guess the number, maybe you might walk home with a laptop. Who knows? Who wants to try? Don't worry, we'll keep that later, but it's a juicy number. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear from 3 aspirants to the Oval Office of the Bar, and we're going to start with a friend of the bar, one of our very own. He's representing someone. He's representing Mrs. B. Let me just call it out. He's representing Mrs. Onyekasola Badejo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for the former Secretary of the NBA Lagos, Mobo Majemite. Please, sir, in 2 minutes, your time starts now.
My time hasn't started running.
It has
started. The chairman of the branch, my dear sister and friend, Mrs. Uchenna Ugunedo Akingbade, the chairman of the YLF, Mr. Gideon Edem, the chair of the planning committee, Emedion SCN, Leonard Silk here present, Leonard seniors, my Leonard colleagues, good afternoon. I stand here on behalf of Mrs. Badejo, Oyikonsola Badejo Okusoya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, fondly called Mrs. B. She regrettably is unable to be here physically because she is bereaved, actually, and she is grieving. She would have definitely been here physically, but she sends her good tidings. And I'll just quickly summarize the speech that she would have given had she been here. Thank you for the privilege of sharing the goodwill message on the occasion of the MBA Lagos YLF Summit 2026. The theme, Pioneering Paths, Powering Legacy, is as thoughtful as the YLF Lagos branch is, and its members. And it speaks to the generation of lawyers who are no longer content to inherit systems, but are determined to shape them, stretch them, and where required, reimagine them entirely. Today's thoughtfully curated program reflects that ambition, from conversations around building enduring institutions and leaving meaningful professional footprints, to bold conversations on charting unconventional career paths. I mean, we've all heard FOSA today. And the critical reminder that the true legacy must include care for the lawyer within. This summit strikes a rare and commendable balance. To the unassuming and highly cerebral and effective YLF chair, Gideon Edem, I commend your vision and your hardworking members of your EXCO who are helping to bring this to fruition. To the speakers at the summit, I thank you for pouring into the next generation. And to the young lawyers here, our CEOs, they are the most important people here. I encourage you to engage boldly, think expansively, and act intentionally. Because the future of the profession will not be shaped by chance. It will be shaped by those willing to pioneer new paths and power enduring legacies. Thank you, YLF Lagos, for a deeply enriching and impactful summit. Thank you. Oyinkansola Badejo Okusoya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
If you love Mrs. B, make some noise. Thank you very much, sir. Now, some of you might have loved my suit and think I know how to dress. You should have seen this man when he was still the secretary of MBA Lagos. Please, a round of applause for Mobo Majemite. Thank you very much, sir. Pleasure to have you. Now, next on our list, we have Mr. Are Akimboro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause for Are Akimboro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. The timer is already up.
Thank you very much. Learned senior advocates here present. The chairman of the branch, sorry, Kabutoko, I should have called you first. The chairman YLF Lagos, Gideon. First of all, I want, and my colleagues, I want to start by commending the YLF and Gideon especially for the quality of the program today. And I want all of us to give him a big round of applause for it. You know, when you come to Lagos, the first thing you hear is a call for show. And when I was coming here, I was trying to find what to wear so I can blend in into a call for show. But what they have proved to me today and what I've seen here today is that ECO is not only for show, but ECO is also for quality. So another applause for Lagos brand, please. I have sat quietly through the two panels that I've witnessed today. And I must say that within that time, I've been able to make jottings of like 3 papers. I don't know who has been jotting like me. Please raise up your hand if you have been making jottings. You see, that's impressive. I'm happy to see that. This is mentoring at the best. And it's a perfect opportunity for you to meet some of the best brains, actually the cream de la cream in legal profession. In the first panel, you have quality, extraordinary people. Even me, I took out my biro, I was jotting. So please, don't make use of those jottings that you have made. today, and you will never regret it. So I want to congratulate all of you that you have made your thing today. Clap for yourself. The second panel that I have witnessed again, I've seen wonders. The young people that I've seen here today have been exceptional. I'm seeing Fusa for the first time, but maybe I mix up the name. But I'm impressed with what I'm seeing. And it gives me hope that the future of the legal profession is actually going to be brighter than we met it. When you see people that really want to distinguish themselves, that is what we are talking about. When I started out, I see myself I call myself a disruptor. I ask questions, just like you said that. And that's one problem that I always have with my parents. If we say, sit down, I want to understand why I have to sit down. And I ask them, but why should... Oh.
Yes. Please put your hands together for the Leonard Silk. As he wraps up in just a minute.
Yes. Thank you for refreshing our minds on why we should ask questions. And also the very brilliant brains that we have here who have spoken to us, my brother. I am excited to be here. And I want to assure you that when and by the grace of God, when things are going to happen, which are going to happen, and we are expectant, Lagos, you have quality, and your quality will never be forgotten. Lagos will be your brain you possess, the quality you possess, we will take it and export it to everywhere, so that the quality of Young Lawyers Conference that you are seeing here will be replicated at all branches of the MBA. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Please don't think that because I'm across some few lands across, you will not invite me for your programs. Always call me. I will always come. Lagos, I enjoy every time I come here, and I enjoy the experience and the knowledge that you share. Thank you very much, and enjoy the conference.
MBA Lagos, give him a Lagos applause. Thank you so much, Leonard Silk, for sharing that insight with us. Now, last but not the very least, a former chairman of the MBA Lagos, our very own dandy, good-looking Silk. Please put your hands together for Lateef Omoyemi Akande, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. 2 minutes, sir. Your time is already reading.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the MC. With the utmost regard to the leadership of the branch and the YLF and every person seated here today. It's been a very wonderful conference. The only thing that broke my heart listening to this panel was when Fosa said she would never marry a male lawyer. And I said, hey, yeah, if I was single, I would have taken this thing back. Male lawyers are the best. So I thank everyone for being here today. As it's been rightly said, I'm one of the aspirants. I used to be the chairman in Lagos branch. This is my home branch. Wherever I go, whenever I am, I always refer to Lagos. It's my home branch. It's my place. No matter what I become, who I become, I'll always remember Lagos branch. I'm eternally grateful to this branch. If not for anything else, the fact that you gave me the opportunity to lead this branch for 2 productive years, which I would never, ever forget about. This kind of discussion is very, very important. I tell young people, I say you're very lucky that you have an organized YLF in your time. In my time, there was no YLF. We had to tug it out ourselves. We had to, navigate the murky waters ourselves. But now you have an organized structure like this, which shows that you can only go far. Now, some people listen to me and they say, oh, it seems as if I'm not very happy with the system. And I say, what is there to be happy about? I tell everybody that the MBA right now is not an impressive organization, given the way it's been run. I ask young lawyers, I say, what sort of association brings in 13,000 lawyers into the system every year without any preparation for them? You bring lawyers in, you let them go to the field and go and hustle themselves. I said, we cannot have that kind of association. And I'm saying that we need to do a lot more. We need to stop paying lip service to young lawyers and telling them you are the future of the profession without doing enough for them, without making the preparation for young lawyers. And I say, the NBA, its greatest assets are its members. All the funds are from the members. Everything the NBA has is from the members. And NBA must invest in its members. And I'm saying we want an association that will give back, that will spend all that billions of naira in its members. Young lawyers would have structured mentorship, structured training. We will have value. We will have to create value. It's not just enough to say there's mandatory training. You have to be value in it. People do training these days without regard to their career path, without career to whether even those trainings are even impactful to them. And I said we need to bring structure back into the NBA. That is the NBA that we want to see. That is the NBA that we are committed to. In months to come, manifestos will come out. People would say a lot more. Please, I urge you to do one thing. Look at people's manifesto. Interrogate people. Make an informed decision. In whose hands do you want to put your future as a young lawyer? Whose message resonates with you the most? We don't do bandwagon here. Please, we are lawyers, we are intelligent. Make intelligent decisions. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Leonard Silk Lateef Omoyemi Akangbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Now, moving very quickly, our distinguished panelists have delivered value, and now we can only but just honor them with some awards. So coming up on stage to deliver the awards to our distinguished panelists, please put your hands together for Gideon Edem, the YLF chairperson.
Thank you very much, our distinguished panelists. I want to invite Mr. Adeikpaye to please help us present this award to Mr. Reginald Aziza.
Dr. Reginald Aziza, we've had a really brilliant submission from you. I'm sure what you've been able to impart today will be valuable lesson for all of the council that had listened to you. So we congratulate you, and on behalf of the MBA Lagos Young Lawyers Forum, it's my pleasure to present this to you.
Thank you, sir. To present the next award is Mr. Ugonna Oji. Please, sir.
This is the CEO of Travel Better. He's the one sponsoring the laptops. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much, sir.
I would like to present this award to Mr. Olufemi, SAN, the youngest SAN, right? Whatever, I've met him before. He spends most of his time in Abuja. We do a lot of business with his law firm, Templars. They have carved a niche for competence. Congratulations.
For the honors, we invite Mrs. Latifat to please help us present this award to Oyinkansola Fahemi Boza.
On behalf of the MBA Young Lawyers Forum Lagos branch, I present this to Mr. Oyinkansola Fahemi.
Thank you. Please will invite Mr. Itwa, the managing partner of Kena, to Mr. Nosa.
To my brother from AAU. I also left AAU many years ago.
I present this to you on behalf of the YLF to Nosakari Agwebo. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. To present the award to the moderator, I'll invite Mr. Oke Herbert to just present this. Here's a.
Thank you. On behalf of the Young Lawyers Forum of MBA Lagos Branch, we present this award to you, Mr. Yusuf Akinola Oyebanjo, for your participation at the Young Lawyers Forum Summit. Thank you.
A round of applause for our distinguished panelists as they take the center stage for the photo op session. Can we please have the Vice Chair of the MBA YLF, the Vice Chair of the MBA YLF, the Chairman of the Summit Planning Committee, the Secretary of the Summit Planning Committee, and the Head of Programs, Wulanga, on stage for this photo op session. Can we please also have the MBA Lagos Chair, Madam Uchenna Ogunedo Akimbade, please come on stage for this photo op. Can we have the photographers, please? Thank you. If you know you are enjoying this event, say clock it. If you are enjoying this event, say clock it. I want to see the Leonard Sukes in the house. Do clock it. Clock it. Leonard Suk, clock it. Leonard Suk, clock it. Madam Chair, clock it. Do we still have some space? Do we still have space? I want some of the ESCOs to also join. I can see Casey Uzoka. Okay. Let's keep it. Okay, the next one. Thank you. Foza is killing you all with her smile, so. All right, it's a wrap. A round of applause for our distinguished panelists one more time as they return back to their seats.
Just call their names, no need to read. Just tell people to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into our third panel session. We have more than 10 laptops up for grabs here today, but we're about to head into the third panel session very quickly. And please, may we have on stage Marvelous Olajide and Wulanga as they welcome our third panelists. Wulanga and Marvelous. Yes.
then we are moving straight into the next panel. So please, would it really crave your indulgence that you please settle in. We understand the whole pump and ply, why people try to engage and all of that. We'll have a full-blown session for networking. So please kindly settle down so that we can quickly wrap this up as quick as possible. Thank you.
Yeah. Apologies, everyone. Please, while we have laptops available, we also have vouchers. So this is sponsored by Just Classy. So it's a fashion, an online fashion store where you can get blazers, where you can get cut suits, where you can get hairs, wig, anything you like, any Gen Z thing. Even our Leonard Silks here can also patronize. So we have vouchers. We have 500 vouchers to be going around. So the 500 vouchers, you have to get it's a discount. So you have to get an item, and when you get an item that is 30K above, you get like 16% discount. So we're going to share the vouchers now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move into our third panel. That is our strategy panel. And I'll just give a very, very abridged version of some of our speakers. So right now, we're going to start with Mr. Itwa Imanze. Itwa Imanze is the managing partner at Kena, where he provides strategic leadership in driving technical excellence, client service delivery, and compliance with the highest professional and ethical standards. He oversees firm strategy, practice development, and case management, while ensuring continuous growth and responsiveness to evolving legal markets and trends. He's actively involved in Nigeria and international parties. He's actively engaged in Nigerian Bar Association committees and broader professional and community initiatives, reflecting his commitment to legal development and institutional excellence. Please, will you join me to welcome on stage Mr. Itwa Imanze. Next, we're going to be welcoming Mr. Ogona Oji, our very own Travel Better person. Ogona Oji is the founder and chairman of Travel Better, one of Nigeria's leading online travel companies and a pioneer in the digitalization of the country's travel and tourism sector. A serial entrepreneur with over 15 years of leadership experience, he also serves on the boards of several indigenous companies across complementary sectors with a focus on customer-centered enterprise, operational efficiency, and the use of technology to address underserved markets. Mr. Oji holds degrees from Middlesex University, London, and Dublin Business School. His leadership philosophy is grounded in consistency, discipline, and long-term value creation, with a strong belief in building businesses that outlast their founders and meaningfully transform the market they serve. Please, will you join me to welcome Mr. Ogona Oji to the stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I will be taking the profile reading for our two final panelists and the moderator for this session. So I will start with Mr. Ade Ipaye. Mr. Ade Ipaye, OFR, is the principal partner of Vantage Attorneys Legal Practitioners, a distinguished lawyer, academic, and public servant with extensive experience spanning legal practice, academia, and high-level government service. Called to the Nigerian Bar in 1989, he holds degrees in history, law, and a master's in law from the University of Lagos, where he also served as a senior lecturer and sub-dean of the Faculty of Law, specializing in contract, company, industrial, and tax law. He went on to hold several senior public offices in Lagos State, including Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, where he led key justice sector reforms, such as the establishment of community service sentencing and expanded access to justice through public interest legal initiatives. He later served at the federal level as Deputy Chief of Staff to the President and Chief of Staff to the Vice President, coordinating national executive engagement and policy coordination, an officer of the Order of the Federal Republic, Notary Public, and fellow of both the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria and the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. He is also a published author on Nigerian tax law and a respected contributor to legal and policy discourse. He currently leads Vantage Attorneys in Abuja and remains a prominent voice in law, governance, and public policy reform. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you may and welcome Mr. Ade Ipaye to the stage. Thank you. Okay, everything. Okay, sir. So I'll be doing a very abridged version because of time. Apologies. So the next person is Mrs. Latifat Folashade Yusuf. She is a seasoned energy lawyer and strategic advisor with over 2 decades of experience in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Prior to this, she was head of commercial law at the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, where she led legal strategy across multiple business units, advising on complex transactions, contract negotiation, and risk management for major upstream operations and projects. She is internationally recognized as a regional director of the Association of International Energy Negotiators and is also a mediator. She is deeply committed to mentorship and professional development, with a focus on equipping young lawyers with practical, business-oriented legal skills. Please put your hands together for her as she takes the stage. Thank you. And finally, we have our moderator for this session, Mr. Emmanuel Wobodo, a Nigerian lawyer and the founder of Novsco Legal Practice. He currently serves as a legal associate in International and Comparative Law Department of Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Justice. He is also a prominent youth leader and institutional builder, having founded the Federation of African Law Students, uniting law students across more than 45 African countries. He is an MTI accredited mediator and an active member of several professional bodies, including the NBA Committee on Judiciary. As a moderator of this panel, I'm confident that he would not just steer this conversation, but bring insights into whatever is being said here today. Please welcome on stage with me. A round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very well. Thank you very well, Madam Moderator. Just by the way of an objective of this panel, I would like to start with a very brief story. Few weeks just after my call to bar, I got a call, a very familiar one, and the voice on the other end of the call was a former Minister of Aviation who had joined us to study law at the Nigerian Law School. And he asked me one very fundamental question. Emmanuel, I have a 450 million naira brief for you. Can you handle it? Now, I want you all in the room to imagine yourself on a good morning receiving that same call. The pause, the silence, the moments of asking yourself 10,000 reasons to say no. But guess what? I said yes. And just very briefly after that moment, I came to realize something. And I'm saying this because it's not because I am brave or because I find myself very unusual, but because I realized that the rules that govern that very call that he gave to me is the rules that govern each and every client, our relationship with each and every client we intend to engage in the legal profession, one way or the other. And today, this panel exists to interrogate some of those rules, to make us understand what we are lacking as young lawyers, with the pressure getting worse, what we need to do to evolve in the ever-changing practice. And that is why this panel exists today with the very distinguished minds we have on our table. So just very briefly, I've been told that the time has been abridged, but I would love you to listen very keenly for what each and every distinguished mind seated here is going to be saying to you in relation to clients, client management, and how to stand out with your clients. And trust me, it's going to be an exciting one. Are we still with us in the house? Please just indicate, just by wave of your hands. Thank you very kindly. So we are going to start with the clients in the house. They need no introduction. We're going to start with the clients.
one who sits at the client's seat, Mr. Oji. Sir, you sit at the client's seat, the seat we are trying to understudy. You're not here to tell us about law, you're here to tell us about ourselves. So the first question to you is, sir, when many lawyers are technically competent, what makes you choose, and then of course you've engaged service providers, what makes you choose one over the other when many lawyers come into you for engagements as are technically competent? Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that question. I would like to thank everybody for coming and hosting me. This is my first public engagement in Nigeria.
Please, let's celebrate that. Let's celebrate that. Let's celebrate that.
And if there's one profession that I would love to practice, is probably a lawyer. I appreciate and love lawyers because a robust lawyer society is very good for a progressive nation. To answer your question, there are so many factors you can pick, when you're choosing a client. It could be recommendation. Somebody recommended you to a law firm. It could be their track record. We have seen how they win cases. It could be, price. You're on a budget. You have a cost that you want to, stick to before picking a law firm. For us, it depends on the case. There are some cases that require some big names. The Wole Olanipekuns, the new SANs that are emerging, like Chikos Lojuku. These are personal lawyers to us, and to the firm. If you're on a budget, you could go for people that are very, very feisty. There are some young lawyers that are feisty. They get the job done. So it depends on what you're looking for. It depends on your criteria. You could make a decision based on what you want. There is no set rules to picking a client. It depends on what you want to achieve your target. Like I said, lawyers are very important to the society. Once you form a company, the first thing you do is to get a lawyer. First thing you do is to get a lawyer. And I think the rules should be changed for company secretaries. I think all company secretaries should be lawyers. It's very important. Absolutely. So at the end of the day, you have different backgrounds that you pick and make a decision. For us, like I said, different sort of rules, different sort of matters that arise. And we stick to that. But at the end of the day, you could add more criteria, competence, can they manage the case and whatnot. So, yeah, that's how we make our decisions, depending on, how much you're asking for, or your competence or your track record. Those are what we look for at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very answer. What I get from there is trust, responsiveness, and of course the client file in terms of referral. So, Ms. Yusuf, over to you, ma. You, from the in-house perspective, I would like to, Mr. Oji just told us what makes him pick a lawyer. I would like to understand from an in-house perspective how you've sat on boards where billions move through the file. So from the in-house perspective, what makes you think a lawyer is worth instructing on a particular file?
The very first thing is what he mentioned, and which you alluded to, which is the technical competency. So it's interesting if you encounter lawyers that are looking to serve specialist industries, and then they tell you they can do everything, and you're wondering, really? You can do everything? That's like almost a first indication to tell you, no, this is not the lawyer I want to use. For instance, if you're seeking to support the energy industry on a particular segment of the work, I don't think I'm interested in working with you if you told me you could do everything. So if we put the technicality out of the way, and he also made a very good point about alluding to budgets, because at the end of the day, that's also very important. Then you then come to the more nuanced things that at the end of the day actually speak more than the big thing. If I'm approaching you, for instance, if we shortlist 3-5 great law firms, we're shortlisting them because we kind of already know what their pedigree is with respect to their technical competencies. Right, so you're going to the next level of
maybe in conversations with them, what kind of questions are they asking? How well do they know what they're promising to serve? Of course, part of aligning competencies is even knowing what you've done. For instance, like you mentioned, you're talking about multi-billion transactions or projects, as it were. You will most likely lean against those who've done samples of those, whether in multiples or in terms of size. So that also goes back to the technicality. When you're talking to lawyers at the preliminary stages, the kind of questions they ask is an indication of, okay, I think he knows what he's doing. The kind of proactiveness you encounter. In the commercial space, you will always talk about speed because the business people don't have time for, these lawyers are talking too much. What exactly are they saying? So I've seen situations where you ask for, you send out requests for quotations. Great law firms, lawyers, you've established their technical competencies, and maybe you send out a request like close of work. By 8 a.m. the next morning, some people have dropped their responses, with excellent feedback, with the level of detailing, the proactiveness that tells you, oh, I think this lawyer knows what he's doing. To cite a life example, I've experienced that. In that same request session, you will find a law firm known for its technical, and maybe come back 3 days later. Maybe with some 6 pages of, and then at the end of the day, you're trying to wonder, what exactly are they saying? So first, they lost on speed, and then they lost on what really they're saying. Some lawyers will go the length of, when they're coming back to you, they're already telling you what to anticipate. They are giving you value right off the bat, even though you haven't even retained them. So those are the softer nuances that help you very quickly to make your decision on who you're going with.
Thank you very kindly for that answer. If there is anything we get from there, that is responsiveness, specialization, and the ability to answer a client's question in their time, their word, and in their language. Mr. Imanze, you've built 10 plus, Kena partners to a firm that handles the kind of transaction Mrs. Yusuf just spoke about. For you, what is it like? Where do we draw the nuisance of? Do you agree with them? Because I think there is quite an easy agreement between what they just said. Where do we draw the line in this conversation for you?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation to the organizers.
Right.
I align with what the speakers have said. There's no doubt about what they have said. But I also think that as lawyers, young lawyers, we must be commercially literate and relevant. You must know about the business of the client. You must understand what they do. They want solutions and not just the legal opinions. Sometimes they don't even read all those 50-page, 60-page documents. They want solutions. Sometimes they are always on the edge. There's always perhaps crisis waiting to happen. And they want solutions. So when you keep writing very lengthy opinions, yes, you've done so well, you have the technical skill, but at the back of their mind is they want solutions. There's a crisis. Someone wants to picket their office, and they need to stop that. It's not just opinion that will help them. It is how you help them get solutions to their problem. So yes, to that extent, I align with what they have said.
Thank you very kindly for that answer. Please, a round of applause, please. Right. Mr. Ikbayi, a career very literally that shaped the rules many of us in this room now practice. For you, from an institutional standpoint, how do you pick the lawyers or the firm who handle sensitive work in the legal practice?
Okay, thank you very much. I take it that you're saying from the point of view of government?
Yes, please.
How do we decide which lawyers work for us? It's an interesting mix. Because government gets a lot of cases thrown at it. Some are not so significant, where, for instance, a government agency is joined in a case, not as the substantive party, but as maybe a regulator or something. So there's a little less significant. Then there are cases confronting government where a lot of money is at stake and damages are being claimed directly against the government or its agency. Now, why I made that demarcation is in the fact that I want to recognize that a lot of lawyers that governments engage, they come by way of recommendation or someone telling you, okay, this law firm, let's try them and so on. Now, those trials, yes, they do come, but they will not be given the high-stake cases. Where you have serious problems confronting government and you need a lawyer, you are looking for track record. You are looking for expertise. So, now, even the bill may not matter at that stage because you want to be sure that you want to engage someone that can really, really handle this case. So this is where, government gets picky, in my experience. We go for the best that we can get, whether locally or abroad. And in doing that, there's also a preference for lawyers that understand the inner workings of the government itself. So it's always good, even if you didn't work in government, to have information. And as lawyers, I think we should just take it that we ought to know as much as possible about virtually everything, because this applies to every client. Clients respond to people who demonstrate some insight into the kind of business they do, the kind of challenges they have, the kind of solutions they are looking for. So it's good to have this general knowledge about almost everything, So when you are discussing with whoever is responsible for entrusting you with a legal brief, he or she can sense that you not only know the law, there's a place for that technical know-how, but also that, you can simplify things and then you really understand the end game. What do we want to achieve here?
Thank you very much for the answer, sir. Please, let's celebrate. I would love us to celebrate the panelists just after answering the questions. Sir, I would go back to you, Mr. Imanze. Mr. Ikbaye said something about being aware, having insight into what the government does. So we'd love to know from you, sir, as a partner in Kena, what habits have shaped your commercial insight to put you at a standpoint where, services, brands can hire you and make you, have that basically have that retainership agreement with brands, clients across boards, and to develop the commercial insight as well of the brand.
Sorry, I'm not sure I got your...
So he just said something about commercial insight, that you must have the insight into the government, the workings of the government. So I'm asking, what habits have you formed over the years in the commercial practice that has given you insights to brands that intends to hire the services of the firm you work with?
Thank you so very much. So what could be these qualities? One could be, again, you must understand the business of this client. You must understand what they do. You must have a knowledge of what they do. Two, if you really must get work from them also, you should also be such that you are close to them. You, for instance, how well do you know their birthdays, for instance? Do you really celebrate them when things are happening in their life? Are you really involved in those affairs, or you're just bothered about the legal work? So your ability to be able to work with them, navigate through those challenges that they have, they're very key.
Thank you very much for that. Now, I will get back to you, Mr. Imanze. If I get you correctly, you were speaking to interpersonal issues. Yes. Interpersonal issues. Please, Mr. Oji, from the client, the seat of the client, what does that feel like for you? From the seat of the client.
Yeah, it feels amazing that a firm you're hiring knows things about you. They keep in touch. They check in on you and ask questions. You feel personalized. You are likely to engage them more than any other person. At the end of the day, what he's trying to say is, I'm looking for an edge to penetrate or to colonize this client. How do I go about that? Especially for government. Government is tough. It's a humongous industry. And I kind of have a small question for AG. When he was in office, what was his hardest task as AG legally? Was it the land issue? Was it loans? What was it? Because when he was in power, I'm sure it was a very difficult office. It is a difficult office. You face a lot of legal issues and all that. You wake up one morning and something from 1999 comes to your table. 1999. You are not in power.
Right. So AG, I think I would defer proceedings to you to just respond to that.
Yeah, that is exactly right. I think the AG's office is easily the busiest in government. For instance, we have an executive council meeting weekly, and you have about 40 other colleagues there. And any legal issue arising from their respective ministries, they are going to throw at you. So you had better have a solid team behind at the office that you can call upon at any time that can quickly address. This is aside from the governor himself. Then, as you said, in a place like Lagos, I remember I would sign on a typical weekend governor's consent because I was representing the governor in that regard. 300, 500, which is, it's not technically tasking in the sense that someone would have verified that everything is okay. So it's just for me to do the last check and sign. But all of such, and then in the meantime, you are exactly right. Some issue from 1950 can just spring up, and then you have to deal with it, and then some doctors want to go on strike or something or the other. Different, all sorts of things. So some people have therefore canvassed that there should be two commissioners for justice or two ministers for justice, one dealing with maybe the advisory stuff, because you still, in the midst of all this, you have to go to court, pick some important cases that government want to see that the Attorney General is representing it in such cases, you have to do. So it's really, 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 really tasking,
Thank you, sir. But just hold on to that point. I will get back to you on that. Let's pick up from Mrs. Yusuf. Sir, Ma, from the in-house perspective, I know a lot of young lawyers in this room would want to know how we can advise clients to fast-paced decision-making. You work at the in-house at NNPC. Of course, you understand the ropes of how to do this thing. So what advice would you give to lawyers in view of advising clients for decision-making and ease of making decisions in their business?
Right. So I'm going to wing to something he said, and which we've all been alluding to, which is knowing the business. You cannot imagine my excitement if I was speaking to a young lawyer who is describing to me what our operations people do, and one who knows nothing about it. For instance, if I practicalized it, I would use an example and say, if we have a matter in arbitration, but before I go to that, let me take it a bit back. It will help you understand what I mean. For instance, if you're recruited newly into NNPC, it doesn't matter that you're a lawyer or that you're an accountant. You will get training of the entire value chain. By the time you're done, you can explain to anyone how a refinery runs, or how oil is explored up onto production. The damn smart lawyer within the company will explain technical processes to you like he or she was an engineer. That, without asking for too much, is the semblance of what you want to see in your lawyer. So you can't come ignorant. And like one of the other speakers earlier had alluded to, being a young lawyer means that you have so much advantage with respect to what you can soak up at that age, the learning you can get. So I would say that's the first thing, to try and know your client, just like he has said. Try and know your client, try and become familiar with their business. Make yourself available. We've had situations where, for instance, if we retained a firm and maybe there are 5 young lawyers supporting the company within that firm. Within the company, you will hear people say, it's Femi I want. Or is this person I want? Because guess what? He picks up your cue. You're calling him after hours. You're saying, okay, this aspect, how do we navigate it? And then he says, let me just check it and come back. Maybe 1 a.m. your phone is beeping. It's gotten it sorted, you know? So that hard work, that they're looking back, they're looking beside, they're seeing you there. There's something that everybody will talk about normally, which even as in-house counsel, you tell the operations people you're supporting to say, get your lawyers in from the beginning. So they're not coming in at a point where there's damage already done. It's the same thing as when you retain external counsel. You want the external counsel that can jump on the quick call, you know? And what we see more of that even in the young lawyers that are supporting the firm. So maybe I didn't tell them before, maybe just 5 minutes to the couple, I think we're going to need the lawyer on this. And then the lawyer is available. And the lawyer is not just available, the lawyer is available in a very valuable manner. So again, know your business. Another thing that is very important, and I say this because fresh out of law school, a few years at the bar, you think your value is measured by how much you say or how much you write. And no, no, not at all. I don't want to ask you one question and you're giving me 15 pages. I have 1 hour to decision making. I can't read that, you know? So if you are given that, you also want to make sure that your executive summary is an executive summary. It's going straight to the issues, straight to the point, straight to the recommendations, straight to actions, you know? I say to young lawyers that if you're dealing with business executives, when you're getting back to them, you want to get back to them like they're reading your opinion on the phone. They want to be able to say, okay, what did the lawyer say before they get into the meeting? You know, so some things might be difficult to unlearn because we lawyers are used to all that diversity, legalese, and all of that. If you need to take training for that, by all means, please do. But that is what your business and commercial clients are looking to get from you.
Thank you very much for that profound answer. Mr. Emanze, I will get back to you, sir. You know, she said something about juniors drafting, and I think one of the fundamental problems senior lawyers often face is when just junior lawyers are out of the law school, there's often a complaint about our drafts, how we draft things, and of course, the work we do as it relates to the legal practice as opposed to what is being taught at the law school. So my question is this: what is the mindset required for junior lawyers to be indispensable? What is that mindset shift required for us to be indispensable?
Thank you so much. Very good question. So firstly, I would say move from execution to ownership. Yes, with competence in the law, you execute the work. But come to a point where you take ownership of the work. Beyond just doing the work, you're also mindful of the client's needs. It's key, because at the end of the day, if you're unable to satisfy the clients, you have failed. They will go to other lawyers. And so, as a young lawyer, you must move from just doing the work to execution. Then two, move from analysis to recommendation. Enough of all of those legal jargons and all of that. Make good recommendations. For instance, perhaps there's an oil spill, and they have made a claim of 50 million naira. Now, the client is saying, the money is small, but he has briefed you, he has paid you ×2 to defend the suit. You think the client is stupid? Now, you are recommending that, we can settle this matter. It's just 50 million. And the client, in the client's own mind, is that if I settle this matter, other people will come and they will file suit against me because they also think or believe that I will settle them. And so then you have a crisis situation. Then you see litany of suits against your firm. So it's important that you understand again what this client really needs. And then you try to just ensure that you are just there for them. You are there for them, you own the work, you give them, you execute, you advise them to the point that they are satisfied. Otherwise, and then that will also mean you again, sitting with them to understand really what they want. They don't perhaps think the way you think. They are looking at, again, solutions rather than just legal advice. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly for that answer. Now, I want to be more practical. On a Monday morning, to each and every one of you, this question is directed to each and every one of you for the want of time. On a Monday morning, what advice can you give to a young lawyer here on a skill he should start working on a Monday morning, not Tuesday, on a Monday morning? To you, Mr. Ikpaisa.
Okay. One major thing, I'm going to assume technical know-how, that you know the law. And if you have to keep building that knowledge, because it doesn't end at the law school. New issues come up, new areas of the law open up. You have to keep up with your knowledge of the law. Very important. Then, as young lawyers, you are going to be tried and tested, by people who want to assist you. Maybe you are given a case. If, let's assume you are in practice, someone gives you a case to try you out. Or maybe you are, you didn't form your own company, you are working in a law firm, and the law firm says, okay, you are to handle this. Take it as your opportunity. So, working on it diligently, delivering promptly, knowing how to identify the issues, and then summarize, like Madam was saying earlier, being able to give that executive summary that will show anyone that just glances at your work that really this one knows what he's talking about. We have not even read everything that is behind this summary, but it shows that whoever did this, will be able to do that. I think that diligence is important. That persistent seeking of knowledge, very important.
Thank you so much, sir, for that answer. Mark, please, over to you, Mrs. Yusuf.
Right, I'm going to go right off the tail of what he just spoke about and just focusing on young lawyers and the opportunity and advantage that you have. On a Monday morning, as a young lawyer, servicing any client or like I would like to say, servicing a particular niche, because I work in a specialist industry. It's the way that I can look at it. As a young lawyer, knowing, for instance, maybe like folks that you want to end up in the entertainment sector, or maybe like some of us here, you want to end up in the energy space. On Monday morning, you want to align on that new concept that you're learning for the week. So you're a lawyer who thinks, 5 years down the line, I want to go in-house to energy, or I want to be able to serve the biggest energy partners. On Monday morning, you want, this week I'm going to learn about pegging, or I'm going to learn about RIC or all services or something. And then you devote some consistent 30 minutes in a day to kind of drill into that. You'll be very surprised how that adds up. And very quickly, you look at your counterpart lawyer that you graduated law school together, and it's blank. Meanwhile, you're rolling. Yes. And so I think that's a hack for young lawyers.
Very profound answer. From the standpoint of the client, Mr. Oji, please, we would like to hear from you.
As a young lawyer, you have to be ready because the task ahead is very daunting. I'll give you a personal experience. We love to give young people an opportunity. There was a draft we wanted a young lawyer to propose. He came in on a Monday without any working tools, and he couldn't do a presentation. So that is why the opportunity came up for those laptops. I'm sure most people here might not have a laptop to do a presentation, to convince a client this is what I can do. You need those tools because you're a lawyer, you're equally a business person. You need to earn money. The last speaker was talking about earn and all that. You need to earn money and make a living. On a Monday defines your week. You need to be ready. Get your priorities straight for the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, possibly Saturday. Monday defines your week. You need to be ready. At the end of the day, we gave the young lawyer an opportunity to come back. He had to borrow a laptop from his friend to do a presentation. That kind of a young lawyer, how do you move up the ladder? If you are not working with a big firm like them that can probably, I don't know, maybe give you a laptop. If you are making it out on your own, it's a difficult industry. But we all need support. But get your priorities right for the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And make sure you make the best out of it. That is it.
Mr. Utoa, thank you very much. Mr. Utoa, you senior partner at Kenna. You would obviously, as a senior associate, understand what the juniors should do on a Monday morning. Please share your insight with us, sir.
So it is partner at Kenna Partners. Thank you.
Yes,
all right, not the senior partner. All right, I will start by saying a young lawyer should get to know more about the client's business on a Monday morning. To do more research. Abraham Lincoln said, and I quote, "I will study and I will wait. And I know that someday my time will come." Keep studying, keep preparing. There's a place for opportunity. And when it meets preparation, you'll be celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer. Just before we wrap up the session, we would love to take 2 questions from the audience. 2-3 questions from the audience on this session on client efficiency. So please, by the wave of a hand, the protocol is just wave your hand, we identify you from the audience, and then you stand, say your name, where you practice, we'll take your question, and of course, the panelists are going to respond. So if you have questions, please, by the wave of a hand, just indicate so we can take your question. Right, we have identified the lady down there. Please, where's the mic? Please, the mic, please. Any other question? Okay, another lady down there. All right, so we work with these 2. I think we'll work with the 2 questions. And we have a 3rd lady. I think, where are the men in the house? The women are taking over. Where are the men in the house? Okay, so let's work with this. Over to you. Your name, where you practice, and the questions. No preambles. And
thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes.
My name is Titilokwe Balikis Ibrahim. I'm a first-class graduate of the Nigerian Law School. Thank you. Thank you so much. So my question is, I'm done with law school now, waiting to get called. And beyond that, I'm looking to further my education and learn more on the specific areas of law that I'm very interested in. And my question is, what would you say, or how important would you say a foreign degree, for example, would be in becoming more specialized? As a Nigerian, the opportunities to study abroad are not very available, right? It's quite expensive. Scholarship opportunities are limited. So is a foreign degree very important in your own case study, or as you've seen it, especially in today's world? And if there are alternatives in Nigeria that could also cover, especially in areas like maybe oil and gas, data protection, data privacy, and other specialized areas like that. Thank you.
thank you very much. If I understand your question correctly, how important is a foreign degree in today's legal practice? Just before, that question will be directed to Mrs. Yusuf, because you come from an in-house perspective. But let's take the next question, please, so we can take all questions at once. From the other end, please. From the other end.
Good afternoon. My name is Favor Otiti Oluesi, and I practice at Mabel Solicitors. So my question is also directed to, I don't know her name, but I look to specialize in the energy sector, and if there's anything I have always had in mind is that law is supposed to be served as a business solution. And you had mentioned that we have to know the business of our client. I'm a lawyer. I don't work in a law firm that is specialized in energy. How do I get to know the business of my client? How do I do that? And I know that they say, oh, go online, research and research, but there's so much that researching can do if I don't get into like the day-to-day knowing of this thing. So what would you recommend for me as somebody that wants to understand the business? I don't just want to give legal opinion. I also want to be able to like talk about what to do to curtail the disagreements between the oil companies and people that the locals in the different villages that host the oil wells. So I want to be able to like understand the business. I want to understand, but how do I go about it? So yes, that is my question.
Thank you so much. How does she go about understanding the business? That is a question. And the last question in the house. I think we had the last hand up. Okay, all right.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena Aladeshuyi, and I'm an in-house for a FCMG company. So my question was actually directed to Mrs. Yusuf,
Interesting.
but I think it's for everyone. I wrote it down. So they say that litigation is the foundation of legal practice, and I am a young lawyer, 1 year post-call, and I have just a year experience in the FCMG company. Now, trying to get into another practice, the reason why I'm asking this question, basically, I don't intend to go to the energy sector, but it is a bit directed. FCMG is not the same sector, but I did not go to a law firm to gain experience. I went to an FCMG company. That is where it's a corporate, commercial. We can still relate it into the corporate and commercial sector. Now, I'm trying to go into another FCMG company, but they are requesting for experiences from law firms. So how do I don't have experiences from law firms. Why do they not consider people who actually go from FCMG companies to FCMG companies or from energy companies to energy companies without actually having that particular experience from law firm? Why are they still asking for that litigation experience? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So just to even things a little bit, the first question on the relevance of international certification, I think I would want to redirect to Mr. Imanze to take up the answer for that question, since all the questions are coming to you, Ma, if I may. And yes, we could just take it up from there.
All right, thank you. See, in the age we live in, trust me, I think it is relevant. If you are opportune to have it, just get it. Put it in your CV. When a client or a client that wants to get your service, check your website, goes through it and sees that, oh, you have LLM from Cambridge. I mean, and perhaps the man is also a foreigner. He is not a Nigerian. I mean, that is like, oh, this person understands some things about what I want. I think it also helps. So if you have the opportunity, I think you should go for it. It will help you. It will enhance your status. It will also project you. So it's an advantage to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Yusuf, before you get to that question, his question just informed the question for Mr. Oji. Mr. Oji, would you rather hire a lawyer with an international certificate over one with a local certificate?
It depends on the nature of the case. But at the end of the day, maybe, probably.
Probably. So, rate us. Well, Mrs. Yusuf.
Emmanuel, if you didn't let me answer this question, I would still have answered it.
Okay. So let's shoot for it, ma, please.
And to balance it out, and I can understand his perspective. I'll try to understand his perspective, because when you say what you say, what percentage of the market is that really? Let's say the energy industry, the foreigner, what percentage of the market that is? So to put a balance to what he said, my answer will be a no. No, you don't. No, it doesn't confer you that real advantage. I'll say that because almost 30 years ago, and Mr. Paye doesn't know me personally, but he did teach me tax law.
Wow.
And he doesn't know, but he was maybe even about my favorite lecturer at the time.
Wow.
And NNPC recruited 1,000 of us in 2007. That was when I joined the company. And we're quite familiar with ourselves. But I don't think out of that 1,000, there were up to 20 people who schooled abroad. No. And I can say this very proudly because as a company, NNPC has done some excellent form of recruitment over the years. In the few times that they have done it, it's been very excellent. Recruited top of the cream across the nation. And the best of us did not school abroad. You know, so I wouldn't say it gives you that advantage that will disadvantage you. At the time you're showing yourself, you know, even if you take it out of the legal space and go to other professions where today we see our IFE, UNILAG doctors being the best all over the world with their local degrees, think about that. You know, so does it confer that advantage? No. There's so much more you can do to take yourself notches higher. Because today, there are international associations that are accessible to everybody. You know, which professional association that deals with what you do is not accessible to you today? You can say none. You know, if I tie it directly to her question, yes, you're a new lawyer. You're thinking, how can you know what is... Even being here today will give you an advantage that those who are not here have. You know, I'm sure there are some things seated over there and listening to Foza. There were some things she was saying that maybe I probably didn't know about tenant law. So it's the same thing. Make yourself available. There are associations that have free webinars, free physical events. There's so much that is accessible to you without a penny in your pocket. You know, such that very quickly it will distinguish you and your efforts from the next person. I can't tell you the number of young lawyers that I have tried to and hold them through this process, maybe on LinkedIn, people that we've never even met physically. You know, so the lady that asked the question about what more to do, in asking the question, she had already answered half of it. So you see all that YouTube video about how the industry works, all that. It's part of what you need. It's part of your learning process, and that is not going to go away. You know, there was the third question. Sorry, let me just wrap that up very quickly. Right, so you talked about working in education and then they're seeking litigation, you know, and all of that. I would say give yourself time to grow. What you see, I meet young lawyers who, on day one from law school, they want to work in AFC. They want to work in Afrexim. They want to work in Shell. They want to, on day one, you know, I like, give yourself time to grow. You know, personally, and it's not an applicable format to everybody, but for the longest time, maybe because that was my experience, I used to say to young lawyers that do the litigation thing, do the courtroom thing, do it for a few years. I did it for 4 years before I went in-house. You know, to say, do it. Because guess what? For many young lawyers, there's no money in it, right? So you're quick to want to jump out. But that experience, by the time you get into the other roles, you are never going to get it again. I joined NNPC as a young lawyer and as a graduate trainee because I still had age on my side. But I had some 4 years of courtroom experience. For every time we congregated as a group of young lawyers, I always felt myself set apart because I had the experience that the others didn't have. There were some of us who got recruited straight out of their service here. By the time I was joining NNPC, I had practiced in Kano, I had practiced in Lagos, I had attended courts in Ibadan, I had attended magistrate courts, high courts, you know, done all those things. I had stories for days that others didn't have. And I think, much as we were young lawyers in the law firm complaining, we're always complaining, the pay is horrible. I appreciated it so much when I went in-house. You know, I was in-house in the bank before I went into the energy industry. And in those two places, it was wonderful. So give yourself time to grow. You cannot change what the potential employer is looking for. in your own case, that's probably what they are looking for. They are looking for a lawyer who has practice experience, so maybe that was not the job for you. But in wherever you find yourself, give your time to grow. It always pays off in the end.
Thank you so much. And may I round up with you on the same question she asked from a public interest law perspective? I know there are a lot of young lawyers here who aspire to have the amazing kind of career you had in the public space. What do we start doing now? How do we grow that in the direction of the question she also asked?
Well, what I would say is, whatever you are doing now, just do it well. Do it very well indeed. Whether it's practice, whether you're an in-house lawyer, or at the end of the day, I don't think the question whether you have a foreign degree or is a local degree in the long run, maybe on the surface of it, is good mix that you studied here and there, fine. But very quickly, nobody will ask for your degrees anymore. It is your output that matters. And this issue of, okay, you want to move to this line of business or you want to move from one to the other. Yes, employers will come. Some would say, we want someone that has had some practice experience. Yeah, but that's just one employer. There are so many other opportunities that will come. So I think the best advice I can think of is, whatever you are doing, do it well. It's because I was a lecturer. That's what got me into public service. And the person that took me into public service was looking for someone that can assist, that can help, not someone to occupy an office. And that's how it started. And since it started, I had several opportunities to show whether I could do it, I could do better or not. So I was getting reappointed, not for anything but the track record that I had in the last appointment always guaranteed the next one. Even when I wasn't so enthusiastic about it. So I believe in whatever you are doing, do it so well that better things will come, no matter what.
Thank you so much for that answer. Please, let's celebrate that answer. And the last but not the least, I know we have certain lawyers, young lawyers in the house who are aspiring to be commercial industrialists, if I like to put it that way. Mr. Orji, this is to you as a wrap-up. What do you think in the future that awaits young lawyers? What do you think the lawyer who aspires to be commercially be an industrialist, like you've had a track record for, should start doing? What do you think? What ideas do you have? What stories do you have to tell the young lawyer?
The future is very bright for the law industry. I'm going to go back to what the former AG said. Whatever you're doing, do it very well. That's your CV. I'm looking for solution as a business person, as a business firm. Can you offer me solution? Yes or no? How many cases have you won? How many solutions have you, put down? So at the end of the day, it's difficult for me to give that kind of answer. It's better a lawyer or someone with a legal degree.
Yes, from the standpoint of a client.
Yes, but your CV, your solutions, your track record matters. If I'm hiring you, like I said, I hired you based on referrals. Oh, this firm is good. They are doing a marvelous job. Try them. Madam said, oh, somebody's asking for Femi in particular. It happens. It happens in a particular industry or a business. You pick out someone you want to work with because they have personalized. They have known what you do as a business. They are very better. They communicate better. They are available anytime, any day. So you need that availability and a platform to offer a solution. But at the end of the day, the industry is very bright for the law firm. It is a growing business. It is.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we have one intervention and we'll take that and we'll call it a day. Please, the mic to
Thank you very much. And I thank all the panelists for their very brilliant contributions. I just thought I should intervene on the point my brother made on this question of foreign degrees. And so that, we don't leave our colleagues who do not have. The truth of the matter is, not everybody will have the opportunity to have a foreign degree. And because you don't have a foreign degree, does not put you in the demography of people who are disadvantaged, for example, to work with the company of my sister, Shade Yusuf. My honest advice is two. One, I think sometimes master's degree is over-exaggerated. And I mean foreign master's degree. I'm privileged to have one, and I think that first one that I did was an utter waste of time. And if you ask most people who've gone for the first one, they will tell you it's an utter waste of time. Many a times, we don't know what we're doing. Then when you come back, having had some experience, then that second master's begin to make more sense to you. That's for those who have the privilege to school abroad. But for those who don't have, and even for those who do have, I think my advice is try and fix yourself in a good commercial law firm. When you work abroad, and those who have worked abroad, and the clients here will tell you that what they want to look out for is the experience that you have. Sometimes not necessarily your CV. We used to do that before in my firm, but today when I look at CVs on my desk, to be honest, I'm not really moved by a foreign degree anymore. I'm more moved by the experience that you have. So fix yourself in a good law firm. That good law firm will have transactions that are cross-border in nature. Now, once you are on a cross-border transaction, what you would have gone to spend 20,000, 25,000 a year is a lot expensive now. In a foreign school, you will get it from that cross-border transaction and even more. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening we came with a question in mind: understanding client focus. Okay, just a quick intervention.
I think it's difficult for us. We have to be realistic in Nigeria. As a business person, she said, if you don't have an experience, what more can I offer? If you have the opportunity to do whatever additional knowledge you want to acquire, go ahead. Madam answered it is a mix. How do you get the experience? You have been in a place for 2 years and they're looking for an experienced lawyer. What is the advantage that I have? We are in a reality in Nigeria. We look at CVs. Let nobody kid you. We look at CVs because you have not proven to me you can do this work. It's only when I give you the job to do, you prove, and I take you on board. I see your track record. But before that, I have to look at your CV. Your CV is your statement. That is how the industry works in
Thank
Nigeria.
you so much for that intervention, Mr. Oji. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this panel. We came this evening with a question in mind, understanding the client's mindset, and I believe tonight, or this evening rather, we've left with the answers we seek. Thank you so much for your time, and to our distinguished panelists, thank you so much for being so gracious with your presence and your time. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for our panelists.
Sustain that applause for the strategy panel. We have Mr. Itua of Kenna Partners, the CEO of Travel Better, our Madam from NMPC, Mr. Ipayo of Vantage Attorneys, and Emmanuel Wobodo. Please, a round of applause. Sustain it. Thank you all so much. I would like to call on Gideon Edem, the YLF chairperson, and Emediong Essien to do the honors of presenting awards to our distinguished panelists.
Sorry, very quickly, we would like to commence the raffle draw process. I don't know if the vice chair can quickly come in, because we want our distinguished guests to do the honors in selecting the people who will be lucky winners. And we also would want the CEO of Travel Better to announce what the extended number of laptops to be won is. So very quickly, Okay, so he has given the signals that.
Okay. So, sir, are you telling us 100 more laptops? Sir, you can use the microphone. Just make the announcement. How many more laptops in total? 10. Are you adding 10 more laptops to the 5?
10 more laptops.
10 more laptops. So we have 15 laptops. All right. We're still at the NBA YLF Summit. So what we are going to do right now to win those 15 laptops, first of all, we are going to project the QR code of the NBA YLF groups. So if you are not following us on Instagram, you are not following us on Twitter, and you are not following our WhatsApp pages, you definitely cannot be a winner. So can we have the QR code? Get our Instagram to 1,000 followers. If we don't have 1,000 followers on our Instagram, we definitely cannot proceed with this. 15 laptops. Can you make some noise for Travel Better? Make some noise for Travel Better. All right. So now, can we have the vice chair of the YLF? The vice chair of the YLF, Sopuchi Rufus Anene.
So this is how this is going to happen. We'll allow 5 first winners to win on the spot laptop. The whole process will be handled by the vice chair. The remaining additional 10 would happen just immediately after the fireside chat that is happening just after the panel here is over. Right?
And maybe 5 more at the cocktail.
Yes.
Who knows?
So we're going to be splitting it so that at each segment we're having 5 lucky winners. We're having people go back home with excitement, which is really what this conference is all about. So please bear with us as we continue in all of this process. So I'll quickly invite the vice chairman to quickly come help us tell us how the process would go. We had mentioned clearly on all social media platforms that the first 100 attendees to come on time for the summit will be eligible to participate. But all of the entire other processes, I'll allow the vice chair to rule them out and then allow everybody to understand how this is going to work. But the plan is that there will be numbers and then our very distinguished delegates will pick. These numbers contain the names of all of the 100 people that came into the hall quite early. There's an attendance sheet. Let me allow Ruchi to handle all of that. Ruchi, please.
All right. So, Henry Eze, our publicity chair, I hope our numbers on Instagram are growing. Where's Henry Eze? I hope our numbers on Instagram are growing. Remember, if you are not following us on all our social media platforms, you might be disqualified. So, Ruchi, tell us who are going to win 5 out of the 15 laptops that Travel Better has graciously given to the NBA YLF.
Okay, because we want to be transparent, it's going to be a raffle draw. And it's going to happen live, here and now. And it appears we have 5 people on the panel. So everyone is going to get to pick a number from the raffle draw. And whoever's number is called, we'll read out their names. You will tell us the last 4 digits of your phone number. You'll confirm that you're a young lawyer between 0 to 7 years post-call. You'll also confirm that you're following us on our social media pages. And then you win a laptop.
All right.
Not too much now.
Can you read it out again? Can you
Do
read?
you know the brand of the laptop we're giving out? Come on. So, can we have soft music or something play in the background just for vibes?
No, softer. That's too hard. Thank you, Esco. Thank you, Esco.
Okay.
So what's in that clear bag? I saw you taking out scissors, cards,
exactly,
and combs.
I wanted it to be as transparent as possible.
Okay.
So we have numbers 1 to 100 in here, cut into very short pieces.
All right.
We're going to have the panelists choose a number.
Can that be independently audited by maybe Deloitte, KPMG?
Nimi rest.
Okay. So let's go.
So we'll start with, of course, the sponsor of the initiative.
Exactly. Please put your hands together for the CEO at Travel Better. Thank you so much, sir. You make our life so much better.
So
not just
you're going
because
to pick
better.
a number and then we'll read out the person's name. If you're not here, it skips you, please. We'll pick the next number.
Can we have absolute silence?
This is invalid, please. It's an extra paper.
Oh.
Please, you can confirm that it's invalid.
Nimi Edime.
So you call out the number and maybe even read out the name. 51.
Number 51.
Bruno Ibebunam.
Bruno, he absolutely cannot believe it.
Can you come and confirm the last four
first
digits of your
winner-
phone number?
Are you sure? Are you sure you are Bruno?
I cannot say what I just heard now. Nimi, let me whisper it to your ear.
Wow!
Whisper it to the next person. Whisper it to the chairman, please. I love the suspense. Oh my God! Can we do it again?
It just got bigger and better. The first winner gets to walk home with 1 million naira cash. Absolutely amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
He's already pitching himself.
He absolutely cannot believe this. Wow. This can only happen at the NBA World Summit 2026. The managing partner of Kenya has to help
I'm
you.
about to shed some tears, you guys. He's about to cry.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Does he still need the laptop? 1 million and the
I'm
laptop.
the one that read out your number.
Let's be clear. Does he still 1 million on the laptop? Please, another round of applause for the CEO and Travel Better.
We have to do 2FA. Are you following us on social media?
Are you sure?
Yes.
On all
Can
our
we confirm
platforms.
that Henry?
On X.
All right.
All right. Congratulations.
Can we take the photos? Can we have on stage the chairman of the NBA Lagos branch, the secretary of the NBA Lagos branch, the co-opted member, Mr. Adekunle Alaofe, and the treasurer of the NBA Lagos branch, Madam Ogechi Mokelu. Please come and join this picture. Come and join this very surprising and groundbreaking picture. 1 million naira up for grabs with a laptop. He absolutely cannot believe this. He's still in shock. And this shock might make him send my account number instead. Please remember, if you are not following us on all our social media platforms, do so now. One more. 1 million, one more. A round of applause one more time for this absolutely amazing feat. Thank you. Now, can we have the next winner? Can we have the next winner? And to do the honors, we will have the... Still?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. He's giving, you will remember me in your paradise. Okay, so
I just saw somebody and I said, give me your number, give me, When he came, he was asking for your number, you there.
Okay,
What
so
I cannot do?
let's have the moderator now. Can we have the moderator now come pick a number?
Okay. They've done one. Maybe the moderator will do 2 million. Who knows? Can we have that down, please? Can we have the music down? Please, can we cue the music?
Number 65.
Number 65.
Uchenna Ayegbonam.
Uchenna Akimbade.
Uchenna Ayegbonam.
Okay. We're about to invalidate. Uchenna Ayegbonam. Uchenna Ayegbonam. It's a man's world. It's a man's world.
Congratulations.
So, only congratulations. Sadro.
No, that standard was too high.
All right, thank you very much. He's the winner of the second HP laptop. A round of applause one more time for
Our sponsors, Travel Better. Thank you so much for making our lives better with this particular giveaway. All right.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we're having the next person now come up stage.
Let me hold it for you.
Mr. Ipaye, can we have you up stage, please?
A round of applause for Mr. Ipaye. He's former AG, so maybe.
So I have number 87.
Gang gang. Number 87.
And number 87 is Mayowa Aroyeun.
Mayowa Aroyeun. Mayowa Aroyeun. Going. Mayowa Aroyeun. Are you sure? Mayowa, what's your surname?
Confirm your phone number.
I don't think she has a phone number. You don't look like a Mayowa. You look like half sat.
It's here on her tag. Are you following us on social media? Wait. No. Hold on. She's even confused. No. Hold on, please.
Rules are.
No, she will follow us right now. Open your phone. Are you 0 to 7 years post call? Why are you looking confused? Please follow us, okay? Abbas, if you are here, please join the pictures.
Okay, now moving on. As we unveil our fourth winner. Please, one more time, a round of applause for Travel Better. It's a rain of laptops today. All right. This is Madam Latifat from NMPC. So oil money in the building. Oil money in the building.
Public service in the building.
She said money service in the building.
Public service.
So just to clarify, we have a number that we can't tell if it's 99 or 66. So we're skipping it. Because it could be unfair to the other person.
Exactly.
So please.
All right. Let's move on.
The chairman, do you want to make it? Do we have what?
Wait.
An IT person in the house? You can't tell.
we
Exactly.
can't tell.
We can't tell.
Thank you.
Right, number 86. Anastasia Obuneme.
It's now time for the ladies. Sustain the applause for Anastasia.
Are you following us?
Another 1 million, sir. I have to confirm. Adekunle, you want to
Please,
drop
Uwana,
money?
can you join the pictures? Thank you. Abbas. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Please keep
And now-
following YLF activities closely.
Last but not the least, for this very round of 5
Mimi.
laptops.
Just so you know, this is 5 out of 15, so you might want to stick around for the blessing to get to you. Okay, sir, can we have you now?
Number 11. Oluwadunsin Modushola.
Oluwa Johnson. Johnson. Please let me see your tag. Okay, Oluwa Dunsin. Okay, Oluwa Dunsin. All right.
Okay, Nimi, I have something that I was told though.
Yes, yes.
Emetiong, hold on. The sponsor whispered something to me. You know when he whispers something to
Why
me?
is he
you know
always
what
whispering to you? Sir,
But this whispering should not only
my
end
2
in-
ears are here, sir. Breathe upon me, sir.
Okay,
All right,
so
yes.
one of the aim of doing the laptop giveaway was also to encourage people to actually come early for the event. So he wants to recognize the first person to write their name on the list. Emmanuel Uba, are you here? I don't know what the gift is going to be, but he says we should recognize you, so please come forward.
Men supporting men. A round of applause for that. We love to see this.
Please keep clapping.
We signed up, buddy. Keep clapping.
Please move to tears.
Wow! Number 1 also gets what? 1 million naira.
Oh my God. Wow.
Can you just can we have some ushers, please? Ushers? Yes, can we have ushers? Can we have ushers? When I say travel, you say better. Travel.
Better.
Travel. When I say travel, you say better. Travel. Travel. Say thank you, travel better. Thank you, travel better.
Thank you, travel better.
So we've had 2 million naira given to 2 lucky participants, and we've also had 5 laptops out of 15. It can only get better. A round of applause for the NBA YLF, please. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be back to continue the raffle draw. Please pick this. So for the other 10 laptops, volunteers are also going to be eligible to participate. We know we had said no, but since we have more laptops, volunteers will participate. Thank you very much. All right, over to you.
Thank you very much, esteemed panelists, for doing this with us. I want to invite Mrs. Ikayowe to please help us present the awards.
Okay, Mrs. Ipawe, please can you come present the awards to the panelists? Thank you so much. The awards, present the awards to the panelists. Thank you so much. Yeah.
On behalf of YLF, I call on the former Attorney General, Ade Ipaye.
be on the spot.
Okay, also on behalf of the YLF, I want to present this to Latifat F. Yusuf.
You can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. The next. Okay, also on behalf of YLF, I want to present this to Itwa Imadze. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. To present the last award to the CEO of Travel Better, no other person than Dr. Tulu Aderomi. Please, can we celebrate him as he comes up to present the award? Thank you.
I think the CEO of Travel Better deserves a better applause. Can we keep clapping for him? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Oji, on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum, I want to thank you first for sharing knowledge with us on the panel. I think first that's most important. Secondly, I also want to thank you for reassuring, one, the body of lawyers, and two, the young lawyers, that when you do certain things that are conventional with success, there's a reward for it. The 15 laptops, very commendable. Well, thank you very much for it. The cash gift for those who came early, I think is also something we commend you. So taking all of that together, on behalf of the NBA YLF, I want to present this to you. Thank you very much for supporting us.
All right. Last but not the least, we have an award for the moderator. We have a... And we'll call on Mr. Chibike Anene to present the award to our moderator. A round of applause for Chibike Anene as he comes to the stage, and for Mr. Emmanuel Unwobodo.
Mr. Emmanuel Wobodo, on behalf of NBA YLF Lagos, we will want to present this award to you for your outstanding contribution in moderating this panel. You did so well, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, so can we have the photo up with the group photos? No. Thank you so much. And we have Dr. Tulu Aderemi on stage and all the ESCOs of the NBA here present. Can we have the ESCOs of the NBA on stage for this photo session? Wulanga, you can join them on stage. Ruchi. Yes. All right. Okay. Please be informed that you would have your lunch packs shared during the fireside chat, so please don't leave. We still have 10 laptops up for grabs maybe some surprises up for grabs, and light refreshments would go around now before the lunch packs are shared. All right, a round of applause for our panel one more time. A round of applause for this panel. Thank you. Okay, now very quickly we are going straight into the fireside chat and doing us the honors to read the bios of our distinguished panelists and on this fireside chat. Please give it up for Wulanga, the head of programs for the Summit Planning Committee. A round of applause for Wulanga, please. A round of applause for Wulanga. She's been in my ear all day, ensuring that this program has been seamless and smooth. Wulanga, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nimi. Still standing on the existing protocol, I would call on our speaker for the fireside chat. Oloruntobi Okpawe wears two hats as both the head of the Technology Dispute Resolution Practice, as well as the deputy sector head of the Health and Pharmaceutical Sector team at Jackson Etty and Edu. She advises and represents clients both on technology and healthcare law separately, as well as at the intersection of technology and healthcare, with a focus on complex disputes, regulatory compliance, and risk management across the digital economy and healthcare sector. Her experience spans fintech, telecoms, e-commerce, data protection, and social media, as well as medical and healthcare litigation, ethics, and pharmaceutical advisory. Oloruntobi has been recognized by Esquire Legal as one of the 40 under 40 rising star legal practitioners in Nigeria, and is also recognized by Legal 500 World IP Review and World Trademark Review. She remains an active advocate of the advancement of women in law and corporate leadership. Please join me to welcome Oloruntobi Okpawe to the stage. Up next, we have the moderator of this fireside chat. Chibudike Anene is a senior associate at Stren and Bland Partners, where he advises and represents global brands in complex intellectual property and commercial disputes. His practice sits at the intersection of high-level litigation and the human demands of sustained legal excellence, giving him a practical perspective on resilience, burnout, and performance in demanding professional environments. He's a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Anti-Counterfeiting Collaboration of Nigeria, the Intellectual Property Lawyers Association of Nigeria, and the International Trademark Association, where he serves on the Trade Issues Committee. Beyond practice, he's committed to mentoring young professionals with a focus on sustainable career growth, well-being, and long-term success in the legal profession. Please join me as we welcome the moderator of this fireside chat.
Thank you so much, Ms. Okpawe.
Chibike, just a moment, please. We have an announcement. Can the individual with the number plate SMK 725JE Lagos, can you please come out and just repack very quickly? Thank you. Chibike, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Okpawe, for accepting to speak on this panel. So the conversation is caring for the lawyer within. It's broadly based on the challenges, mental health challenges and physical challenges that we endure as lawyers. And I can imagine, having sat here all day, any conversation on mental health is probably negatively affecting your mental health. So we'll try as much as possible to wrap this up in 15 minutes. But I believe this is a very important topic because stress is something that is common in the legal profession. And we've kind of taken it to be a way of life, so to speak. But as you're discussing with younger lawyers who are coming into the profession, we want to get your perspective on how you are able to navigate the early stages of a career, and even now as the head of the technology and disputes team, how you're able to manage the challenges, the mental and health challenges that come with being a lawyer and still manage to deliver top quality and excellent service to your clients.
Okay, thank you, Chibuike. Yeah. Maybe I just ask a couple of questions to the crowd. How many of us have ever felt burnout in anywhere? Okay, I think when we hear this often, right, we don't even know what burnout is. A lot of us lawyers are experiencing it. And I can easily give you an example. When you hear the panelists say that, oh, we want a lawyer that we can call at 1 a.m. So when do you sleep? Right? And it's expected, and it's not a Nigerian thing, it's all over the world. Right? All over the world, everybody expects lawyers to be the Superman. I want to call my lawyer. In fact, I had one of my clients telling me that when she was in a law firm, her client called her at 3 a.m. to come pick him and come and solve a problem. And I was like, 3 a.m., why? You understand? So it's expected. So one thing I did before coming to this panel, I tried to say, okay, what is burnout, right? And I don't know how many of us have ChatGPT. I'm sure we have some AI tool. Please just check what burnout is. What are the symptoms of burnout, right? Do we have any volunteers? Okay, anybody? Could you just check symptoms of burnout? That's burnout at work, of course. Any volunteers? Okay. Please give her a mic. Can someone give her a mic? Can you step forward, please?
Thank you very much, Ma. So it says burnout is a state of physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged stress, especially from work, school, or caregiving responsibilities. It happens when you feel overwhelmed, emotionally drained, and unable to keep up with constant demands. Common symptoms, emotional symptoms: feeling drained, helpless or empty, loss of motivation, increased irritation, feeling detached or numb, anxiety, constant fatigue, headaches, trouble sleeping, changes in appetite, getting sick more often, difficulty in concentrating or remembering things, reduced productivity, procrastination, feeling cynical or negative about work, withdrawing from friends and family.
Okay, so I asked a question again. How many of us have experienced some form of burnout? Okay, so there's a bit more hands. So this will tell you that burnout is real in the legal practice. And it's very important for you to sort of like balance life. And I could just give some examples of things that I have done. One of it is you have to take the help you get, right? I think most of us don't even realize how much benefit our Nigerian system has. We sort of like, if you have a family, right? We have the type of support structure that almost no other country has. I mean, countries outside Africa. We could have someone to help us in the house. We could have, a family member help us in the house. And that is very important. Take the help you can get. That burnout thing is real. And don't ever think that you are a superhuman. Lawyers like to feel like, oh, clients can call me anytime. When you work hard, but learn to rest just as hard. So those are my two thoughts on what is important or how you can manage your work-life balance. Thank you.
Thank you. There was something that you said that caught my attention because it's very common in the legal profession, which is that a client calls you or emails you at 3 a.m., 1 a.m., and they expect you to do something, right? So in your practice, how have you been able to draw a boundary? Because, of course, when the clients, maybe they are paying a retainer for your services, they expect that you are their beck and call. So if a client calls you at 3 a.m. and says, I need to get something done, what are the boundaries that you put in place to make sure you balance your personal and your work life?
Okay, so there is time for boundaries. There are other times you cannot have boundaries, really. And this is true because not every client is in your time zone. You have clients from all over the world. When you are going to sleep, some people are just waking up, right? So you have that constant stream coming into you. So what do? Understand that in legal practice, like any other practice, there is the ebb and the flow. There's a time where there is so much to do. And there are times that, you don't have as much to do. And one thing I see with, I'm still a young lawyer as far as I'm concerned, right? What I see with young lawyers is that you feel guilty about leaving early when there isn't a lot of work. A lot of people are like, okay, my boss or my senior associate or my partner is still in the office. How can I say I'm going home? And I think that there has to be a balance to that. Of course, I don't expect that there should be work on ground and you're walking away. But when there isn't that urgent thing that needs to happen today, right? Okay, take time for yourself. Step back. Can I go out of the office and finish this in the morning and it will still be beneficial to clients? Don't miss a client's deadline under any circumstance. But when there isn't as much work, please don't feel guilty. You will prove yourself when the work is there. When the urgency is there, you hit all your marks. But there are other times that take time for yourself. I need to rest. I mean, I've had the privilege of having a good boss. There are days that we have worked 48 hours. And there are days at 3 o'clock I will say, I'm not concentrated at work. I need to sleep. And he says, okay, go ahead. So if you prove yourself in those times, when you are saying, oh, I need to rest, nobody will quibble. So that's how I manage it. Yeah.
Okay, very interesting, right? And I think that leads me to my next question, because it's one thing to say to young lawyers who are coming into the practice, maybe they are trainee associates in a law firm, and there's competition, right? You want to demonstrate value to the firm. You want to show that you're somebody who goes the extra mile. So to some persons, it might be awkward or it might seem out of place for them to leave the office before a senior associate or a partner working on the case. Do you believe it's something that law firms, management in law firms or law firm structure, for instance, can come up with policies that kind of encourage that you're able to take this type of steps, something that it doesn't just come as a partner or a senior associate specific situation that can say, okay, you can leave before me, or if it's something that can be implemented, and if there are other examples of policies that if they're implemented in law firms would help to manage mental health. And
okay, thank you very much. I'm going to answer this from the perspective of someone who has been a young lawyer and also somebody who I would say is like a middle manager right now. So from the perspective of being a young lawyer, you know what? When I alluded to the fact that people feel guilty, right? It's also important that you prove yourself when it matters. So by all means, prove yourself when it matters. And so I can give you an example. When I had my NYSC, top law firm in Nigeria, is known to be one of the best law firms. I noticed that every other person was not going for CD, right? They were skipping CD just because they want, that's community service, right? Just because you want to put in the extra work. And I didn't come in for any of those days. Sometimes I'll say, okay, I'll finish this when I get home. Other days, so they just knew me. In fact, every other person will come and they will say, this one, she's not coming. But do I get the work done? Yes. So at the end, you have to separate what is you trying to make somebody feel good and what is. And then, if you are doing that, you have to be very deliberate about communicating it to them. So when they say, you didn't come in, you say, but I got the work done. Look at it, look at this, look at when I put in the extra mile. You have your records. Don't ever, not have records of what you're doing. From the position of management, there are a lot of things, because I think one of the things we don't do enough is you don't, try to solve the problems from when you were at a place. So sometimes it just could be as easy as, now that you have no longer, as young a lawyer, have these conversations with the young people. Okay, what is a good way to make sure you have a work-life balance? For example, some firms I know are doing a lot of remote work. Of course, there's also the problem of accountability. A lot of people are not are not doing everything they need to do. But if you can prove that I can work from home and I can work effectively, I have my law pavilion, I have my Harvey, I have my all those tools, and I'm going to do the work. Very few people will insist you have to come to the office. Of course, there are people that would, but you have to communicate that to them and tell them that I can give you this deliverable, right? And on the other side, you have the older lawyers like us have to also say, okay, is this person delivering despite not being in front of me? So going ahead to have flexible work hours. Some people go with flexible work hours, but a lot of it has to do with whether or not we are accountable as young lawyers. Are we delivering when we're out of the office? If you can answer that question, you can make a case for it.
Thank you so much. I think the most important point that you made is you have to have an established track record.
Yeah.
So you can't be someone who routinely blows off work, and then when someone comes to you and asks you why you're doing that, say it's because of mental health reasons, right? Of course, mental health is very important, but also being good at your job, right? So if you're someone who consistently delivers good work, it doesn't matter when maybe you need to go home early or you need to take a personal day, the work that you've been doing will speak for you. So as a young lawyer coming into the profession, the idea is within the work hours, when you're meant to be at the office or when you're meant to do the work, you put in your best and deliver the best possible outcome. And then on the days that you want to take a personal day or days that you have to go home early, your track record will speak for you, right? So why don't you, as we're closing, walk us through some of the steps, some of the activities that you do currently to kind of create a balance between the demands of the profession and your own personal well-being?
Okay, some of the things I do. Number one, I take my leave. I don't know, how many of us have worked for over a year? How many of us have worked for over 1 year? Over 1 year? Okay, so most people here, are we below 1 year post-call? Okay, so the people who have worked for more than 1 year, have you ever taken your full 3 weeks or some places 4 weeks leave? Who has ever taken the full 4 weeks leave? Just one person, right? Most people don't take leave. We have this belief that we are the best lawyer in the world, and if we do not do the work, it's going to fall apart, which is really not true. Number one, take your leave. It's your statutory right, and take it, but before you go on leave, okay, maybe that's what you do. Before you go on leave, make sure you've handed things over properly. I know people just want to disappear and then send one handover note, nobody can follow up. No, before you take a leave, make sure you have a plan so that nobody is calling you constantly, come and do this, that email, take your leave and rest thoroughly. The truth is that I always say work cannot finish. As in, it's a constant stream. So take your leave, number one. And number two, even when you take your leave, make sure it's not a working leave, right? So, and then number two, understand there is the ebb and the flow. There are times when you have a lot of work. When you do not have as much work, please, by all means, chill, rest. You understand? And one of the things I like to add, which has for family life has always been a personal favorite for mine, is for the women in the house, if you have maternity leave or something, use the time wisely. I know we always say, oh, guys have all the advantage, but if you have maternity leave, for instance, like what I do, every maternity leave I get a fresh degree. That's what I do. Like every time I give birth, I am leaving that maternity leave with a fresh degree, so that nobody can tell me. So it just makes it that when I'm in work, I am not trying to get the degrees. I'm timing my degrees with my children. You understand? So those would be my honest advice. Then again, for the young people, if you are not married, make sure you choose a partner that can support you, right? Not every partner really wants a working wife, or not every partner supports a man that works very hard. So look for somebody. If you are going to be a lawyer, you're going to be a good one. Somebody is telling us he's putting 10 hours every day. It's a lot of time. So if a person isn't supporting you before you get married, the likelihood is very slim of that changing is very slim. So those are my final thoughts. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I don't know if there are questions. Unfortunately, our time is up. So you can always meet Mr. Opawe if you have any more questions. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Please make that applause better one last time for our last panel for the evening, the fireside chat on mental health. Okay, so doing the honors very quickly before we go to the next stage of the raffle draw. Please make welcome on stage. Can I have the chairman of the Summit Planning Committee? Is he in the building? Okay, we'll just make do with the head of programs to present the awards. Okay. And Dr. Tolu Adiremi will do us the honors of presenting the awards. Thank you so much, sir. All right, very quickly. First award. You need a microphone? Are you all still ready to win more laptops? Ready for more laptops? Should we do the 5 or 10? 5, 10. 10 more. Maybe a couple of millions. Okay, let's first give the awards to our distinguished panelists.
Thank you, the Compare. I want to present this award to you, Mrs. Opawe. Thank you very much for that insightful fireside chat. On behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association Young Lawyers Forum, we thank you for your support and intellectual support in particular towards this YLF Summit. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have the privilege, nice suit by the way. Thank you. I have the privilege to present you this award, Mr. Chibudike Anene, for, did I pronounce it well? Anene, okay. For being part of the fireside chat on sustaining the legacy, caring for the lawyer within. On behalf of the NBA YLF, I want to thank you very much for supporting the 2026 summit. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. We've been having a whole lot of fun at the MBA YLF Summit 2026, and now we are going to unlock much more fun. But before we do that, please be informed if you were among the first 50 persons that wrote your name on that list. You get a free tote bag courtesy of Moshood Abiola. A round of applause at the sound of that. So yes, if you win a laptop, you have where to put your bags. It's a winner. So, and even the volunteers and SPC members can also partake of that. Please be reminded, the owner of the Kia Rio with number plate SMK 725JE Lagos, please, your attention is needed outside for a very, very urgent and pressing matter. Now, we said we've been having a lot of fun. Have you been having fun? Have you been having fun? Have you been entertained? More entertainment? More entertainment? All right. This guy, all the way from the United States of Benin, please put your hands together as he comes to show us what happens in the other world. But please, Oga, keep it. Keep it. This is not Hogwarts. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Precious the Magician. You didn't clap for him. It's like you want to disappear. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Put your hands together for Precious the Magician. Precious, we are waiting for you. That's the magic. He's behind me. Wow, what a performance. Let me leave the stage now. I'm already seeing. What is happening? What's in the box? Even Dr. Tolu is asking. Dr. T, don't be scared. What's happening here?
journey of magic and mystery, right? This is not jazz, this is not voodoo, this is just me making you believe the impossible. Do we have the same plan? All right. DJ, go on. DJ, louder. Oh no, are you a part? No. She's organizing you. All right, yeah, you can join us there. You know what? I want you and some other person. Are you both related? Oh yeah, you can join. Come, both of you, come. A round of applause for them. Now I want you to stay here, and you here. Good, guys. Is there anything going on between both of you? Let me not be the reason why people, but forget that. What's your name? Glory and Ogaga. Right, good. I feel a connection between both of you. But I want you to stand here, forward. Keep your hands free. And I want you to stand here as well. In a moment, facing the audience. In a moment, I'm going to, have you take a deep breath and down. Feel free, keep your hands free, but close your eyes. Yeah, both of you, your eyes quite shut, please. I want you to feel every sensation on your body, but don't react. Are we good with that? Ladies and gentlemen, that's how I met your mother. You can go back to your seat. Thank you very much. Okay. Just before I go, one more person, let's have fun. Who? Okay, you sound excited. Yeah, come. Encourage her. I need a mic. One mic. Yeah, you can take a seat here. Good. Now, what's your name? Fumilayo. I believe, obviously, you're a lawyer, right? You can hold on.
Yeah.
And there's something unique about being a lawyer. And by the way, I'm a lawyer as well. I mean, that deserves a round of applause. I'm one of you. Yes, and there's one thing I know about legal practice. We are learned for a reason because we read a lot. And so I brought a wonderful book, Alice Adventures in the Wonderland. Glory, right? Fumilayo, sorry. Fumilayo, I'm going to ask you this question. Can you read?
Yes,
Are you sure?
very sure.
All right, let's try. Just open to any page and read any line, just the first line or something, just to confirm that she can read.
Never mind.
Use the mic.
Never mind him. I may want to help and sorry may.
Okay. She can read, right? Awesome. So I did the honors of printing some words in here just so everybody is involved. Close your eyes and open. Can you see clearly?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, what happened now is that Fumilayo lost her ability to read. We will test that. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Can you guys read this? Yes or no? Fumilayo, can you try to read this? Use the mic. Can you read this? Yes or no? I mean, just whatever word comes to your mind, just say it.
Editor. Editor.
Look into my eyes. I mean, you guys can read this, yes or no? I'm not playing with her. Yes. Try to read this with the mic.
Indiaphobia.
Read it loud. Please, quiet, please. Let's enjoy this. Try to read this.
Indiaphobia.
What?
In
No, try.
Indian. Sorry.
Let's try one last time. Yes or no? I mean, we can't all be making this up. Can you read this? Use the mic.
Maths.
Try it.
Matun. I don't know.
Let's take our off from misery. Look into my eyes one time. Can you read 1, 2, 3? Say it with the mic. 1, 2, 3. Good. And just like that, the same words, yes or no, you can read it, right? Try to read it now.
Maintenance.
Yes or no, you can read this, yeah?
Festival.
Awesome. Yes or no, you can read this.
Education.
Okay. Yes, you remember this, right? Try to read this.
Conscience.
Awesome. One last one. You guys can read this, yes?
Applause.
A round of applause for Fumilayo. Wonderful. Thank you very much. If you enjoyed that, come on, make it loud. Make it louder, make it louder. I get asked often, what is magic? I hope tonight you guys will have the answers. It's making you see something as existing when it doesn't. A pencil and a cup. Please watch short row. The lens are obvious.
together for Precious the Magician. All right. I hope is this chair is sat down. To be 4-1 is to be. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Precious the Magician. They say every good thing that has a beginning must surely have an end. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the very end of the MBA YLF Summit 2026. A round of applause for yourselves. Make that better for yourselves. Remember, we still have 10 laptops to give away. We are going to be giving away 5 right now. And we are going to be having the closing address and closing remarks from members of the Summit Planning Committee. Also remember, we have 50 tote bags for everyone who came first, for the first 50 to attend this event. If you know you wrote your name on the list, the first 50, we have tote bags for you. So if you are a lucky winner of a laptop and you are among the first 50, which means you get to go home with a tote bag to carry your laptop. Isn't that exciting? Is that not exciting? You come for the MBA YLF event and you go home a lucky winner. Please be reminded that once we are done here, DJ Wesco Bali, who is also a lawyer and one of the baddest DJs in the game, is going to be holding it down in this very venue for our cocktail/after party. And you know there ain't no party like a YLF party. We did it in December. Who was here in December? Who was around in December for the YLF Unplugged comedy event and after party? It was lit. So now I'll be using the microphone one last time to the chairman of the Summit Planning. Please, a round of applause for the chairman of the Summit Planning Committee. Make that better, make that better. If you are not eating, make that better. Thank you so much, Emediong, for putting this event together. Truly, you are phenomenal. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thank you, everyone, for joining in today. Just to quickly announce, we have a networking and cocktail party happening here. It's starting just immediately. But what you have to do, if you haven't gotten your lunch yet, Just simply step out, get your lunch, refresh, eat, and come back in for the party. The guys who are helping us decorate this for the cocktail setting would jump it right away and just change the entire setting to a cocktail setting. Just so we can kickstart the cocktail session. There's a lot of things to eat. There'll be fries, there's this, there's that. There's cocktail drinks, fully sponsored by Dr. Aderemi Tolu, right? So, so we just before we go, one final time, just before we go out to get our lunch, please, can you kindly allow us present an award to a very distinguished sponsor of ours who has really supported us throughout this entire program. I would like to invite the chairman of the MBA Young Lawyers Forum, Gideon Adem, to quickly do the presentation. Gideon, please. But just to also note for everybody's attention, 10 laptops is still up for grabs. Ruchi is on standby to announce those lucky winners. The same selection process, nothing missing. She will do that at the cocktail session. So just stay active, stay ready to partake in that. Gideon, please.
All right, thank you very much. So just to mention that most of our sponsors, or all of our sponsors, would be receiving an award today. Or if they are not in the room, we would still reach out to them and present their awards. But I note that there is a sponsor we have in the room, and I just wanted to call the law firm to receive the award. So I want to call on Alien Legal Practice to come receive this award for their support to us. So please, a round of applause for Alien Legal Practice. Thank you. So this is from the Young Lawyers Forum. Okay. Thank you. So this is from the Young Lawyers Forum of the NBA Lagos branch. Thank you for supporting us, Alien Legal Practice, and for all that you do for us. Thank you very much. I see a representative of Parsons in the room, so please just receive this at once for Parsons. Thank you, Parsons, in recognition of your support to the MBA Lagos YLF Summit. Thank you. For all of our other sponsors, we would certainly share and reach out to you to present the awards to you. But thank you really for the support. And right now, we'll just step out of the hall and set up the hall just in time for the cocktail. Thank you. And thank you for doing this with us. We are really, really delighted to be working with all of you. And thank you for the support you give to this administration.
All right, thank you, everyone. So very quickly, please. You can just go outside, get your lunch, allow the decorators to quickly turn this around into a cocktail session. It's going to be highly value-packed for the cocktail session. It's a party on itself. Trust me, there's also a lot of things for people to see at the cocktail session. So please, if you could just quickly allow our decorators to quickly just turn this around to a cocktail session. But please don't go anywhere. Remember, 10 laptops up for grabs and so other exciting things to get. Thank you so much. And thank you to all our sponsors and to everyone making this possible. Thank you.
Aren't you coming on too expensive? Yeah, I know I drink tea again. Shower you
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the end of the MBA YLF Summit 2026. Remember, we still have how many more laptops? How many more laptops? How many laptops? You're not excited. You don't know if you might be. How many more laptops? How many laptops? So don't go nowhere. We are about to turn this party up. But before we do that, can we have members of the Summit Planning Committee please come on stage We would like to have a photo up for you. You've all done brilliantly well, and you deserve to be in the halls of fame. So please come on stage. Members of the Summit Planning Committee, can we please have you on stage? Ahmed Young, SCN, Uwana, Nonye Ziani, Zion Odinaka. Yes, who else can I remember? Feyintolu Ajayi, Marvelous Olajide. Yes, please. Ifedapo Ajayi, please come on stage. Members of the Summit Planning Committee, please come on stage for your photo op session. Please, if they are all outside, just tell them to come in. Tell them to come in. Wulanga, yes, please. Can we have you on stage also? Members of the Raman Akinyemi, my man. Raman Akinyemi, my man. All right, members of the Summit Planning Committee, please come on the stage for your photo op. Zion Odinaka is here as my lecturer at the Nigerian Law School, Lagos. Yes, members of the YLF ESCOs, I can see Sam Ifemi. He's going to turn this party up. He's already pulled his suits. It's about to be a banger. Henry Eze, please come on stage. I saw Nofisat. Where is Nofisat? Please don't take the pictures yet. Henry Eze, where is Nofisa? What of Aziz? Where is Balak? Exactly, okay. Where is Nonye? I saw Nonye. Okay. Where is Pamela? Marvelous. Members of the Summit Planning Committee. All right. I know you all. I know you all. Members of the Summit Planning Committee, we're about to take this photo in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Okay. Nofisat, please get here in 5 seconds. Jimo, if you're outside, you are wrong. Wesco, Wesco, you should be playing stand up, stand up. These are the champions. They've delivered a world-class event for us. Thank you all so much. Under the leadership of Ahmed Young SN as the SPC and the YLF Spider, Chairman, Mr. Gideon Edem. Five more seconds, please. This is a team spent 20 weeks, over 200 minutes, over 100 hours spent on phone calls, sleepless nights and days, and they have delivered a world-class sub-national event. 5 laptops already out, 2 million naira in the accounts of lucky winners. Solomon Ogu, welcome. Ikechukwu Obialo. They have delivered a world-class event. Where's God's gift? Gideon. All right, so we can now take the pictures. a picture with the clock it sign. Clock it. Take a picture with the clock it. Clock it. Ladies and gentlemen, here you have it. The members of the Summit Planning Committee, a last round of applause for them. Thank you all so much for your dedication to making this event a huge success. YLF Escorts, you're up next. Right now we're about to turn this event center into a party hall. Are you ready for the party? Okay.